Hello dear students, welcome to the Next IAS YouTube channel. So this discussion is basically related to ANUBHAV examination 2. I hope you all have attempted the paper. If you have not attempted, please take it very seriously. The purpose of ANUBHAV examination, what we see that it has first objective is to help you stimulate how UPSC is conducting real exam. Another purpose which we feel we have observed sometimes कि student online exams काफ़ी देते हैं, they have not given the exam in actual environment, उसकी वजह से they are lagging 4-5 questions, stress में परेशानियाँ कुछ होती हैं, so we try to do that also. Third thing is कि this exam is happening after each month, so our suggestion is कि you are preparing for 1 month, go and try to understand which level you have reached, what is your real level. So this will help you कि अभी किधर कितना prepare करना है, what portion has still left, where I need to work. Sit and watch this discussion, analyze your paper. This is very important. This exam purpose is to make you learn things. This exam is not your selection paper. This is rather your learning experience. So take it as learning experience, learn your strength as well as weakness. You have to find and identify both. We are trying to make paper as much as realistic possible. Maybe sometimes beside it, I am very happy that last time you all have engaged a lot with us. I have replied personally all mails. I have our Next IAS team has replied all the queries put here in the comment section. So please keep doing this. We also feel that this initiative is helping you. Okay, so I am going today to discuss this economy wala portion. We will see, my approach will be ki what the concept is, second why the question is asked, and how to solve the question. Last thing, what we need to further prepare for our CSE 2026 prelims. Okay, so let us start this. So this is the first question which has in your paper question number 8 related to economy. The question is very basic, conceptual, as well as we have tried to blend it with dynamic. Economy में mostly questions कैसे आएंगे, paper में भी concepts will be from static portion, बट उसको ब्लेंड कर देंगे आपके जो डायनेमिक या करंट में चल रहा है उसके रिलेटेड कुछ भी, देन दे विल ब्लेंड इट एंड गिव यू. कई बार हमें ऐसा लगता है कि इट इज ओनली करंट अफेयर्स. नो, इकोनॉमी में मोस्टली 1 or 2 क्वेश्चन विल बी प्योरली करंट अफेयर्स, अदरवाइज यू नीड स्टैटिक कॉन्सेप्ट. सो उसको जरूर ध्यान रखना है, विदाउट इट यू विल नॉट बी एबल टू सॉल्व. चलो क्वेश्चन देखते हैं हम लोग. विच वन ऑफ द फॉलोइंग statements correctly describe the current legal status. देखो, this important term is current. current बहुत ही important है. the moment आप जब भी क्वेश्चन पढ़ रहे हो बहुत ही ध्यान से क्वेश्चन पढ़ो, एक एक टर्म को ध्यान देना है. yes, you have to do micro reading. that is quality of a civil servant. इसलिए वो क्वेश्चंस ऐसे बताते हैं, they try to check through this कि आप ध्यान से क्वेश्चन पढ़ते हो कि नहीं. this current is a trap. Current legal status of cryptocurrencies in India. Statement 1. Cryptocurrencies are not legal tender in India and are illegal to hold or trade. Cryptocurrencies are not legal tender and only the RBI is permitted to issue any form of cryptocurrency in India. Cryptocurrencies are not recognized as legal tender, but their holding and trading as private digital asset is permitted under Indian law. Cryptocurrencies are recognized as legal tender for digital payment but are not backed by the RBI. अब देखो, basically I will not jump directly to the answer. थोड़ा सा पहले आपको चीज़ें बताऊंगा, आप देखोगे कि आंसर्स अपने आप निकल के आ रहे हैं. कैसे अप्रोच करना है, when how to prepare such topics. मैंने बोला था ना कि इसमें आपको थोड़ा स्टैटिक कॉन्सेप्ट भी चाहिए. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, दिस टर्म बार बार आ रहा है, ये अपना लीगल टेंडर. यू should know what is legal tender. RBI का regulatory power related to this digital currency, related to CBDC, ये सारी चीज़ें हमें पता होनी चाहिए, अदरवाइज नहीं होगा. और ये टाइम टू टाइम अपडेट भी होता रहता है, चेंजेस भी होते रहते हैं, बिकॉज लॉ है ना, इंडियन लॉ इज ऑलवेज इवॉल्विंग. इकोनॉमिक लॉज इवॉल्व होते हैं, बजट में कभी कुछ बोल दिया, चेंजेस कर दिया. सो यू शुड बी वेरी अबाउट दिस थिंग्स, वेरी अबाउट दिस फैक्ट्स. ओके, बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है हमें समझना. चलो एक फटाक से हम कुछ इंपॉर्टेंट एस्पेक्ट्स देख लेते हैं, देन वी विल. सबसे पहले कि व्हाट इज लीगल टेंडर. देखो, दो चीज होता है, फियाट मनी एंड लीगल टेंडर. काफी कंफ्यूजन होता है बच्चों को. फियाट इज जस्ट ऑर्डर, जैसे अपना इंडियन रुपी है, इट इज फियाट एज वेल एज लीगल। क्रिप्टो करेंसी है, इसमें डिफरेंस कैसे है मैं एग्जांपल के थ्रू आपको समझाऊंगा, ज़्यादा अच्छा समझ में आएगा। वो एग्जांपल आप याद रखोगे तो हमेशा याद। फियाट मनी क्या होता है? फियाट मीन्स सिंपली ऑर्डर। ऑर्डर कौन दे सकता है? बाई आरबीआई और गवर्नमेंट। आरबीआई रिप्रेजेंट कर रहा है गवर्नमेंट को, दैट्स वाई इट इज द आरबीआई दैट इज द अथॉरिटी विच इज डूइंग। तो फियाट मनी सिर्फ इंडियन गवर्नमेंट जिस मनी को लीगली बोल रही है कि दिस मनी इज इशूड बाई अस, वो है फियाट मनी। लीगल टेंडर कुछ भी हो सकता है, जैसे मान लो कि क्रिप्टो करेंसी है, वेनेजुएला ने कुछ टाइम पहले बोल दिया भाई हमारे यहाँ बिटकॉइन लीगल टेंडर है। अब बिटकॉइन वो इशू नहीं कर रहे थे, बिटकॉइन इशू अलग तरीके से हो रहा था, माइनिंग हो रहा था, सब कुछ हो रहा था, बट वो लीगल टेंडर हो गया वेनेजुएला में। कल को इंडियन गवर्नमेंट बोल दी कि चलो भाई हम बिटकॉइन को अलाउ कर रहे हैं लीगली एक लॉ के थ्रू, तो इट विल बी, वो इशू नहीं कर रहे हैं, जब तक इशूइंग अथॉरिटी नहीं रहेगा तब तक वो फियाट मनी नहीं होगा, तब तक वो लीगल टेंडर होगा। तो लीगल टेंडर इज अ क्वाइन और बैंक नोट, हमेशा ध्यान देना है, दैट इज लीगली टेंडरेबल फॉर डिस्चार्ज ऑफ डेट और ऑब्लिगेशन। अब इसमें एक डिस्चार्ज ऑफ डेट और ऑब्लिगेशन, मेरा मैंने किसी से डेट लिया है और मैं रिटर्न कर रहा हूं, तो क्वाइन या बैंक नोट्स मैं दे रहा हूं, उसके ऊपर ऑब्लिगेशन है वो लेना, वो रिफ्यूज नहीं कर सकता है। हाँ, क्वाइन में देयर इज लिमिटेशन, देयर इज सम लिमिटेशन रिलेटेड टू क्वाइन कि कितना क्वाइंस आप ले सकते हो, 50 पैसे के कितने, 1 रुपीज़ के कितने, वो एक लिमिटेशन है, वो अलग बात है, वो खुद उस एक्ट में ही है, लेकिन उसके बियॉन्ड उनको वो एक्सेप्ट करना जरूरी है। दैट इज द कॉन्सेप्ट हियर। क्वाइंस इशूड बाय गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया, किसमें? सेक्शन 6 ऑफ द क्वाइनेज एक्ट। शैल बी लीगल टेंडर, खुद बोल दिया है कि शैल बी लीगल टेंडर इन पेमेंट और ऑन account provided that a coin has not been defaced and has not lost weight so as to be less than such weight as may be prescribed in its case। फिर उन्होंने बोल दिया लोअर देन 1 रुपी अगर है तो वो टेंडर फॉर एनी सम होगा नॉट एक्सेडिंग 1000 रुपीज। 1 रुपीज का कॉइन 1000 रुपये से आप नहीं दे सकते हो, ये नहीं कि पूरा बैग भर के लेके चले गए, ट्रक भर के कि भैया लो, नहीं ऐसा हो सकता। इसीलिए उन्होंने पहले ही बोल दिया कि लीगल टेंडर कहाँ तक रहेगा, कितना कोई एक्सेप्ट करना उसकी कंपल्सन है कि आपको करना ही करना पड़ेगा। 50 पैसे का भी बोल दिया है, इस चीज को थोड़ा सा आप लोग जान लो। उसी तरह 2000 रुपीज नोट का भी है, तो ये आप कहाँ से कर सकते हो? आरबीआई की साइट पे चले जाओ और लीगल टेंडर आप डालोगे, मिलेगा। ऑथेंटिक सोर्सेज से पढ़ो हमेशा, कभी भी कोई दिक्कत नहीं आएगी। यूपीएससी ऑलवेज यूज ऑथेंटिक सोर्सेज, आरबीआई इज द ऑथेंटिक सोर्स और वहां से आप करोगे, ये इन्फॉर्मेशन आपको मिल जाएगी क्लियरली। तो हमने ये तो समझ लिया कि लीगल टेंडर क्या है। अब दूसरा, क्रिप्टो करेंसीज क्या है? बिटकॉइन, पाइकॉइन नॉट रिकॉग्नाइज एज लीगल टेंडर, कहाँ? इंडिया में। अभी हमने इनको नहीं रिकॉग्नाइज किया है। इंडिविजुअल्स लीगली बाई सेल कर सकते हैं, उनको होल्ड भी कर सकते हैं, लेकिन पहले आरबीआई ने क्या किया था? बैन कर दिया। फिर लोग सुप्रीम कोर्ट गए, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने हटा दिया, ओवरटर्न कर दिया उस रूल को। फिर गवर्नमेंट ने क्या किया कि एक 30% टैक्स लगा दिया क्रिप्टो इनकम पे और 1% टीडीएस लगा दिया 2022 में, अनाउंस किया था उस साल बजट में। फिर क्रिप्टो बिल भी अभी आई है जो कि अभी पेंडिंग है, पास नहीं हुआ है क्रिप्टो बिल। उसके अलावा डिजिटल रुपी, ई रुपी भी है। अब देखो यहाँ पे गवर्नमेंट ने बस ये लगाया है, गवर्नमेंट ने ये बोला है कि आप जब भी बाई कर रहे हो, सेल कर रहे हो, होल्ड कर रहे हो, तो उस पर ये कंडीशंस हैं कि आपको टैक्सेशन गवर्नमेंट करना चाहती है। गवर्नमेंट उस मार्केट को किल नहीं करना चाहती है, बट वो प्रॉपरली लीगल नहीं है, इंडिया में रेगुलेट नहीं कर रही है अभी प्रॉपरली आरबीआई। बस ये चीज हम उठा रहे हैं। डिजिटल रुपी या इंडिया सीबीडीसी। अब यहाँ पे आपको क्या पढ़ने की बहुत जरूरत है? सीबीडीसी फर्दर, सीबीडीसी जरूर पढ़ो आप। अगर सीबीडीसी आप नहीं पढ़ रहे हो, उसके बारे में नहीं जान रहे हो, कुछ ना कुछ पूछ लेते हैं। अभी आया भी है, सीबीडीसी आ चुका है अपने प्रीलिम्स एग्जामिनेशन में, तो उसको आपको ध्यान रखना है। इट इज द डिजिटल फॉर्म ऑफ इंडिया फिजिकल करेंसी, फिजिकल करेंसी का डिजिटल फॉर्म है, इशूड बाई आरबीआई इन डिजिटल फॉर्म एंड ऑफर्स फीचर्स। दूसरा, क्रिप्टो करेंसी को अपने यहाँ क्या बोलते हैं? डिजिटल एसेट बोलते हैं इसको, इन सारी को डिजिटल एसेट बोलते हैं। तो ये टर्म भी आपको पता होना बहुत जरूरी है। बहुत ध्यान से आप इन सारे टर्म्स के मतलब समझो। इकोनॉमी में टर्मिनोलॉजी आपकी कम क्लियर है, 80% क्वेश्चंस वैसे सॉल्व हो जाएंगे। सबसे बड़ा इशू होता है बच्चों को टर्मिनोलॉजी में कंफ्यूजन होता है। अब टर्मिनोलॉजी क्लियर करो, ठीक है। यूजर्स डिजिटल वैलेट एंड कैन बी यूज, कहाँ पे स्टोर कर सकते हैं? डिजिटल वैलेट में। रिसीव, सेंड मनी एंड मेक पेमेंट फॉर ट्रांजेक्शन जस्ट लाइक एनी फिजिकल रुपी नोट, बस उसका फिजिकल फॉर्म का डिजिटल फॉर्म बना दिया है सीबीडीसी। अब आते हैं हम वापस अपने क्वेश्चन को सॉल्व करने की कोशिश करते हैं। क्रिप्टो करेंसीज आर नॉट लीगल टेंडर इंडिया एंड आर इलीगल टू होल्ड। नहीं भाई, इलीगल जैसे यही तो ट्रैप है, इलीगल नहीं बोल रहे। ऑप्शन ए एलिमिनेटेड। ऑप्शन बी देखते हैं, Cryptocurrencies are not legal tender and only the RBI is permitted to issue any form of cryptocurrency in India. तो नॉट लीगल टेंडर सही बात है, लेकिन अभी आरबीआई को परमिट किया है नहीं किया है ये अभी हम देखेंगे. क्रिप्टो करेंसीज आर नॉट रिकॉग्नाइज्ड एज लीगल टेंडर. देखो दोनों में एक डिफरेंस क्या है, यहाँ पे नॉट रिकॉग्नाइज बोला है, यहाँ पे नॉट लीगल टेंडर बोला है, दोनों में ये डिफरेंस है. बट देयर होल्डिंग एंड ट्रेडिंग एज प्राइवेट डिजिटल एसेट इज परमिटेड अंडर इंडियन लॉ. ठीक है, इन दोनों में अभी हमें थोड़ा सा कंफ्यूजन हो रहा है. देखो मैं एक स्टूडेंट की तरह कोशिश कर रहा हूँ इस क्वेश्चन को करने की, ताकि आपको समझ में आए कि हाउ यू विल अप्रोच इन एग्जामिनेशन. सिर्फ मैं आपको सोल्यूशन बता दूं, चीजें बता दूं, तो उससे आप कुछ सीखोगे नहीं. द पर्पज ऑफ दिस डिस्कशन इज फ्रॉम माई साइड कि यू शुड लर्न एट द एंड ऑफ डिस्कशन समथिंग. क्रिप्टो करेंसीज आप अपने फीडबैक जरूर देना, वो अच्छा लगता है, हम भी सीखते हैं आपसे. ठीक है, वी ऑलवेज अप्रिशिएट हियर एट नेक्स्ट इज दिस थिंग. क्रिप्टो करेंसीज आर रिकॉग्नाइज्ड एज लीगल टेंडर फॉर डिजिटल पेमेंट्स बट आर नॉट बैक्ड बाय द आरबीआई. अब ये तो एकदम बिल्कुल गलत बात है, ये तो अभी हमने जो कॉन्सेप्ट देखे उससे एकदम. अब यहाँ पे दो हैं, तो इकोनॉमी में कई बार आपका क्या होगा, विच इज मोर अप्रोप्रिएट वो आंसर होता है. दो हो सकता है सही हो सकता है चारों के चारों स्टेटमेंट सही हो, बट वहाँ पे मोस्ट अप्रोप्रिएट आपको देखना है. और बोला है यहाँ पे करंट लीगल स्टेटस क्या है. करेंटली गवर्नमेंट ने एज इट इज ये लाइन आपको दे रखी है कि इट इज नॉट रिकॉग्नाइज्ड एज लीगल टेंडर बट होल्डिंग एंड ट्रेडिंग एज प्राइवेट इज परमिटेड अंडर इंडियन लॉ. इस वजह से ऑप्शन सी इज करेक्ट. दिस इज द बेस्ट ऑप्शन एंड ऑप्शन सी इज करेक्ट. ये हमारा होगा. नाउ अगला क्वेश्चन जाते हैं. दिस इज हाउ वी विल अप्रोच फर्दर. आपको इसमें पढ़ना क्या है आगे, तो मेरे हिसाब से सीबीडीसी के बारे में पढ़ो, क्रिप्टो करेंसीज की करंट स्टेटस क्या ग्लोबल वर्ल्ड में चल रहा है, कैसे चल रहा है, बिकॉज इट इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. स्टेबल कॉइन के बारे में पढ़ो, स्टेबल कॉइन इज ऑल्सो इन अलॉट न्यूज़, तो उसके बारे में पढ़ो. व्हाट इज इट, रेगुलेशन क्या है, इंडिया में क्या चीज़ें चल रही हैं, सो रीड इट अबाउट. नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन, विथ रेफरेंस टू द इंश्योरेंस सेक्टर इन इंडिया. ठीक है, न्यूज़ में है. इकोनॉमी के क्वेश्चन जो आएंगे बहुत ज़्यादा न्यूज़ से इंस्पायर्ड होते हैं, बहुत ही ज़्यादा न्यूज़ से इंस्पायर्ड होते हैं वो. क्यों? क्योंकि वहाँ से वो उनको थीम मिल जाता है. सैलियंसी बायस एक चीज़ होती है हर एक इंसान में, हम जो ज़्यादा सुनते हैं ना वही हमारे दिमाग में आता है. पेपर सेटर भी आइसोलेट होकर नहीं रह रहे हैं, दे आर इन दिस सोसाइटी, इन इकोनॉमी. वो बार बार उस न्यूज़ को सुन रहे हैं, तो कहीं ना कहीं उनके दिमाग में वो चीज़ आएगी, लेकिन वो थीम उठाएंगे, कॉन्सेप्ट आपके स्टैटिक से उठाएंगे, तो ये ध्यान रखना है. इंश्योरेंस कंसिडर द फॉलोइंग स्टेटमेंट. पहला स्टेटमेंट क्या है, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया हैज परमिटेड 100% FDI इन द इंश्योरेंस सेक्टर सब्जेक्ट टू प्रिस्क्राइब्ड कंडीशंस. ठीक है, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने 100% बोल दिया, सब्जेक्ट टू प्रिस्क्राइब्ड. इंडियाज लाइफ इंश्योरेंस मार्केट इज सिग्निफिकेंटली, इंपॉर्टेंट टर्म है. ट्रैप, यूपीएससी ऐसे वर्ड्स को यूज करती है ट्रैप के लिए, लेकिन हर बार एक जनरल प्री कंसीव नोशन मत बना लो कि ये है तो गलत ही होगा, ये है तो सही ही होगा. केयरफुल हो जाओ. सिग्निफिकेंटली लार्जर देन इट्स नॉन लाइफ इंश्योरेंस मार्केट इन टर्म्स ऑफ टोटल प्रीमियम कलेक्टेड. ठीक है, नॉन लाइफ और लाइफ के बीच में बोल रहे हैं. इंश्योरेंस कंपनीज रिक्वायर प्रायर अप्रूवल फ्रॉम द इंश्योरेंस रेगुलेटरी एंड डेवलपमेंट अथॉरिटी IRDAI टू लॉन्च न्यू प्रोडक्ट. विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग गिवन स्टेटमेंट आर करेक्ट. ठीक है, पिछली बार की तरह हम करते हैं, थोड़ा सा एक कॉन्सेप्ट वगैरह कुछ जान लेते हैं एंड देन वी विल ट्राई टू सॉल्व द क्वेश्चन. देखो दिस इज 25 to 26, अभी वाला नहीं है, जो अभी आया है तो वो वाला नहीं है, ये 25 to 26 वाला है. इसमें क्या बोलते हैं, FDI उस साल क्या किया, FDI लिमिट फॉर इंश्योरेंस सेक्टर. ये खुद ही पूछ सकते हैं आपसे, पता है प्रीलिम्स में कि 25 to 26 बजट में था कि कब था. सो आई हैव टेकन इट फ्रॉम PIB. इंश्योरेंस सेक्टर 74 to 100% हो जाएगा. फोरम ऑफ फॉर रेगुलेटरी कोऑर्डिनेशन एंड डेवलपमेंट ऑफ पेंशन प्रोडक्ट्स टू बी सेटअप. रिवैम्प सेंट्रल KYC रजिस्ट्री टू बी रोल आउट टू सिंप्लीफाई KYC प्रोसेस. दिस वॉज अनाउंस. वहाँ से ही इंस्पायर्ड है ये क्वेश्चन. FY24 में क्या था. अब अदर फैक्ट्स रिलेटेड टू दिस क्वेश्चन क्या है, इंश्योरेंस प्रीमियम पेनिट्रेशन इंडिया में. इंश्योरेंस प्रीमियम का पेनिट्रेशन 3.7% ऑफ GDP है, जिसमें लाइफ इंश्योरेंस कितना है 2.8% और नॉन लाइफ 0.9%. ऑलमोस्ट दिस इज 3 times. सो माय डियर स्टूडेंट्स 3 times है. 3 times इज ए सिग्निफिकेंट नंबर. आप लोग कहते हो ना कि सिग्निफिकेंटली है गलत होगा, ओनली है गलत होगा, नहीं, ऐसा नहीं करना है. केयरफुल हो जाना है, लेकिन एक प्री कंसेप्ट नोशन नहीं बना लेना कि यही होगा यही नहीं होगा. बी केयरफुल. पर कैपिटा प्रीमियम रोज टू इतना रुपीज, इतना है FY23 में. दे कैन आस्क यू जनरल इंश्योरेंस expected to grow. Because this I have taken from official source. These numbers are official. I always prefer कि official numbers we will use. वो ज़्यादा authentic होते हैं. So general insurance is expected to grow 8.7% in FY26, while life insurance 10.5% grow करेगा annually. India is the second largest life insurance market in the region. That very important. Insurance companies do not always need prior approval from IRDAI to launch new products. हमेशा नहीं चाहिए. क्या मेथड गवर्नमेंट ने उनको दिया? अंडर द यूज एंड फाइल एंड यूज फ्रेमवर्क. आइदर यू विल से यूज एंड फाइल और फाइल एंड यूज. दीज आर मेथड कि आप यूज कर लो, फिर फाइलिंग कर लो, प्रोडक्ट बना लो, उसको मार्केट में और फाइलिंग कर दो अप्रूवल के लिए. ठीक है, गवर्नमेंट उनको एक तरीका दी है ताकि जल्दी और रेट टेपिज्म कम हो, स्पीड में इनोवेटिव प्रोडक्ट्स आ जाए मार्केट में. इंश्योरेंस कैन लॉन्च प्रोडक्ट्स फर्स्ट एंड इन्फॉर्म IRDAI लेटर सब्जेक्ट टू नॉर्म्स. रेगुलेशन हैज शिफ्टेड फ्रॉम माइक्रो मैनेजमेंट टू ट्रस्ट विथ वेरिफिकेशन. अभी दिस ट्रस्ट विथ वेरिफिकेशन इज इंपॉर्टेंट. गवर्नमेंट लास्ट 10 to 15 ईयर्स में बहुत ज़्यादा ये कर रही है, ट्रस्ट विथ वेरिफिकेशन. इसका मतलब जब भी, इससे हम सीखते क्या है, दूसरे टाइप के क्वेश्चन सॉल्व करने के लिए. हो सकता है इस टाइप के किसी और सेक्टर में भी बोल रहा हूँ, तो यू शुड ऑलवेज रिमेंबर कि ट्रस्ट विथ वेरिफिकेशन इस गवर्नमेंट का मोटिव है. इससे देखो, दिस इज कॉमन विजडम, इससे भी कई क्वेश्चन सॉल्व हो जाएंगे. दिस इज हाउ यू हैव टू डेवलप योर कॉन्सेप्ट. ठीक है, अब हम वापस चलते हैं अपने क्वेश्चन पे. गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया हैज परमिटेड 100% FDI. हाँ बाबा, कर दिया है ये तो, उन्होंने बोला भी है सब्जेक्ट टू प्रिस्क्राइब्ड कंडीशन. यस. India's life insurance market is significantly larger than its non-life. Yes, it is 3 times almost, and 3 times is significant. It is significant. Insurance companies require prior approval from the नहीं, third wrong है. हम third को eliminate करते हैं. Third को eliminate करो, you will get the answer very easily. कुछ करना ही नहीं है, बहुत easy तरीका था. third को eliminate करो, फटाफट हो गया. इस क्वेश्चन में बहुत सारी चीज़ें आपको नहीं भी पता है. अगर ये थोड़ा सा कॉमन सेंस से लगाए कि रिक्वायर प्रायर अप्रूवल और वो वाला बात पता हो कि ट्रस्ट विथ वेरिफिकेशन, आराम से सॉल्व कर सकते हैं. देखो, यू हैव टू डेवलप ऑल द स्किल्स वाइल यू आर गोइंग इनटू एग्जामिनेशन. डेवलप ऑल द स्किल्स. आई विल नॉट सजेस्ट कि सिर्फ 23 वाला टाइप ही क्वेश्चन करो, 24 टाइप करो, 25. डू ऑल टाइप्स एंड वी आर ट्राइंग टू गिव यू एवरीथिंग सो दैट यू विल बी प्रिपेयर्ड. आप ये, हमारा पर्पज़ नहीं है कि हम जो कह रहे हैं बस वही एग्जाम में आएगा. हमारा पर्पज़ है कि to make you equipped with all skills which is required to solve the questions in the examination hall. ठीक है, अगला क्वेश्चन देखते हैं. This is again a very interesting question. We have tried कि थोड़ा सा एक न्यूमेरिकल टाइप लास्ट टाइम भी हमने अनुभव 1 में भी आप लोगों को याद होगा एक दिया था रिलेटेड टू करेंट अकाउंट, थोड़ा सा कैलकुलेटिव कि आपका एप्टीट्यूड पार्ट भी आ जाए पिक्चर में. So this is again we are here giving, suppose that in a particular year an economy records कोई भी इकोनॉमी private final consumption expenditure of rupees 5000 crore. Normally how we write it, ऐसे हम लिख दे रहे हैं. ठीक है, आप लोगों के समझ के लिए 50K I am writing like this. Government final consumption expenditure GFCE कितना है? रुपीज 9000, यानी 9K हो गया. फाइनल इन्वेस्टमेंट एक्सपेंडिचर, इन्वेस्टमेंट को आई से नॉर्मली भी सो, दिस इज सोन बाई सी, दिस इज सोन बाई जी इन नॉर्मल टर्म्स. अभी हम बात करेंगे कितना है? रुपीज 10K. इम्पेशेंट नहीं होना है सोल्यूशन के लिए. ठीक है, सोल्यूशन आएगा, आप लोगों को आंसर की तो मिल ही जाती है. हमारा यहाँ पे पर्पज सिर्फ सोल्यूशन देना नहीं है. वी आर हियर, वी आर डूइंग वन थिंग, वी आर ट्राइंग टू गिव यू मेक लर्न हाउ टू सॉल्व द क्वेश्चंस. दैट इज मोर इम्पॉर्टेंट. तो इधर अपना हो गया रुपीज 10K. ओके, देन लास्ट सेम ईयर इकोनॉमी एक्सपोर्ट्स. एक्सपोर्ट्स कितना है? एक्स से शो कर रहे हैं. एक्सपोर्ट्स 7000 करोड़, तो रुपीज 7000 करोड़ प्लस होगा ये. इंपोर्ट्स निगेटिव हम देते हैं. टोटल इंपोर्ट्स कितने दे रहे हैं? एक्स माइनस एम, एम से शो करते हैं, माइनस रुपीज 8K करोड़. ऑल आर इन करोड़. ठीक है, इसकी बहुत वो नहीं है, ऑल आर इन सेम तो हो जाएगा. अब बोला बेस्ड ऑन द एक्सपेंडिचर मेथड, व्हाट इज द जीडीपी ऑफ द इकोनॉमी फॉर दैट ईयर। बच्चा लोग नेशनल इनकम अकाउंटिंग चैप्टर, बेसिक स्टैटिक पोर्शन, concept of three things, three methods are there, production method, income method, expenditure method, you have to apply, this is applied question। तो सीधे सीधे आपसे फॉर्मूला नहीं पूछे हैं, उसको अप्लाई करवा लिए, थोड़ा भी पैनिक नहीं होना है, बहुत इजी क्वेश्चन है। लेट अस सी जीडीपी एक्सपेंडिचर मेथड, जीडीपी इज इक्वल टू CGI(x - M)। C is your private consumption, G is government consumption, I investment, X - M net exports। 50,000 करोड़, 90,000 करोड़, 9,000 करोड़, 10,000 करोड़, 7 - 8 -1,000 करोड़, सबको ऐड करेंगे 68,000 करोड़ आ गया। बहुत ही सिंपल, वेरी सिंपल एक्सरसाइज, प्लस माइनस करना है, बस आपको ये कॉन्सेप्ट ध्यान रखना है। सो दैट्स वाई तीनों मेथड आपको क्लियर होने चाहिए, ऐसे क्वेश्चन वो देते हैं। हमारा ऑप्शन 68,000 करोड़, बल्ले बल्ले, गुड। नेक्स्ट, कंसीडर द फॉलोइंग स्टेटमेंट, स्टेटमेंट 1, स्टेटमेंट 2, स्टेटमेंट 3, इस तरह के क्वेश्चंस आने शुरू हो गए हैं, मोर देन 1, 2, 3 स्टेटमेंट्स। तो हम वो देखते हैं कि भाई स्टेटमेंट क्या कहता है अपना। ओके, कंसीडर द, हाँ ठीक है, ये इसका हो गया। स्टेटमेंट 1, इंडिया इंपोर्ट्स अ सिग्निफिकेंट शेयर ऑफ इट्स क्रूड ऑयल। देखो इंपोर्ट का बहुत ज़्यादा ट्रेंड का बात करते हैं, इंपोर्ट एक्सपोर्ट का ट्रेंड डेटा बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ कॉमर्स एंड इंडस्ट्री फ्रॉम टाइम टू टाइम रिलीजेस दीज डेटा। पेट्रोलियम के केस में मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ पेट्रोलियम भी रिलीज करते हैं डेटा कि क्या इंपोर्ट हो रहा है, क्या एक्सपोर्ट हो रहा है, किसका परसेंटेज ज़्यादा है, कम है। सो यू शुड बी अवेयर अबाउट दिस। यूपीएससी विल डायरेक्टली आस्क दिस क्वेश्चंस और वो ट्रेंड पूछते हैं, ठीक है, मोस्टली ट्रेंड, जनरल ट्रेंड, आपसे पॉइंट में चीज़ें नहीं पूछेंगे, जस्ट लाइक व्हाट वी सी इन अदर स्मॉल स्टेट एग्जामिनेशंस, ठीक है, वो डिफरेंस है इन द फॉर्म ऑफ सोर कोड। लेकिन ये भी एकदम मत मान लेना कि कुछ पूछेंगे ही नहीं आपसे डेटा, कभी पूछ लेंगे। अब सोर कोड क्रूड क्या होता है, वी विल सी। सोर क्रूड ऑयल इज जनरली अवेलेबल एट लोअर, जनरली मीन्स कि देयर कैन बी सम एक्सेप्शन, एक दो, बहुत ज़्यादा तुरंत अब एकदम मत सोच लेना कि एक्सेप्शन वाला ही चीज़ लेके बैठ जाना है। एट लोअर प्राइस इन द इंटरनेशनल मार्केट कंपेयर टू स्वीट क्रूड ऑयल। कभी हो सकता है, अब मान लो कि बेसिकली बात है, मान लो ग्रीनलैंड में हुआ सोर क्रूड, इंडिया तक आ रहा है, था सस्ता, बट हुआ क्या कि ट्रांसपोर्ट कॉस्ट इतना ज़्यादा हो गया, या वहाँ पे उसको एक्सट्रैक्ट करने का कॉस्ट इतना ज़्यादा हो गया, तो इसलिए इसने बोला है जनरली। सोर क्रूड ऑयल, थर्ड स्टेटमेंट, रिक्वायर्स सिंपलर रिफाइनिंग प्रोसेस टू मीट इन्वायरमेंटल एंड फ्यूल क्वालिटी स्टैंडर्ड्स। ऐसे क्वेश्चन जब भी आए, जब भी ऐसा हो, बोथ स्टेटमेंट 2, 3 आर करेक्ट एंड बोथ ऑफ देम एक्सप्लेन वन। देखो पहले तो आप देखो कि तीनों स्टेटमेंट सही हैं कि गलत हैं। फर्स्ट थिंग यू शुड नीड टू लर्न दिस। अगर सही गलत हैं तो आप क्या करोगे, उसके बाद फर्स्ट स्टेटमेंट के बाद क्या करते हैं, हम हमेशा बिकॉज लगा देते हैं। इट इज़ वेरी इजी टू सॉल्व, बिकॉज लगाओ, आपको पता चल जाएगा कि ये है कि नहीं, बिकॉज इज द रीजन। पहले थोड़ा सा बेसिक्स कुछ देखते हैं। ऑलवेज ट्राई टू रिमेंबर दिस डायग्राम, बहुत ही अच्छा डायग्राम मैंने दे रखा है, आपको ध्यान रहेगा। स्वीटनेस क्या होता है, सो दिस इज श्योर, दिस इज स्वीट। इफ देखो किस क्राइटेरिया, सल्फर लेवल के बेसिस पे स्वीटनेस और श्योर की लेवल हम देखते हैं। सल्फर कितना परसेंटेज है, अगर इफ इट इज 1 to 2% इट इज श्योर, इफ इट इज लेस देन 1% इट इज स्वीट, ठीक है, दैट इज द क्राइटेरिया। इंडिया के बारे में मैंने ppac.gov.in यहाँ से ये डेटा आपको उठा के दिखाया है, ऑथेंटिक सोर्स से। बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है ऑथेंटिक सोर्स से डेटा लेना या कुछ भी लेना, अदरवाइज आपने कहीं से कुछ और पढ़ा, कहीं से कुछ और पढ़ा, तो कोई रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी नहीं है। यूपीएससी ऑलवेज यूज ऑथेंटिक सबसे पहले गवर्नमेंट सोर्सेज वो फॉलो करते हैं। दिस इज गवर्नमेंट बॉडी, क्या डेटा दे रहे हैं, ये उन्होंने पूरा ट्रेंड दे रखा है, यहाँ से आप रिपोर्ट डाउनलोड करके देख भी सकते हो, उतनी की जरूरत नहीं है। इंडियन बास्केट ऑफ क्रूड ऑयल रिप्रेजेंट्स अ डिराइव्ड बास्केट कंप्राइजिंग ऑफ सोर ग्रेड, सोर ग्रेड कहाँ से, ओमान एंड दुबई, स्वीट ग्रेड ब्रेंट डेटेड ऑफ क्रूड ऑयल प्रोसेस इन इंडियन रिफाइनरी। रेशियो क्या है, 78.71 to 21.29, यानी हम देखें तो 79:21 है हमारा। दिस इज शावर, दिस इज स्वीट, शावर एंड स्वीट। ओके, सो अपना ये ध्यान हमें पता चल गया। नेक्स्ट थोड़ा सा हम देख लेते हैं इनके बारे में भी, या आप कहो पहले मैं क्वेश्चन कर देता हूँ और फिर सॉल्व, फिर उसके बाद हम देखते हैं कि व्हाट वी नीड फर्दर टू स्टडी हियर। देखो, इंडिया इंपोर्ट्स अ सिग्निफिकेंट शेयर ऑफ इट्स क्रूड ऑयल इन द फॉर्म ऑफ शावर क्रूड। यस, सिग्निफिकेंट है, 79%:21 है। यस, इट इज सिग्निफिकेंट। सॉर क्रूड इज जनरली अवेलेबल एट लोअर प्राइस। चलो जो थोड़ा स्वीट ब्रेंट और सावर क्रूड ऑयल के बारे में वी शुड हैव सम बेसिक इन्फॉर्मेशन एंड कॉन्सेप्ट, वहाँ से बहुत इजीली सॉल्व होगा। इट कंटेन्स लेस देन 5% सल्फर, हमारी बात हो चुकी है। लाइट स्वीट क्रूड ऑयल मोस्ट प्रिफर्ड क्यों होता है? क्योंकि इट इज अनड्यूली लार्ज अमाउंट ऑफ दीज फ्रैक्शन दैट आर यूज टू प्रोसेस गैसोलिन, इसमें ये गैसोलिन ज़्यादा हैं और इट इज ईजियर टू रिफाइन, सिंपलर टू रिफाइन, दैट्स वाई इसको हम प्रेफर करते हैं। स्वीट वर्ड कहाँ से इसमें आया? जेंटली स्वीट टेस्ट एंड प्लीजिंग अरोमा, किसकी वजह से? सल्फर इज प्रेजेंट और वो कम अमाउंट में, तो प्लेजेंट उसका क्या बोलते हैं अरोमा है और टेस्ट भी स्वीट है, दैट्स वाई। कौन कौन से प्रोड्यूसर्स हैं? देखो ये इंपॉर्टेंट है, ज्योग्राफी, इकोनॉमिक ज्योग्राफी बोल लो या इकोनॉमिक की, आपसे मैपिंग में पूछ सकता है या इकोनॉमिक ज्योग्राफी का एस्पेक्ट पूछ सकता है, तो उसकी वजह से ये मैंने दे दिया, आप इसको जरूर करो। अगला रीजंस के बाद ब्रेंट क्रूड ऑयल इस क्वेश्चन में नहीं है बट स्टिल थोड़ा सा हम देख लेंगे। दिस इज हाउ यू शुड प्रिपेयर। किसी टॉपिक को जब सॉल्व कर रहे हो, किसी क्वेश्चन को सॉल्व कर रहे हो, एनालिसिस कर रहे हो, तो आप और क्या प्रिपेयर कर लो, यूपीएससी किस डेप्थ तक जा सकती है वो आपको जरूर ध्यान देना है। एंड गो थ्रू पीवाईक्यूज, इट विल हेल्प यू। Besides these type of discussions will also help you. Largest of the several key classification of crude oil comprising of this Brent crude oil कुछ और नहीं है, वो इन सारों का मिक्सअप है। मैन्युफैक्चरर ऑल्सो नोन एज लंदन ब्रेंट पेट्रोलियम, ब्रेंट ब्लेंड, यूज टू प्राइस 2/3 ऑफ वर्ल्ड ट्रेड क्रूड ऑयल सप्लाई। अब देखो इसका बेसिक पर्पस क्या है ब्रेंट क्रूड ऑयल का? प्राइसिंग के लिए कई को मिक्स कर दिया गया है और उसके बेसिस पे एक स्टैंडर्ड सेट कर दिया गया है। अदरवाइज व्हाट शुड बी द प्राइस ऑफ सावर, व्हाट शुड बी द प्राइस ऑफ स्वीट, किसी को पता नहीं, अगर परसेंटेज थोड़े कम ज़्यादा है तो कितना रखना है। दैट्स वाई दे हैव यूटिलाइज दिस अ मिक्स, और इसी को स्टैंडर्ड सेट कर दिया और इसके बेसिस पे कम ज़्यादा होता है एंड दे पुट इट। ओके, ब्रेंट वर्ड कहाँ से है? आइडेंटिफिकेशन स्ट्रेटजी ऑफ सेल यूके एक्सप्लोरेशन एंड प्रॉड, वर्किंग इन लिeu of this which at first named all of its field after birds, in this case the Brent goose, वहाँ से आया है। These type of some things also UPSC एक स्टेटमेंट में दे देती है, इसलिए मैं सोचा कि आपको थोड़ा सा इसके बारे में बता दूं। Production of petroleum from Africa, Middle East, Europe, flowing west tends to be price related to this oil। ठीक है, benchmark है, mostly it is a benchmark of pricing। Short crude oil क्या है? Contains impurity, sulfur is impurity in that, sulfur is not a good thing but it is impurity। अगर 0.5% है, जनरली 1 to 2% होता है। Impurities are to be removed before this low quality crude can be refined। तो पहले तो इस impurity को निकालना है, इसकी वजह से क्या होगा? Increasing cost of processing हो जाएगा। Result is higher price gasoline than that made from sweet crude oil। अब प्रोसेसिंग की वजह से प्रॉब्लम आ रही है। sour crude oil तो कम था प्राइस in market, but the processing is relatively difficult because we have to remove this sulfur। उस वजह से प्राइस इंक्रीज हो गया। It can be toxic and corrosive also। It does not require simpler refining, rather it requires complex and capital intensive, mostly desulfurization technique होती है। Desulfurization technique आप लोग इन्वायरमेंट में भी पढ़ते हो, पावर प्लांट्स के केस में वो लगाते हैं, पूछ भी सकता है ये। तो वहाँ पे पावर प्लांट के केस में सल्फर कोल में ज़्यादा है, उसको पावर प्लांट कम करने के लिए, कैप्चर करने के लिए डिसल्फ्राइजेशन टेक्निक यूज़ करते हैं, इसलिए यहाँ पे भी हो सकता है। मोस्टली कहाँ कहाँ होता है? नॉर्थ अमेरिका, साउथ अमेरिका, मिडिल ईस्ट में कहाँ कहाँ, वो आप देख लो। आते हैं वापस हम अपने क्वेश्चन पे फटाफट। सेकेंड स्टेटमेंट, सॉर क्रूड ऑयल इज जनरली अवेलेबल एट लोअर प्राइस इन द इंटरनेशनल मार्केट कंपेयर टू। भाई बात तो ये सही है, ये भी सही है, ये भी सही है। सॉर क्रूड ऑयल रिक्वायर्स सिंपलर रिफाइनिंग, नहीं भाई अभी हमने देखा इट इज वेरी कॉम्प्लेक्स, इट रिक्वायर्स वेरी कॉम्प्लेक्स, यहाँ पे ही ये ट्रैप था। टू मीट इन्वायरमेंटल एंड फ्यूल क्वालिटी, ये तो है कि टू मीट इन्वायरमेंटल एंड फ्यूल क्वालिटी स्टैंडर्ड्स बट नॉट सिंपलर बट कॉम्प्लेक्स। स्टेटमेंट 3 रॉन्ग है। अब देखते हैं हम कैसे करते हैं। बोथ स्टेटमेंट 2 and 3 आर करेक्ट, नहीं यहीं पे ये गलत हो गया, 2 3 को बोल दिया, 3 इज रॉन्ग। बोथ 2 and 3 आर करेक्ट, फिर अगेन गलत। ओनली 1 of the 2 and 3 करेक्ट, ये बात सही है। एंड दैट एक्सप्लेन स्टेटमेंट 1 देखते हैं, नाइदर 2 nor 3, ये भी गलत। वैसे ही सॉल्व हो गया, मुझे तो ये भी देखने की जरूरत नहीं है कि 1 और है कि नहीं, यहाँ से ही हो गया, बट स्टिल बिकॉज लगा देते हैं। इंडिया इंपोर्ट्स अ सिग्निफिकेंट शेयर ऑफ इट्स इन द फॉर्म ऑफ सॉर क्रूड, क्यों? जनरली अवेलेबल एट लोअर प्राइस, यस दैट्स द रीजन, लोअर प्राइस की वजह से ही हम बढ़िया खूब ले रहे हैं। एरल वाला जो रशिया का एरल माउंटेन से उस रीजन में है और वहाँ से हम लाते हैं इसको, इस वजह से काफ़ी ले रहे थे। अब देखते हैं अगला क्वेश्चन। तो बेसिकली उस क्वेश्चन में हमें प्रिपेयर क्या करना था, तीनों टर्मिनोलॉजीज उनको आप थोड़ा सा देख लो, कहाँ लोकेटेड है, कहाँ से ज्यादा आ रहा है, कितना परसेंटेज है। दैट्स अ गुड basic knowledge you should have. Now moving to next question. This question is related to a very significant development this year has happened and I believe personally that this question can be asked. क्या आएगा क्या नहीं आएगा, we will look. Which of the following statement is not correct regarding the what? विकसित भारत गारंटी फॉर रोजगार एंड आजीविका मिशन ग्रामीण एक्ट 2025 क्या क्या है, उसी के फीचर्स बोले हैं। स्टेटमेंट इज नॉट करेक्ट, फीचर्स पूछे हैं। द न्यू एक्ट इंक्रीजेज गारंटीड वेज एम्प्लॉयमेंट फ्रॉम 100 डेज टू 125 डेज पर रूरल हाउस होल्ड। बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, रूरल की जगह अर्बन कर दिया, अर्बन की जगह रूरल कर दिया। यू हैव टू लुक इनटू दिस एस्पेक्ट। ये स्टेटमेंट है, वी विल लुक कि सही है कि गलत है। इट सिर्फ रूरल एम्प्लॉयमेंट फ्रॉम अ सेंट्रल सेक्टर टू ए सेंट्रली स्पॉन्सर्ड फ्रेमवर्क। बहुत जरूरी है कि आपको जानना है कि व्हाट इज सेंट्रल सेक्टर स्कीम, व्हाट इज सेंट्रली स्पॉन्सर्ड स्कीम, क्या क्राइटेरिया है। बहुत ही बेसिक फैक्ट या बहुत ही बेसिक कॉन्सेप्ट है विच यू नीड टू लर्न। इफ अ पर्सन सीकिंग वर्क इज नॉट प्रोवाइडेड एम्प्लॉयमेंट विद इन 15 डेज द सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट, अब यहाँ पे देखो ऐसी जगहों पर सेंट्रल हो सकता है, स्टेट हो सकता है, यू शुड लुक, विल पे एन अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट अलाउंस। देखते हैं, The act authorizes states, अब देखो यहाँ पे सेंटर था, यहाँ पे states to pre-notify up to 60 days। अब देखो 60 की जगह 61 नहीं करेगा, 62 नहीं करेगा, 600 days they will do। थोड़ा सा ये जैसे 100 to बहुत छोटे छोटे नहीं प्ले करते हैं, they play big। आपको इतना नहीं, 600 days कर देंगे। In a financial year during peak sowing and harvesting season when work shall not be undertaken। पहले हम कुछ फीचर्स देख लेते हैं। देखो the good source for such type of any act or bill is PRS। PRS पे बहुत बढ़िया तरीके से कोई भी बिल या एक्ट का फीचर्स प्रॉपर देते हैं। इट इज ऑथेंटिक, गलतियां नहीं है, तो आप आराम से अच्छे से कर सकते हो। आई हैव यूज दिस, और ये फीचर्स वहां पे दिए हुए हैं आपको दिखाने के लिए। फटाफट हम देख लेते हैं। इंक्रीज इन नंबर ऑफ गारंटी डेज ऑफ एम्प्लॉयमेंट कितना हुआ, पहला फीचर क्या है, दिस इज फर्स्ट फीचर। बिल इंक्रीजेस गारंटी टू 125 डेज, ठीक है। एमजी नरेगा में कितना था, if a person is seeking work is not provided employment within 15 days the state government, कौन देगा, state government must pay them an unemployment allowance। और ये प्रोविजन अभी भी है। देखो दिस इज कंपैरेटिव एनालिसिस ऑल्सो, आपको पेपर में ही दे दिया एमजी नरेगा वर्सेस वीबी ग्राम जीबीएल। आप क्या करोगे, यू शुड नो कि अर्लियर प्रोविजंस क्या थे, अभी क्या। ऑलवेज प्रिपेयर अ टेबल व्हाइल डूइंग एनी बिल। एक टेबल बनाओ, आप टेबल बना के क्या कर सकते हो, लेफ्ट राइट प्रीवियस प्रोविजंस, अभी क्या है, क्या रिटेन है क्या नहीं है। दिस इज हाउ यू विल नॉट बी कंफ्यूज। अदरवाइज कंपैरेटिव एनालिसिस नहीं रहेगा, सिर्फ ये प्रोविजन पढ़े हो, आपको पुराने प्रोविजंस नहीं पता है, दे विल प्ले देयर, और आप वहां पे एग्जाम हॉल में कंफ्यूज हो जाओगे। दैट्स व्हाई यू नीड टू लर्न दीज थिंग्स। सेकेंड, फंड शेयरिंग का मैकेनिज्म। अब यहीं पे गेम है, आपको समझना पड़ेगा। फंड शेयरिंग मीन्स फंड शेयरिंग इज द वन ऑफ द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट क्राइटेरिया फॉर वेदर इट इज सेंट्रल सेक्टर स्कीम और सेंट्रली स्पॉन्सर्ड स्कीम। Under MG नरेगा central government provides the entire cost of wages for unskilled and manual labor up to 3/4 of the material cost देते थे and share of administrative cost। State government provide 1/4 of the material cost and administrative cost, unemployment allowance and compensation in case of delay in wage payment। ध्यान रखना है क्या क्या बोला है, सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट क्या करते थे और स्टेट गवर्नमेंट। दिस इज द इंपॉर्टेंट फीचर। These are the tussles, these are the issues, these are the tussles between central and state government. That's why these provision you should know. The bill amends to provide that the scheme will be implemented as centrally sponsored, my dear students। centrally sponsored बना दिया। State government will notify a scheme consistent with the bill within 6 months from its commencement। Fund sharing pattern between central and state government will be 60-40 और नॉर्थ ईस्ट एंड हिमालयन स्टेट के लिए 90-10 होगा। क्या क्या शेयर करेंगे, ए स्टेट एंड सेंट्रल विल शेयर द कॉस्ट ऑफ वेजेस, मटेरियल कॉस्ट, एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव कॉस्ट इन द अबव रेशियो। स्टेट गवर्नमेंट विल कंटिन्यू टू पे अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट अलाउंस एंड कंपनसेशन। ये आपको ध्यान रखना है कि कौन क्या पे कर रहा है, किसके लिए कर रहा है। इट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। बीइंग एन IAS ऑफिसर यू नीड टू नो दीज फीचर्स, इसलिए वो पूछ रहे हैं। स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स टू बियर एक्सपेंडिचर इन एक्सेस ऑफ नॉर्मेटिव एलोकेशन। नॉर्मेटिव एलोकेशन से अगर उससे ज्यादा कुछ भी आप प्रोवाइड कर रहे हो उससे ज़्यादा डेज प्रोवाइड कर रहे हो, एक्सपेंडिचर ज़्यादा हो रहा है तो स्टेट गवर्नमेंट विल बियर, ये प्रोविजन दे दिया। पहले ये प्रोविजन नहीं था। डिटरमाइन स्टेट वाइज नॉर्मेटिव एलोकेशन, सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट ही पहले ही आपको बता देगा, सो दिस इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। एंड स्टेट गवर्नमेंट विल बियर एनी एक्सपेंडिचर अकॉर्डिंग एक्सेस, so this is very important feature. Pause on works during agricultural season, एग्रीकल्चर सीजन में स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स को अनाउंस करना पड़ेगा पहले ही, पीरियड अप टू 60 डेज फॉर एवरी फाइनेंशियल ईयर, कि आप हम पॉज कर रहे हैं बिकॉज दिस इज पीक एग्रीकल्चर सीजन, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट को अनाउंस करना है। एमजी नरेगा में ग्राम पंचायत रिस्पॉन्सिबल थे आइडेंटिफाई करने के लिए प्रोजेक्ट को, बिल ने रिटेन किया है इसको और क्या किया है, प्रिपेयर ए प्लान फॉर वर्क। कहाँ फोकस करना है, 4 थीमेटिक डोमेन्स में फोकस करना है। पूछ लेगा व्हाट आर द 4 थीमेटिक डोमेन्स, यहीं पे माय डियर स्टूडेंट आप क्या करोगे कि सोचोगे कि दिस इज नॉट इंपॉर्टेंट, इसी में से पूछ लेगा कि विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग 4 आर थीमेटिक डोमेन्स अनाउंस इन द रिसेंट वीबीजी ग्राम एक्ट। वाटर सिक्योरिटी, रूरल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, लाइवलीहुड रिलेटेड इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर एंड मिटिगेशन ऑफ एक्सट्रीम वेदर इवेंट। उसके बाद इंप्लीमेंटेशन मॉनिटरिंग कौन करेगा, बोला है एस्टेब्लिश काउंसिल करने के लिए एट सेंटर एंड स्टेट लेवल, बोला था ये एमजी नरेगा एक्ट में ही बोला था, बिल इसको रिटेन करता है। प्लस कंपोजिशन भी बता दिया है इस बार बिल ने कि क्या कंपोजिशन होगा, नेशनल लेवल स्टीयरिंग कमेटी होगी, उसकी क्या कंपोजिशन होगा, स्टीयरिंग कमेटी फॉर ईच स्टेट होगा, उसके फंक्शंस क्या होंगे वो देख लेना, ओवरसीइंग कन्वर्जेंस विद अदर प्रोग्राम, एग्रीगेशन ऑफ डिस्ट्रिक्ट प्लान्स और कोऑर्डिनेटिंग विद नेशनल कमेटी, टेक्नोलॉजी का यूज करना है, बायोमेट्रिक ऑथेंटिकेशन, जियो स्पेशियल टेक्नोलॉजी, मोबाइल एप्लीकेशन, डैशबोर्ड फॉर रियल टाइम एंड वीकली पब्लिक डिस्क्लोजर सिस्टम। तो ये कुछ फीचर्स हैं, इस फीचर्स को बिना जाने अगर आप करने की कोशिश करोगे दैट विल क्रिएट अ प्रॉब्लम। ठीक है, इस फीचर्स को बहुत ही अच्छे ध्यान तरीके से इस साल करना, दिस इज वन ऑफ द वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट क्वेश्चन विच कैन बी आस्क्ड। अब देखते हैं हम, द न्यू एक्ट इंक्रीजेस गारंटीड वेज एम्प्लॉयमेंट 100 to 100। यस माय डियर, सही है, और हमें पूछा है नॉट करेक्ट, भूल जाते हैं हम क्वेश्चन करते टाइम, इसको तुरंत हाईलाइट करो। आई यूज्ड टू पुट लाइक दिस, द मोमेंट आई विल रीड ना, इसको तुरंत हाईलाइट कर लेना है, अदरवाइज यू विल मेक अ मिस्टेक। इट शिफ्ट्स रूरल एम्प्लॉयमेंट फ्रॉम अ सेंट्रल सेक्टर स्कीम टू अ सेंट्रली, बात सही है कि सेंट्रल सेक्टर से सेंट्रली स्पॉन्सर्ड कर दिया, ये भी करेक्ट है। इफ अ पर्सन सीकिंग वर्क इज नॉट प्रोवाइडेड विद इन 15 days, द सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट विल प्ले एन एम्प्लॉयमेंट अलाउंस। नहीं भाई, सेंट्रल नहीं, हमने तो अभी देखा ये स्टेट था। माय डियर स्टूडेंट्स, रॉन्ग। द एक्ट ऑथराइजेज स्टेट्स टू प्री नोटिफाई अप टू 60 days, हाँ, इन अ फाइनेंशियल ईयर ड्यूरिंग पीक, सो स्टेट को ही करने को बोला है। सीजन व्हेन वर्क शैल नॉट बी अंडरटेकन, ये भी स्टेटमेंट सही है। सो माय डियर स्टूडेंट, ओनली दिस इज रॉन्ग एंड वी हैव टू मार्क द नॉट करेक्ट, सो ऑप्शन सी इज करेक्ट, विच इज नॉट करेक्ट इज करेक्ट। ओके, ऑलवेज ट्राई टू रिमेंबर लाइक दिस। बहुत ही ऐसे क्वेश्चंस 2-3 अगर मिस्टेक हो जाते हैं बच्चों से, आप पेपर से बाहर हो जाते हो। बहुत केयरफुल रहो, व्हाट इज करेक्ट व्हाट इज नॉट करेक्ट। नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन, अ लो बट पॉजिटिव रेट ऑफ इन्फ्लेशन is often preferred in macroeconomic policy because macroeconomic policy, हम macroeconomic ही मोस्टली करते हैं, उसमें कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ इन्फ्लेशन बोला है, पॉजिटिव रेट ऑफ इन्फ्लेशन। दिस क्वेश्चन इज प्योरली कहाँ से, अपना स्टैटिक क्लास में आपने पढ़ा था, आपने टीचर से पढ़ा था या आपने कोई बुक पढ़ी थी, जो भी चीज़ आपने पढ़ा था वहाँ से आप ये कर रहे हो क्वेश्चन। सो दैट्स व्हाई इट इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट कि उसको ब्रशअप करते रहो, अदरवाइज कंफ्यूज हो जाओगे कि पॉजिटिव इन्फ्लेशन क्या होगा, नेगेटिव इन्फ्लेशन क्या होगा, स्टैगफ्लेशन क्या होगा, स्क्यूफ्लेशन क्या होगा। दीज टर्म्स यू शुड बी क्लियर, टर्मिनोलॉजी शुड बी एट द टिप। टर्मिनोलॉजीज के लिए एक चीज़ और आप यूज़ कर सकते हो, आरबीआई हैज़ ग्लॉसरी, तो उस ग्लॉसरी को ऐसे ही डालना आप नेट पे कि आरबीआई ग्लॉसरी गूगल पे, यू विल फाइंड दिस। उस ग्लॉसरी को ब्रशअप करते रहो। आपके क्लास में टीचर्स ने काफ़ी अच्छे पढ़ा रखे होंगे, आपने अपने से कुछ प्रिपेयर किया होगा, उसको कीप रिवाइजिंग, दैट विल हेल्प यू। ओके, इट इंक्रीजेज द रियल परचेजिंग पावर ऑफ मनी ओवर टाइम। ओके, इट सपोर्ट्स एग्रीगेट डिमांड। देखो एग्रीगेट डिमांड क्या होती है, यू शुड नो। रियल परचेजिंग पावर क्या होती है, यू शुड नो। By encouraging consumption and investment, it reduces income inequality by raising nominal wages. That is again a very important thing जो ये बोल रहे हैं. It ensures exchange rate stability by preventing currency depreciation. ठीक है, let us see positive rate of inflation. यानी कि थोड़ा सा rate of inflation बोला है, सिर्फ inflation नहीं बोला है, rate of inflation. For example CPI आपका 3% है, 4% है, 2.5% है, परसेंटेज में इट इज पॉजिटिव, इज ऑफन प्रिफर्ड इन मैक्रो इकोनॉमी. क्यों पॉजिटिव नहीं होगा तो क्या होगा, डिफ्लेशन हो जाएगा, इकोनॉमी विल बी इन रिसेशन. हम फिलिप्स कर्व पढ़े हैं, क्या पढ़े हैं, ऐसे होता है ना कि आपका इन्फ्लेशन और अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट की रेशियो बोलता है कि जैसे जैसे इन्फ्लेशन बढ़ेगा अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट आपका डिक्रीज होगा. सो दिस इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर यू. इन्फ्लेशन इज ए मोटिवेटिंग फैक्टर ऑल्सो. महंगाई अगर नहीं बढ़ रही है, प्रोडक्ट का कॉस्ट थोड़ा सा बढ़ेगा तो प्रॉफिट मार्जिन बढ़ेगा, इन्वेस्टर्स विल बी हैप्पी, तो वो और इन्वेस्टमेंट लाएंगे. इट विल एक्सपेंड एम्प्लॉयमेंट अपॉर्चुनिटीज. उसके लिए एम्प्लॉयमेंट हमें करना पड़ेगा, उसके लिए इकोनॉमिक एक्टिविटीज होगी. लैंड, लेबर, कैपिटल, एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप विल बी देयर. जो 4 फैक्टर्स ऑफ प्रोडक्शन है, तो वो चारों प्ले में आएंगे. दैट्स वाई वी नीड समथिंग पॉजिटिव. बहुत ज़्यादा हाई होगा इट विल बी निगेटिव, बट पॉजिटिव इज गुड, नॉट वेरी हाई. पॉजिटिव होगा, दिस विल बी अ साइकिल. आप इन्वेस्टमेंट करोगे तो आप मटेरियल भी ला रहे हो, लैंड ले रहे हो, कैपिटल ला रहे हो, एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप ला रहे हो, एंड यू विल रिक्वायर लेबर ऑल्सो. एम्प्लॉयमेंट बढ़ेगा, मैक्रो इकोनॉमिक एक्टिविटीज बढ़ेंगी, जीडीपी ग्रोथ विल इंक्रीज. इट इंक्रीजेज द रियल परचेसिंग पावर ऑफ मनी ओवर टाइम. नहीं भाई, इन्फ्लेशन तो कभी भी रियल परचेसिंग पावर करता ही नहीं है. रियल तो करता ही नहीं है, नॉमिनल कर देगा, रियल करेगा ही नहीं. इन्फ्लेशन जिस चीज की, इस पेन की वैल्यू आज 10 रुपये है, इन्फ्लेशन की वजह से इसकी बहुत डिमांड बढ़ गई, सप्लाई नहीं है, इसकी 15 रुपये हो गई, तो इससे नहीं परचेसिंग पावर बल्कि घट जाएगी. इट सपोज एग्रीगेट डिमांड बाई एनकरेजिंग कंजम्पशन एंड इन्वेस्टमेंट. देखते हैं, इसमें थोड़ा सा कंफ्यूजिंग लग रहा है. इट रिड्यूसेस इनकम इनइक्वालिटी बाई रेजिंग नॉमिनल वेज. ऐसा कोई जरूरी नहीं है, नॉमिनल वेजेस बढ़े नहीं बढ़े कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता है, बढ़ भी सकता है नहीं बढ़ सकता. इनकम इनइक्वालिटी भी कितना बढ़ा है कितना नहीं, तो दिस इज अ डाइसी स्टेटमेंट. नहीं है, ये भी नहीं है अभी तक. इट इंश्योर्स एक्सचेंज रेट स्टेबिलिटी बाय प्रिवेंटिंग करेंसी की तो कोई मतलब ही नहीं आ रहा है यहाँ पे हम बात कर ही नहीं रहे हैं बाहर की, यहाँ पे तो अपने देश की बात कर रहे हैं अभी ना. इंडियन इकोनॉमी या किसी एक पर्टिकुलर इकोनॉमी की आप बात कर रहे हो. स्टेटमेंट दिस इज मोस्ट अप्रोप्रिएट. अब देखते हैं, इसको समझ लेते हैं. इट सपोर्ट्स एग्रीगेट डिमांड बाय इंक्रीजिंग कंजम्पशन. हाँ, एग्रीगेट डिमांड कैसे बढ़ेगा? कंजम्पशन और इन्वेस्टमेंट दोनों होगा. थोड़ा सा इसका प्राइस बढ़ाया, मान लो कि अर्लियर इट वॉज 50 रुपीज, नाउ इट इज 52. सो 2 रुपीज मार्जिन हैज इंक्रीज. इन्वेस्टर फील की और इसका प्रोडक्शन करते हैं, और प्रोडक्शन करने के लिए क्या करेंगे वो? दे नीड मोर एक्सपेंशन. उनको कंजम्पशन बढ़ाना पड़ेगा रॉ मटेरियल का, चीज़ों का. सो दे विल हायर मोर लेबर ऑल्सो टू प्रोसेस दीज थिंग्स. लेबर को हायर करेंगे तो क्या होगा? उन लेबर को वेज दे रहे हैं, उनका भी कंजम्पशन बढ़ रहा है, मटेरियल का कंजम्पशन भी बढ़ रहा है, इन्वेस्टमेंट भी आ रहा है. दैट्स व्हाई एग्रीगेट डिमांड इज गोइंग टू इंक्रीज. दैट्स व्हाई पॉजिटिव इन्फ्लेशन इज रिक्वायर्ड. सिंपल कॉन्सेप्ट था. अगला क्वेश्चन देखते हैं माय डियर स्टूडेंट्स. दिस विल बी 54th क्वेश्चन इन योर पेपर. विथ रेफरेंस टू पैक्स सिलिका रिसेंटली सीन इन न्यूज, कंसीडर द फॉलोइंग स्टेटमेंट. पैक्स सिलिका काफी न्यूज में रहेगा. वी विल सी हियर, पहले तो कैसे सॉल्व करें क्वेश्चन, एंड देन व्हाट फर्दर यू नीड टू प्रिपेयर इन दिस टॉपिक, क्योंकि बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट टॉपिक है, बहुत ही हॉट टॉपिक है, इंडिया के रिलेटेड है, तो इसलिए प्रिपेयर कर लेना. पैक्स सिलिका इज यूएस लेड इनिशिएटिव एम्ड एट सिक्योरिंग एडवांस टेक्नोलॉजी, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस रिलेटेड सप्लाई चेन्स. कई बार बहुत ईजी लगता है, हम जंप कर देते हैं बिना पढ़े. बोथ इंडिया एंड चाइना आर फाउंडिंग मेंबर्स ऑफ द पैक्स सिलिका इनिशिएटिव. ये तो कॉमन सेंस की बात है कि चाइना को तो यूएस लाएगा नहीं, अगर यूएस लेड इनिशिएटिव है तो इस समय तो लाएगा ही नहीं, वो भी एआई और इसमें टसल हो रहा है. कौन सा करेक्ट है? थोड़ा सा हम फटाफट इन्फॉर्म. यूएस डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ स्टेट का फ्लैगशिप एफर्ट है. इनकी साइट पे आप चले जाओ, सारा इन्फॉर्मेशन मिल जाएगा. क्या कोर ऑब्जेक्टिव्स हैं? रिड्यूस कोएर्सिव डिपेंडेंसी, पार्टनर टू सिक्योर ग्लोबल टेक सप्लाई चेन, एड्रेस एआई सप्लाई चेन अपॉर्चुनिटीज, प्रोटेक्ट सेंसिटिव टेक्नोलॉजीज, बिल्ड ट्रस्टेड स्पैनिंग क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स, एनर्जी, एडवांस मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, सेमीकंडक्टर्स, एआई इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, लॉजिस्टिक्स. पैक्स का मीनिंग क्या है? डिनोटिंग पीस, स्टेबिलिटी एंड प्रॉस्पेरिटी. कई बार यही पूछ लेगा. नेक्स्ट, कौन सिग्नेटरीज हैं, नॉन सिग्नेटरीज. दिस विल कीप इवॉल्विंग, कीप लुक. इंडिया को भी अभी बोल दिया, अभी ऑफिशियली उनकी साइट पे उन्होंने इंडिया को अनाउंस नहीं किया है. दे हैव सेड कि इंडिया विल बी अ मेंबर. आप जंप करके तुरंत टिक मत मार देना, until unless it is there. अभी इसमें नहीं है, ये ऑलरेडी हो चुके हैं और ये नॉन सिग्नेटरी पार्टिसिपेंट्स हैं ऑलरेडी. सो बी केयरफुल, यही आपको प्रिपेयर करना है. सो इट इज यूएस लेड इनिशिएटिव. हाँ, एडवांस टेक्नोलॉजी, एआई रिलेटेड सप्लाई चेन्स के लिए ही है बेसिकली. स्टेटमेंट 2 इज रॉन्ग, अपना ए करेक्ट. We are going to next question. Which of the following are generally considered high frequency indicators of growth in economic growth in India? High frequency indicators from time to time न्यूज़पेपर में आते रहते हैं, बहुत सारे हैं. जैसे PMI आप बार बार सुनते रहते हो, तो दिस इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. IIP, तो वो सब प्रिपेयर कर लो। हमने स्टैटिक में भी पढ़ रखा है कुछ कुछ कॉन्सेप्ट आईआईपी वगैरह के, जीडीपी के, तो वेदर इट इज और नॉट, क्या क्या बोला है, आईआईपी, जीएसटी कलेक्शन, जीडीपी, पीएमआई, विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग इज करेक्ट आंसर यूजिंग द गिवन बिलो। अब देखो जीडीपी हाई फ्रीक्वेंसी नहीं है, हर महीने नहीं करते, क्वार्टरली बेसिस पे करते हैं। हाई फ्रीक्वेंसी का मतलब कि जिसका रिपीटेशन आफ्टर ईच मंथ इट इज हैपनिंग, और ईच आफ्टर 15 डेज ऐसा हो, या आफ्टर ईच वीक इट इज बीइंग क्वार्टरली, दैट्स वाई। आप उसके अलावा आप देखो सब हर मंथ आता है। जीएसटी कलेक्शन फर्स्ट को, ऑलमोस्ट फर्स्ट ऑफ एवरी मंथ इट इज अनाउंस कि कितना हुआ है। आईआईपी एवरी मंथ, पीएमआई एवरी मंथ, दिस इज बाई अ प्राइवेट बॉडी बट इट इज एवरी मंथ। थर्ड हटा दो आप, थर्ड हटा दो, आंसर सी 124। थोड़ा सा हम देख लेते हैं क्या होते हैं एफआई, रियल टाइम और नियर रियल टाइम डेटा पॉइंट्स, ट्रैक इकोनॉमिक एक्टिविटी विदाउट सिग्निफिकेंट लैग। 6 महीने साल भर का पुराना डेटा आ रहा है, इट इज नॉट हाई फ्रिक्वेंट। क्या क्या हो सकते हैं, पावर कंजम्पशन, जीएसटी बिल्स, पैसेंजर व्हीकल सेल्स, एयर ट्रैफिक, यूपीआई ट्रांजैक्शंस, आप सुनते रहते हो, तो इसको ध्यान रखना है, ठीक है। Our next question, question number 56, अच्छा क्वेश्चन है। कंसिडर द फॉलोइंग स्टेटमेंट रिगार्डिंग द डेप्रिसिएशन ऑफ द इंडियन रूपी। अगेन कॉन्सेप्ट लगाना है, डेप्रिसिएशन एप्रिसिएशन कब होगा, बाहर से ज़्यादा डॉलर आ रहा है, एप्रिसिएट करेगा, कम, जिस चीज़ की ज़्यादा अवेलेबिलिटी है रूपी और डॉलर में वो एप्रिसिएट करेगा, जो कम है, एफडीआई, फॉरेन डायरेक्ट इन्वेस्टमेंट, एफपीआई आर पुलिंग आउट मनी, डॉलर जा रहा है, मनी की अवेलेबिलिटी ज़्यादा है, तो क्या होगा, डेप्रिसिएट करने लगेगा रूपी। ऑलवेज यूज दिस बेसिक कॉन्सेप्ट वाला क्वेश्चन है। डेप्रिसिएशन ऑफ द रूपी प्राइमरीली लीड्स टू डिमांड साइड। अब देखो आपने दो पढ़ा है, डिमांड साइड एंड कॉस्ट पुश। अब डिमांड साइड इन्फ्लेशन बढ़ेगा कि नहीं देखना है आप यहाँ पे बहुत तुरंत, दिस इज द ट्रैप। डेप्रिसिएशन ऑफ रूपी मेक्स इंडियन गुड्स चीपर इन फॉरेन मार्केट्स। देखते हैं, एन एक्सपेंशनरी मार्केट मॉनिटरी पॉलिसी बाई आरबीआई कैन हेल्प एड्रेस द प्रॉब्लम ऑफ फॉलिंग रूपी इन द शॉर्ट रन। देखते हैं क्या आंसर है। डेप्रिसिएशन ऑफ रूपी प्राइमरी लीड्स टू डिमांड साइड इन्फ्लेशन। डिमांड साइड, डिमांड कहाँ से बढ़ रहा है, डेप्रिसिएट हो रहा है रूपी, तो हमारे डिमांड साइड इन्फ्लेशन, हमारा इंडिया का इकोनॉमी में रूपी डेप्रिसिएट हो गया है, डिमांड नहीं बढ़ेगा, कॉस्ट बल्कि हमारा बढ़ जाएगा। हमें मान लो पेट्रोलियम है, हम इंपोर्ट करते हैं, हमें पेट्रोलियम के लिए ज़्यादा पैसा देना है, हमारी मनी की वैल्यू डेप्रिसिएट हो गई है, डॉलर की वैल्यू ज़्यादा हो गई है। पहले हम मान लो कि $90 देते थे, अब हम दे रहे हैं 95, या पहले $80 दे रहे थे, अब 92 दे रहे हैं, तो ज़्यादा पैसा देना पड़ रहा है, यानी कि डिमांड नहीं, कॉस्ट बढ़ गया है, कॉस्ट पुश इन्फ्लेशन होगा, डिमांड नहीं, ठीक है। सो बी क्लियर, यही ट्रैप था, रॉन्ग। डेप्रिसिएशन ऑफ रूपी मेक्स इंडियन गुड्स चीपर इन द फॉरेन मार्केट। हाँ, अब क्या होगा, डॉलर और रूपी का वैल्यू देखो, करेंसी वैल्यू, पहले अपना डॉलर, पहले इस $1 का था और $1 इक्वल टू 90, अभी क्या हो गया, $1 इक्वल टू 95। हमें हमारा गुड्स एक्सटर्नल मार्केट में चीपर हो गया, क्योंकि हमारा वैल्यू, अब तो मुझे इसकी तो वैल्यू फिक्स है ना, इसकी 50 थी, अभी भी 50 है, लेकिन 1 इक्वल टू 90, 1 इक्वल टू 95, तो इसकी वैल्यू वहाँ पे कम हो जाएगी, वहाँ पे कम हो जाएगी तो डिमांड बढ़ जाएगा एक्सटर्नल मार्केट। सो डेप्रिसिएशन इज गुड फॉर एक्सपोर्टर्स, डेप्रिसिएशन इज बैड फॉर इंपोर्टर। अगर इंपोर्टेड कंट्री है, ट्रेड डेफिसिट है, तो डेफिसिट इज अ आपका क्या बोलते हैं, डेप्रिसिएशन इज अ प्रॉब्लमेटिक थिंग। Depreciation of rupee makes Indian goods cheaper. Yes, absolutely, my dear. An expansionary market policy. Expansionary क्या होता है? Dear monetary policy. Dearer. ज़्यादा पैसा रिलीज कर रहे हैं, रेपो रेट घटा दिए, ज़्यादा पैसा रिलीज होगा मार्केट में। RBI can help address the problem. पहले ही पैसा ज़्यादा था, ऑलरेडी वी हैव मनी, रूपी, और एक्सपेंशनरी कर दिए, क्या होगा, इट विल और डेप्रिशिएट कर देगा, मनी कंट्रोल नहीं करेगा, उल्टा करना है। स्टेटमेंट रॉन्ग। क्या है, 3 wrong, 3 wrong, 1 is also wrong, 2 my dear students, this is correct। अगला हम देखते हैं क्वेश्चन नंबर 57, which of the following receipts and expenditure is or are included under the union budget 2026 to 27। some these are some conceptual as well as factual question, ये दोनों का blend है, पूछ लेगा, आप उस समय सरप्राइज रह जाओगे, अरे क्या अनाउंस किया था, आप कंफ्यूज हो जाओगे, क्योंकि आप सुने हो, और इस क्वेश्चन को टेम्पटेशन होगा सॉल्व करने का भी। आपने सुना था बजट, आपने पढ़ा था बजट, लेकिन एग्जैक्ट याद नहीं है, क्योंकि कभी एग्जैक्ट सोचा नहीं कि क्या बोला, उसके लिए दिस क्वेश्चन विल हेल्प यू टू सॉल्व। एक्चुअल्स फॉर एफवाई, दिस रिवाइज एस्टिमेट फॉर दिस। अब देखो 26 to 27 बोला है, यहाँ पे 1 साल पहले बोल रहा है, यहाँ पे 2 साल पहले बोल रहा है, रिवाइज एस्टिमेट्स 2 साल पहले का, एक्चुअल्स 1 साल पहले का, और बजट एस्टिमेट इसी साल का बोला है। देखते हैं, आई विल गिव यू अ थिंग, ये ध्यान रखना है। 3 सेट्स ऑफ फिगर्स आर टिपिकली प्रेजेंटेड। क्या क्या है? एक्चुअल्स ऑफ द प्रीवियस, एक्चुअल्स किसका? प्रीवियस का, प्रीवियस कंप्लीटेड फाइनेंशियल ईयर, रिवाइज एस्टिमेट ऑफ द करंट फाइनेंशियल एंड बजट ऑफ द इंस्विंग, इंस्विंग मीन्स जो आ रहा है, रिवाइज करंट का देता है। तो बच्चा लोग एक्चुअल्स फॉर, एक्चुअल्स किसका? जस्ट प्रीवियस का, प्रीवियस का होना चाहिए। प्रीवियस विल बी, एक मिनट, जस्ट गिव मी 1 मिनट। एक्चुअल्स फॉर द प्रीवियस कंप्लीटेड फाइनेंशियल ईयर, प्रीवियस कंप्लीटेड फाइनेंशियल ईयर वाज दिस, रिवाइज एस्टिमेट्स फॉर 24 to 25 वाज दिस, ठीक है, और बजट एस्टिमेट फॉर दिस, ये अपना गलत, रिवाइज एस्टिमेट नहीं, रिवाइज एस्टिमेट इसका भी नहीं, एंड बजट एस्टिमेट फॉर दिस, ओनली दिस इज करेक्ट, ठीक है। अपना हम कॉन्सेप्ट एक बार फिर से देख लेंगे। रिवाइज एस्टिमेट ऑफ द करंट फाइनेंशियल ईयर दे रहा है, करंट फाइनेंशियल ईयर का, जो फाइनेंशियल ईयर चल रहा है आपका 26 to 27, तो उसका देगा, ठीक है। तो ध्यान रखना है, दिस इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। सो अपना ये गलत, ये गलत, ये ओनली सही, बी। नेक्स्ट 58, with reference to the debt market in India, consider the following statements। debt market के related कौन सा statement correct है? India's government debt market is larger in size than its corporate debt market. Corporate bond in India generally offer higher yields than government securities of comparable maturity. SEBI primarily regulates the corporate debt market in India, whereas RBI regulates the government debt market. Corporate debt forms part of the money market, whereas government bonds are part of the capital market. Correct कौन सा है? देखो, this question is blend of both concept, static, और क्या trends हैं, दोनों का ब्लेंडिंग है। दिस इज वाई इट इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, यू हैव टू लर्न बोथ थिंग्स। आपको करंट अफेयर्स पे भी नज़र रखनी है। बहुत ही क्विकली ब्रश अप करेंगे। देखो, दिस आई हैव टेकन फ्रॉम हियर, ठीक है। उन्होंने ये सारी चीज़ें बहुत अच्छे तरीके से दे रखी हैं ऑफ द ईयर 23 to 24। अब इससे एक मोटा मोटी आपको अंदाजा लग जाएगा कि क्या होता है। सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट की ग्रॉस लाइबिलिटीज़ कितना है एज ए परसेंटेज ऑफ जीडीपी, ये भी पूछ सकते हैं। सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट का लाइबिलिटीज़ सिर्फ जनरल गवर्नमेंट का, मतलब स्टेट और सेंटर दोनों का मिला के कितना है और कितना परसेंटेज है, 80.6 है, ऑलरेडी इतना था। एक्सटर्नल डेट कितना है, इतना है, और परसेंटेज ऑफ जीडीपी कितना है वो भी दिया हुआ है। मार्केटेबल डेट कितना है सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट का, वेटेज एवरेज एल्ड मैच्योरिटी, कूपन, कॉमर्शियल बैंक से कितना लिया है, इंश्योरेंस कंपनी से, प्रोविडेंट फंड से, सेंटर का और स्टेट का शॉर्ट टर्म और लॉन्ग टर्म क्या है, सब कुछ मैंने दे रखा है आपको। आप एक बार इसको जरूर जाना, इट विल हेल्प यू अ लॉट। इसके अलावा कॉर्पोरेट डेट पार्ट ऑफ बोथ मनी मार्केट, क्योंकि शॉर्ट टर्म होता है जैसे कॉमर्शियल पेपर, और कैपिटल मार्केट कैन बी लॉन्ग टर्म कॉर्पोरेट बॉन्ड्स ऑल्सो, ये दोनों का पार्ट होते हैं। गवर्नमेंट बॉन्ड्स आर ऑल्सो पार्ट ऑफ कैपिटल मार्केट वाइल ट्रेजरी विल बिलोंग टू मनी मार्केट। सिंपल सी बात है। अब हम देखते हैं कि हमारा क्या सही है क्या गलत है। इंडियाज गवर्नमेंट डेट मार्केट इज साइज लार्जर देन इट्स कॉर्पोरेट। हमेशा तो यही तो इकोनॉमिक सर्वे 10 बार बोल चुका है कि हाँ कॉर्पोरेट बॉन्ड का मार्केट साइज बढ़ाओ। यस, दिस इज एब्सोल्युटली करेक्ट। कॉर्पोरेट बॉन्ड्स इन इंडिया जनरली ऑफर हायर यील्ड्स देन गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटीज ऑफ कंपेरेबल मैच्योरिटी। बात ये भी सही है कि हाँ हमें देते हैं वो, इसी वजह से लोग प्रेफर करते हैं कि हम यहाँ पे इन्वेस्ट करें। लेकिन दिक्कत क्या है कि सेफ्टी ज़्यादा है गवर्नमेंट के साथ, इसलिए वो जाते नहीं है। वो हाई रिस्क हाई रिटर्न है, ये लो रिस्क लो रिटर्न है, तो इसलिए वो मार्केट बना नहीं है। और ये जनरली बोला है, एक्सेप्शन हो सकते हैं। सेबी प्राइमरली रेगुलेट्स कॉर्पोरेट डेट मार्केट इन इंडिया वेयर आरबीआई रेगुलेट्स द गवर्नमेंट डेट मार्केट। सही बात है, हमने देखा है कि सेबी ये रेगुलेट करता है और गवर्नमेंट डेट मार्केट आरबीआई करता है। कॉर्पोरेट डेट फॉर्म्स ऑफ द मनी मार्केट, हाँ, वेयर एज गवर्नमेंट बॉन्ड्स आर पार्ट ऑफ द कैपिटल मार्केट। नहीं, अभी हमने देखा कि दोनों हो सकते हैं। सो एक गलत है, 1 2 3 आर करेक्ट, ओनली 3, ऑप्शन सी इज करेक्ट। आगे हम देखते हैं 59, कंसीडर द फॉलोइंग पेयर्स। तो दिस इज वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। अगेन इस क्वेश्चन को हम लोगों ने इंटेंशनली रखा है क्योंकि इंडिया काफ़ी एफटीएस कर रहा है। EU इंडिया एफटीए इज वन ऑफ वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। तो ये टर्मिनोलॉजीज हैं, 5 टर्मिनोलॉजीज, आप जरूर जानो इसके बारे में, अदरवाइज इसी में से कोई एक पूछ लेगा और आप मिस्टेक कर दोगे। फटाफट देखते हैं डिफरेंट टाइप्स ऑफ इकोनॉमिक इंगेजमेंट। पीटीए में आप देख लो, 2 और मोर पार्टनर्स एग्री टू रिड्यूस टैरिफ ऑन एग्रीड नंबर ऑफ टैरिफ लाइंस, ठीक है। एफटीए क्या होता है? आइटम्स कवरिंग सब्सटेंशियल बायलैटरल ट्रेड आर एलिमिनेटेड। की डिफरेंस क्या है एफटीए और पीटीए में? पीटीए पॉजिटिव लिस्ट होता है और एफटीए निगेटिव लिस्ट होता है, बस इतना है, आपको ध्यान रखना है। कंप्रिहेंसिव इकोनॉमिक पार्टिसिपेशन कोऑपरेशन एग्रीमेंट और सेपा, व्हाट इज विच कंसिस्ट ऑफ एन इंटीग्रेटेड पैकेज गुड्स सर्विसेज इन्वेस्टमेंट भी आ गया, अलॉन्ग विद अदर एरियाज इंक्लूडिंग इंटेलेक्चुअल प्रॉपर्टी राइट कंपटीशन, तो वो आ जाता है। कस्टम यूनियन क्या होता है? पार्टनर कंट्रीज में डिसाइड टू ट्रेड एट जीरो ड्यूटी अमॉन्ग देमसेल्फ। कॉमन मार्केट क्या होता है? कस्टम ड्यूटी तो है ही, लेकिन 1 स्टेप डीपर देन द कस्टम यूनियन। क्या इसमें कर देते हैं? फैसिलिटेट फ्री मूवमेंट्स ऑफ लेबर एंड कैपिटल, लेबर का फ्री मूवमेंट भी हो जाता है। इकोनॉमिक यूनियन में मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग क्या है? हार्मोनाइजेशन ऑफ फिजिकल और मॉनेटरी पॉलिसी एंड शेयर्ड एग्जीक्यूटिव जुडिशियल एंड लेजिस्लेटिव, तो इसलिए ये इंपॉर्टेंट हो जाता है। अब हम लोग देखते हैं पीटीए, रिडक्शन ऑफ टैरिफ्स ऑन अ लिमिटेड नंबर ऑफ प्रोडक्ट्स बेस्ड ऑन अ पॉजिटिव लिस्ट। हाँ भाई, यही तो अभी हमने देखा, पॉजिटिव लिस्ट है और लिमिटेड नंबर ऑफ प्रोडक्ट्स रहते हैं। एलिमिनेशन ऑफ टैरिफ्स ऑन सब्सटेंशियली ऑल ट्रेड विद अ कॉमन एक्सटर्नल टैरिफ। नहीं भाई, कॉमन एक्सटर्नल टैरिफ नहीं बना रहे हैं, कोई यूनियन नहीं बना रहे हैं, कोई हम कॉमन मार्केट नहीं बना रहे हैं, इसलिए ये कॉमन मार्केट वगैरह नहीं बना रहे, इसलिए ये गलत है, दिस इज करेक्ट। कस्टम यूनियन, फ्री ट्रेड अमॉन्ग मेंबर्स विद अ कॉमन टैरिफ अगेंस्ट नॉन मेंबर्स, सही बात है, यही है कस्टम यूनियन, दूसरों के लिए कॉमन टैरिफ बना देते हैं और आपस में फ्री ट्रेड रखते हैं। कॉमन मार्केट क्या होता है? कस्टम यूनियंस विद फ्री मूवमेंट ऑफ लेबर एंड कैपिटल, डेफिनेटली दिस इज अगेन करेक्ट कि इसमें फ्री लेबर का भी फ्री मूवमेंट हो जाता है, कैपिटल का भी। कॉमन मार्केट विद हार्मोनाइज्ड फिजिकल एंड मॉनेटरी पॉलिसीज, इकोनॉमिक यूनियन, यस माय डियर। तो अपना सेकेंड इज रॉन्ग, देखते हैं सेकेंड, ये गलत है, ये नहीं होगा सेकेंड, इसमें और इसमें जाते हैं, इसमें 5 इज ऑल्सो करेक्ट, तो अपना आंसर क्या हो जाएगा? 59 का ए। दिस इज हाउ यू हैव टू सॉल्व। इसको एक बार जरूर आप लोग पढ़ लेना, प्रिपेयर कर लेना, क्या डिफरेंसेस हैं, कंफ्यूज नहीं होना, इसमें कंफ्यूजन काफी होगा, कौन सा बड़ा चीज है। देयर इज अ, यू कैन थिंक लाइक एक छोटा सर्कल, बड़ा सर्कल, बड़ा सर्कल, इस तरह से आप बना लोगे तो समझ में आ जाएगा, सिंपल। इसको रख देना इकोनॉमिक यूनियन, इसको रख देना कॉमन मार्केट, इसको रख देना आप कस्टम यूनियन, ये है आपका सेशा शेपा, दिस इज एफटीए, इसके अंदर पीटीए आ गया। दिस इज हाउ यू शुड लर्न, ऐसे बना लोगे आप लोगों को बहुत अच्छा लगेगा। कंसिडर द फॉलोइंग स्टेटमेंट रिगार्डिंग द रिलेशनशिप बिटवीन इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ एंड ह्यूमन डेवलपमेंट। अपना बेसिक कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ ग्रोथ एंड डेवलपमेंट अगर आपको पता होगा, फटाफट इसको आप सॉल्व कर लोगे। इसको हम डायरेक्टली सॉल्व करते हैं। सस्टेन्ड इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ, सस्टेन्ड बोला है, सस्टेन्ड इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ कैन एक्सपैंड द रिसोर्स बेस अवेलेबल फॉर इन्वेस्टमेंट इन ह्यूमन डेवलपमेंट। कर सकता है, अगर सस्टेन्ड है, लॉन्ग टाइम तक हो रहा है तो कर सकता है। इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ सस्टेन्ड है, कैन एक्सपेंड, ये नहीं बोल रहा है कि सेल एक्सपेंड, मतलब करेगा ही करेगा, कर सकता है। इंप्रूवमेंट इन ह्यूमन डेवलपमेंट इंडिकेटर्स डिपेंड्स अपॉन द मैनर इन विच इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ इज डिस्ट्रीब्यूटेड। इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ कैसे डिस्ट्रीब्यूट कर रहा है ये भी डिपेंड करता है। इंप्रूवमेंट इन ह्यूमन डेवलपमेंट इंडिकेटर्स, डेवलपमेंट बता सकता है कि कैसे ग्रोथ डिस्ट्रीब्यूट हुआ है, ग्रोथ सिर्फ नहीं बताएगा, डेवलपमेंट का इंडिकेटर होता है ना, जैसे एजुकेशन, हेल्थ, बाकी सेक्टर्स, तो ये इसका मतलब सही है। इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ बाय इटसेल्फ इज नाइदर अ नेसेसरी नॉर अ सफिशिएंट कंडीशन फॉर ह्यूमन डेवलपमेंट। पक्का हम सब जानते हैं ह्यूमन डेवलपमेंट इज अ ब्रॉडर कॉन्सेप्ट देन इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ। तीनों स्टेटमेंट हमारे सही हैं। विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग आर करेक्ट पूछा है, ऑल 3। ये आप लोग थोड़ा देख लेना दोनों के बीच में डिफरेंस, व्हाट इज डिफरेंस बिटवीन ग्रोथ एंड डेवलपमेंट, दिस विल हेल्प यू टू। ग्रोथ जैसे एक्सटर्नल है, ये इंटरनल है, आउटकम फोकस्ड है अपना डेवलपमेंट, और क्या बोलते हैं ये क्वालिटेटिव है, दिस इज क्वालिटेटिव, दिस इज लाइफ लॉन्ग प्रोसेस, वर्म टू टर्म, और दिस इज ओनली लिमिटेड फॉर अ पीरियड। अपना इकोनॉमी का लास्ट क्वेश्चन, द रेजिलियंस एंड सस्टेनेबिलिटी ट्रस्ट। कुछ ऑर्गेनाइजेशन या इनिशिएटिव कोई लिए रहते हैं, वो पूछ लेते हैं ऐसे ही, सो दैट्स व्हाई कीप लुकिंग। सारे नहीं करने हैं, जितना भी दुनिया में हुआ नहीं, मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस। देखो हमेशा रिलेटिव एग्जाम को समझो, बाकी जो सही करके हैं वो हम गलत नहीं करेंगे। दिस इज वेरी prominent and common, aims to help low income and vulnerable middle income countries build resilience against long term external shocks, is an initiative of which one of the following? My dear students, World Economic Forum, IMF, UNDP और एशियन डेवलपमेंट बैंक का पूछा है। आप IMF की साइट पे जाओगे, इट इज दिस। इसका कुछ इंफॉर्मेशन मैंने यहाँ से आपको देने की कोशिश की है, इट इज ऑथेंटिक सोर्स, इसके बारे में पढ़ लेना कि व्हाट इज दिस रेजिलियंस एंड सस्टेनेबिलिटी ट्रस्ट। आपको ये भी देखना है कि हाउ इट कॉम्प्लीमेंट्स एक्सिस्टिंग लेंडिंग टूल किट। देखो करता क्या है, इट बेसिकली प्रोवाइड्स एक्सटर्नल शॉक्स के लिए और सस्टेनेबल ग्रोथ करता है, लॉन्ग टर्म बैलेंस ऑफ पेमेंट स्टेबिलिटी प्रोवाइड करता है, रेजिलियंस एंड सस्टेनेबिलिटी ट्रस्ट बना रहा है, लोन बेस्ड ट्रस्ट है, ठीक है, सर्विंग एज इट्स लेंडिंग आर्म। वन ऑफ द लाइबिलिटी साइड आरएसएफ इज फंडेड थ्रू वॉलेंट्री कंट्रीब्यूशन है, ये भी पूछ सकता है, ऑफ स्पेशल ड्राइंग राइट्स फ्रॉम IMF मेंबर कंट्रीज। तो और क्या पढ़ना है इसमें, ये सारी चीजें, दीज आर द सम ऑफ द फैक्ट। इसके कुछ की फीचर्स हैं जो आप जरूर पढ़ लो, किसके लिए एलिजिबल है, अवेल्ट ऑफ फाइनेंसिंग फ्रॉम द, कौन कौन है, ऑल IMF मेंबर्स, उनका भी क्राइटेरिया दिया है, लो इनकम कंट्रीज, फिर मिडिल इनकम कंट्रीज के लिए क्या क्राइटेरिया है, तो ये क्राइटेरिया पूछ लेना, पढ़ लेना, शायद यही क्राइटेरिया पूछ ले। दिस इज हाउ दे आर फ्रेमिंग क्वेश्चन। सो माय डियर स्टूडेंट, दिस इज दैट्स व्हाई इट इज वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट यू टू प्रिपेयर लाइक दिस। और जैसा मैंने पहले बताया, माय नेम इज वरुण, सो यू कैन राइट टू मी एनी डाउट, varun.kumar@nextis.com, इस पे आप अपने डाउट्स पूछ सकते हो, भेज सकते हो, या कुछ भी क्वेरीज हैं रिलेटेड टू दिस डिस्कशन, आई विल डेफिनेटली रिप्लाई पर्सनली, ठीक है। और आई होप दिस हेल्प यू टू लर्न। एट लास्ट आई विल से कि प्लीज सब्सक्राइब टू आवर चैनल, इफ यू लाइक द वीडियो, लाइक इट, शेयर विथ योर फ्रेंड्स, and stay tuned for the next discussion. Thank you.
So welcome to ANUBHAV discussion. Let us see the first question. So it says, with reference to the Constitution of India, it's very important word, there is the Constitution of India. Consider the following statements. What is the statement? It is one, upon the expiry of the president term. It is the word expiry. Please take care of this word. The vice president acts as a president until a successor enters upon the office. What statement 2 says? The Constitution is silent on who performs the duty of the Vice President when the Vice President acts as a President, and it says that which of the statements given above is or are correct. Now let us try to understand the background of the issue. So there is two or three basically concept that we will have to take care of. So we might be knowing that there is a post of the President of India under Article 52. Who will be the executive head of the state under Article 53. Now three things are there. There can be vacancy in the office of the president, president can be absent, and there can be basically expiry of the term of the president. These are different. Now how vacancy can occur? So vacancy can occur in the case of the death, resignation, impeachment, or otherwise. How absence can occur? So it can be due to the ill health. In the past, Rajendra Prasad was severely ill. So I am giving you context. Or the president can visit a foreign country for a substantial period of time. And there is the expiry of the term. So generally, as per the constitution, post of the president once elected is valid for the 5 years. So the question says, after the expiry, what will be the case scenario? So after the expiry, what occurs? The president continues the office until a new president is elected, and the maximum time period within which the election to be conducted is the 6 months. This is the thing. So it is not the vice president who will act as a president upon the expiry of the term, but in case of the vacancy or absence, it is the vice president who will act as the president of India for the interim period only. Hope this thing is clear. What is the difference between the vacancy, absence, and the expiry? Now let us assume that in such scenarios, vice president is acting as a president. Now let us suppose if even the vice president is not available, what will happen? So for this scenario, constitution was basically unclear about it. Accordingly, basically President Succession Act was enacted, which says that it is the basically CJI who will perform the duty of the president, and in absence of the CJI, it is the senior most judge of the basically Supreme Court who will perform the duty of the president. This is the succession which is enacted via order. It is the basically statutory provision, not the constitutional provision. Constitution says it is the vice president who will assume the charge of the president in case of the vacancy or absence. Now let us try to see the question. So it says that upon the expiry of the president term, the vice president acts as a president until a successor enters upon the office. So do you think it is correct or incorrect? It is incorrect, because after the expiry of the president, it is not the vice president but the president will play the role of the president until unless new person assumes the office. So it is incorrect. So A we will eliminate, C we will eliminate. Now let us try to see the statement number 2. It says the constitution is silent on who performs the duty of the vice president when the vice president acts as a president. It's very important. Again you will to write, see this from the statement itself. It says the constitution is the silent. Yes, it is silent on it who will perform the duty of the vice president when vice president acts as a president. Now you might be confusing it with two things. Let us try to understand. So in India, vice president performs two duties. So what is the duty attached with the post of the vice president? Once he is the vice president as well as he is a chairperson or chairman of the Rajya Sabha. So in ordinary terms, vice president performs the duty of the chairman of the Rajya Sabha, and his absence is the deputy chairman who performs the duty. Now let us suppose vice president assumes the charge of the president in terms of the vacancy or absence. Now who will perform the duty of the vice president? Constitution is silent on it. It's very important. Constitution is silent. Constitution says in absence of the vice president, chairman will perform the duty of the Rajya Sabha chairman. It is the deputy chairman, not the vice president. So it's very important that constitution is silent on it. That's why this statement will be correct. Also we will have to understand, initially Rajya Sabha was not part of the union legislature. It came into power after the independence only. So it's very important to understand it is not part of that. Accordingly, vice president was given a charge to assume the chairmanship of the Rajya Sabha. It is also one of the additional information that I want to share. So hence statement 2 will be correct. Then answer will be B, that is the 2 only answer will be correct in this scenario. Hope this is clear to you that why statement 1 is incorrect, why statement 2 is correct, because as per constitution, role of the vice president, it is silent on it, right? Now let us move to the second question. It says, what are the implications of a language being included in the 8th schedule of the Constitution of India? Its first statement says the official document of the government of India required to be made available in that language. Second says the representative of language are included in the official language commission constituted under this constitution. Third says the forms, style and expression of the language are to be drawn upon for the enrichment of the Hindi language. And fourth statement says the language is displayed on the Indian currency note. Now the qualifying statement says that which of the statement given above are correct. Now again let us try to understand the background of the Official Language Act. So we used to study during our anthropology that a linguistic survey of India was conducted by one George Garrison in 1927, and it's very interesting to know that he basically selected 700 languages as native language of India. However, once we adopted our constitution, only 14 languages has been given the Official Language Act, official language status by obviously Official Language Act. And very interesting to note that Urdu was included on the insistence of Jawaharlal Nehru ji, and Sanskrit was included on the on the request of the K.M. Munshi ji. Very important. Originally English was also part of the Official Language Act. However, Nehru objected on it because of our colonial legacy. Now what happened? Originally there was 14 languages which was present, and only those languages were given the official language status. Later on several languages has been added. As of now there are 22 languages which are there in Official Language Act, official language list, including Maithili, Dogo, Dogri. These are the words, languages which are there. Now what is the purpose of this official languages? So A is the development of the language, and second, enrichment of the Hindi. This is one of the purposes of enactment of the Official Language Act. So for that the languages which are included in Official Language Act are given certain kind of the grants, as well as few words are drawn from those languages for the enrichment of the Hindi. This is also one of the factor of this Official Language Act. Having said that, we have to understand that Indian currency notes as of now have only 15 languages which is part of the official languages and not all the languages, not all the languages. It is very important. Just try to have a very good idea of the Indian currency notes. You will see only as of now only 15 languages are there out of the 22. Also for the basically enrichment of the official language act, it is the president who will appoint a chairman and members of official language committee, and the members will be drawn from the both Lok Sabha and the Raj Sabha. Obviously Raj Sabha will have more member in this committee, 20 members will be from the Lok Sabha. It is also one of the fact of the basically this official language act. Now having said this background, let us try to understand which statement given above are correct in this context. Now let us try to understand the first statement. Now what the first statement says, that official document of the government of India required to be made available in that languages. Nothing like that. It is not a mandatory clause. Only English, Hindi is there, and also English to be adopted for initial few years only. Later on Hindi to be succeeded, but it is as of now English is the official communication language for the union, and for the state those have the Hindi, it can be communicated in Hindi as well. Otherwise Hindi or English is the official. So first statement deems incorrect. So if first statement is incorrect, we can eliminate the options number C and D easily. Now let us try to understand what statement number 2 says. It says the representative of the language are to be included in the official language commission. Yes, I have just said that president will constitute a official language commission, and under which there will be chairman as well as members will be drawn from those official languages, and it will be basically having both the members from the Lok Sabha as well as the Raj Sabha. So this is correct. So statement number 2 is correct. Now 3 says the forms, style and expression of language are to be drawn upon for the enrichment of the Hindi languages. We have just discussed that one of the purposes of the official language act to enrichment of the Hindi language. It can be from the Sanskrit, it can be from the Bodo, it can be from the Dogri, it can be from Maithili, it can be from the Urdu. And 4th is the language is to be displayed on the Indian currency note. It is also incorrect. If 4th statement is incorrect, we can eliminate option number A as well. Now if you are eliminating option number A, we are eliminating option number C, and we are eliminating option number D. So state number B stand correct. That is the only 2 and 3 is correct according to the question statement. Hope this is clear to you. Now question number 3, it says that if an ordinary bill passed by the state legislative assembly, very important, an ordinary bill is passed by the state legislative assembly, it is rejected by the state legislative council, SLC, which one of the following would follow. Now again let us try to go to the background of the entire issue. Let us try to understand what is the process. So in most of the states there is a single legislative assembly, we call unicameral legislation, and in a few of the state there is a 2 assemblies. It is the UP, Bihar, Maharashtra, Karnataka, Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. There are 6 states which have bicameral legislation, means there are 2 houses. One house is known as State Legislative Council, and first house is known as State Legislative Assembly, and second house can be known as the State Legislative Council. This is the constitutional provision. Now how State Legislative Council is created? So there is a clear mention under Article 169 that the resolution for the creation of the State Legislative Assembly must come from the state concerned. For example, a state like Gujarat, if they want to create State Legislative Council, they will initiate Article 169 and it must be passed by the 2/3 majority from that state concerned. Then it will be transmitted to the Union Parliament, and the sole authority to create or abolish the State Legislative Council vests with the Union Parliament and not the state legislative concern. Now this is the constitutional provision. Now once it is created, what are the powers given to the State Legislative Council? Let us try to understand. So for the union level, there is a Raj Sabha and there is a Lok Sabha, and in most of the situation Lok Sabha and Raj Sabha enjoys equal power except in the case of the money bill and except in the case of the constitutional amendment bill, right? So or in case of, let us suppose, other than bill which is money bill or the constitutional amendment bill, Raj Sabha or both Sabha most of the time enjoy equal power. Means Raj Sabha can reject any bill, which is not the case with the a bicameral legislative, basically having the a state having bicameral. basically houses. For example, if a state has having both state legislative assembly as well as the state legislative council, the state legislative council doesn't enjoy such powers. Now let us try to understand what will be the situation. Now let us suppose a bill is passed by the state legislative council assembly and it is transmitted to the state legislative council. So state legislative council can have three options under article 194. What can be those options? A, it can reject the bill, it cannot take any action for up to maximum 6 months, or it can suggest some amendment which is not acceptable to the state legislative assembly. Now in all these cases, what will happen? The state legislative assembly will retransmit the bill in the same format or in amended format, and if the same is taken by the legislative council except they are not basically passing the bill for more than 1 month, then the bill will be deemed to be passed by the state legislative assembly in original form or in amended form, whatever the situation will be there. Now let us try to repeat. The state legislative council have only delaying power. How much they can delay a bill? Initially for the 3 months and later on for the 4 months. For the maximum period of the 4 months, they can basically delay a bill. If they are rejecting a bill, it will have no impact. If they are suggesting any amendment, it can be accepted or rejected by the state legislative assembly, whatever the wish of the state legislative assembly. So based on this discussion, let us try to solve the question which is given in the paper. Now what it says, the bill stands finally rejected. It says the finally rejected. No, it is not finally rejected, but as per the constitution, it is transmitted again. To whom? To the state legislative council again, and they will be given 1 more month to take an action on it, and cannot be reconsidered by the state legislature in the current form. So ये तो गलत हो गया. Now statement number B says the bill can be repassed by the state legislative assembly and directly presented to the governor for action. No, it is not directly represented. Few of you might be thinking this option B is correct. Why it is not correct? Because as per the constitution, it is not directly presented, but it is again transmitted to whom? State legislative council. So ये भी गलत हो गया. Now what is statement C says? The governor may convey a joint sitting of the legislative assembly. No, because in the case of the Lok Sabha or the union legislative assembly, basically union legislature, that we have two houses, that is the Raj Sabha and the Lok Sabha. So there is a constitutional article 108 which says in case of the deadlock, in case of the bill other than money bill or the basically constitutional amendment bill, president may means it is basically enabling clause which is given to the president that they may call a joint sitting to resolve this deadlock, and if they sit together, then it will be passed by the simple majority and it will be presided by the Lok Sabha basically presiding officer will be the Lok Sabha chairman. In case he is not present, then deputy speaker will be there. If not, then deputy chairman of the Raj Sabha, and so on will be there. Not in the case of the deadlock between the state legislative assembly and state legislative council, because there is no provision of the deadlock. Only the state legislative council can delay a bill. They cannot reject a bill, and they can reject a bill, but it will have no impact on it, and governor will not convey a joint sitting unlike the union parliament. So this also deemed incorrect. Now what is the statement D says? A bill can be repassed by the state legislative assembly and transmitted again to the legislative council for the reconsideration. This is the most correct explanation, because as per the constitution, this is the provision which is precisely there in case of the basically conflict. So hope this is clear that answer will be the D, that is D for the Delhi. Question number 4. With reference to the electoral trust as a mechanism for the political funding in India, consider the following statement. So the question is about the electoral trust. Now let us try to understand that this electoral bond scheme has been basically declared unconstitutional. Accordingly, what political party are doing? They are shifting their basically funding towards the electoral trust. Now let us try to have a background of the electoral trust. It will give basically a basic understanding of the what it is. So basically this is a scheme by the union government which was launched in 2013. So it is not a trust but a scheme. What it says that as per the basically this act, there will be constitution of electoral trust, and they can form basically trust any company registered under CBDT can form a company under Companies Act 2013 section 8 companies. You might be knowing that these are non-profit organization. Section 8 companies under the Companies Act 2013 are non-profit organization. So it is the case, and it is basically approval is given by the CBDT, and they can basically fund electoral parties, and up to 90% funding to be done on any given year. And this is audited by the election commission in consultation with the CBDT, and they will have to provide or furnish detail who is the donator, what is the PAN ID, and other details to the to the election commission for the transparency purposes. Now after this scrapping of electoral bond, this has been adopted. Now let us try to read the question statement. It says that electoral trust can be established by any political party which is registered with the Election Commission of India. Nothing like that. It is not established by the political parties, but by section 8 companies under Companies Act 2013. They do it. Second, and it is not registered with the Election Commission of India, but the CBDT, Central Board of Direct Taxes. Now what statement 2 says means one statement is incorrect. So if one is incorrect, we can eliminate A and we can eliminate C. Now we will have to zero on our energy towards only B or D. Let us see. It says that electoral trusts are required to disclose details of contributors as well as recipient political parties to the Election Commission of India. Yes, as per the provisions made under the various act in consultation with the Income Tax Act as well, contributors have to make disclosure to the Election Commission of India. It is true. Third is, electoral trust cannot receive donation from the individual who are not citizens of India. It's very important. As per the provision of electoral trust, this can only be donated by the citizens of India. There can be a trap, residents of India. No, it can only be by the citizens of India. It's very important, and this is also correct. And otherwise there will be a FERA and other things will be invited if they are not citizens of India. Otherwise Donald Trump or any Elon Musk can influence our political decisions. That's why only citizens of India can go for it. It is also one of the common logic that you can apply while answering this answer. So having said that, option 2 and 3 both are correct, hence the correct answer will be D, that is D for the Delhi. Hope it is clear to you. Now let us move to the question number 5. With reference to the Chief Justice of India, CJI, consider the following statement. This is about the CJI of India. Now let us try to understand. He administered the oath of the office to the President of India. Second says, appointment of officers and servants of the Supreme Court are made by the CJI. He has a casting vote in case of tie in a bench of the Supreme Court, which is he is a member. And fourth is that he may appoint places other than Delhi for the sitting of the Supreme Court, and it says that which of the statement given above are correct. Now let us try to have the background of this what is the CJI and how they are protected. Now CJI of India is the senior most judge by convention. They are appointed, and seniority is calculated by the tenure, not the age. It is also one of the important, and there is a president who eligible to be the Supreme Court judge and is the distinguished jurist in the eyes of the president can appoint a person to be the CJI. This is a constitutional provision, otherwise there is a collegium system for it as well. Now let us try to understand what are the powers of the CJI. So CJI is only the master of the roster. It is the interpretation given by the master of roster, means he only do the roasting thing, means bench में कौन बैठेगा, roasting करते हैं, ये सिर्फ roster हैं, roster appoint करते हैं. Otherwise there is a no additional qualities given as a judge. He is the administrative head as well as judge of the Supreme Court, but he is only the master of the roster. And in case of let us suppose there is a 6 bench, CJI is also member of this bench. However, there is a stalemate 3:3. So it gives us an impression that in such case it is the CJI will be having the casting vote in case of the tie. No, nothing like that. There is a Supreme Court rule under under Supreme Court Rules and Regulation 2013, and it clearly mentioned that in case of the tie, if the case is referred from the lower court or a subordinate court, for example High Court or any subordinate court under the High Court. Now as per the constitution, the decision taken by the High Court or any subordinate court will be effective, means whatever they have given the decision, it will be effective, not the role of the CJI will be as a casting vote. And if it is the constitutional matter, then this will be referred to the higher bench, means a bench having 7 members or 8 members or 9 members, whatever the case it is. So two things are there. If a case is referred by the lower court, means High Court and other than High Court, then whatever decision will be taken by the High Court or lower court will be effective, and if it is related to the constitutional matter, otherwise it will be referred to the higher court. Hence Supreme Court CJI doesn't have any casting vote in case of the stalemate. Hope it is clear to you. Now you might be knowing that in India there is a independence of the judiciary, and Constitutional Article 50 says so. There will be basically independence of judiciary and executive will be separated. Accordingly, Supreme Court has been given some powers. For example, they can appoint the servants. Either CJI can appoint it or any person authorized by the CJI can appoint their servant. Obviously, there will be in consultation with the UPSC at times if there is a post related to that, right? So it empowers basically CJI to function independently. This is also important. Now, oath of the president is administered by the CJI. Try to recall, oath of the president is administered by the CJI, or in case of the CJI, senior most judge of the Supreme Court will administer the oath of the basically president. It is also one of the fact of the matter. Now, having said that, let us try to solve this question given from this thing. First says that he administered the oath of the office of the President of India. It is correct. It is a simple statement. Appointment of the officer and servants of the Supreme Court are made by the CJI. It is also correct. It is clearly written in the constitution that this will be the so. Third is he has a casting vote. No, he doesn't or she doesn't have a casting vote given the fact we have already discussed. He doesn't have the casting vote. So statement number 3 is incorrect. So let us eliminate options having 3. So now we will have to zero on only on the A and C. Let us try to understand. He may appoint places other than Delhi for the sitting of the Supreme Court. Yes, it is correct. Why it is so? Because he is also empowered, that is CJI is empowered to shift the bench other than the Delhi. And it is also one of the allegation, or there is a basically on the Supreme Court that this Supreme Court is Delhi centric, and there are demands from the basically south of India or the northeast of India that a bench of the Supreme Court can be in those locations so that they can approach easily. So yes, CJI if they feel so can do so, and they are empowered to do so as well. It is clearly written in the constitutional article. So since A, 1/3 and 4th are correct and 2 is incorrect, what will the correct answer? It will be the C, that is the 1, 2 and 4 only. Hope it is clear to you. Now let us try to understand question number 6. The E0 FIR initiative recently launched by the government of India will primarily help in which of the following? So question is about the E0 FIR initiative. Now let us try to go to the background of it. So what is E0 FIR? So it is mentioned in the BNS, Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita, which was enacted, which came into effect from the 2023, and under 173 section and otherwise there is a provision for the filing of the E0 FIR in case the case is cognizable in nature, as well as is having basically value higher than 10 lakhs. So a case having cognizable and a trigger value is given that it should have the fraud or anything like more than 10 lakhs, then a person who is affected can file E0 FIR. So what is basically E0 FIR? So in case of this thing, there is no jurisdiction. For example, a person has been scammed. You might be seeing this discal arrest or scamming like situation. To accommodate such things, this has been initiated. They can file the E0 FIR, and once this E0 FIR has been launched, then they will decide basically in coordination with the local police that in which jurisdiction it falls. So this is the provision, and it is initiated by the MHA under the basically premises of I4C, that is the Indian Cyber Coordination Team. This is the background of it. Now based on this discussion, let us try to understand what question says basically. So let us try to understand the question. So it says the E05 initiative recently launched. Who launched? The Minister of MHA and coordination I4C. It is enabling immediate registration of FIR for serious cyber financial crime without duration delay. Yes, it is the correct only, that is A is only correct. Let us try to read the B and C and D as well, because as a thumb rule we should be reading all the options. It allows citizens to file all categories of FIR online without visiting a police station, nothing like that. Only the serious financial crime will be reported under E0 FIR or having more than 10 lakh value. Granting automatic compensation, there is no call for the compensation, it is only the filing of the EFIR. After this, police will do the investigation, and based on this further course of action will be taken by the honorable court. D is transferring investigation of cyber crime directly to the central agency, nothing like that. They transfer the cases to the basically police station under which this basically crime occurred, that is called jurisdiction of the police station. So this is also incorrect. So automatically A will be the answer of this question. Now let us try to read question number 7. It says, consider the following provisions with respect to the Constitution of India. It says the promotion of international peace and security. State number 2 says protection and improvement of the natural environment. 3 says upholding the sovereignty, unity and integrity of India. Now it says the how many of the above provisions are explicitly mentioned, very important, explicitly mentioned, both as a DPSP, that is the directives principle of the state policy, as well as the fundamental duty which was enacted via Constitutional Amendment Act, Article 51. Now let us try to go for the option, only one, only two, all three, none. Now let us try to see the options given. Promotion of international peace and security. Do you think it is the work of the basically citizens to promote the international peace and basically security? No. If USA is attacking Iran, let us suppose an imaginary situation, what we will do? We will do nothing, but government of India can do it, right? Or otherwise, if there is a basically capture of Venezuelan president by the USA, what we will do? Nothing. It will be decided by the whom? The government of India. So it is not both fundamental right, fundamental duty and DPSP. So it is basically part of DPSP. So it is eliminated. Second is the protection and improvement of the natural environment. Yes, it is part of both DPSP as well as the fundamental duties. Try to recall, it is the duty of the state to protect the natural environment. After this we became the party of the COPE, and with the basically this environmental act during the Indira Gandhi regime, we enacted this thing that will protect the our natural environment. It is also one of the duty of citizens to protect the forest, lake and etc. as our fundamental duty. We should be protecting. 3 is upholding the sovereignty, unity and integrity of India. So it is not basically a DPSP, it is basically part of only fundamental duty, that is integrate, which is basically upon us. We should be upholding the sovereignty, unity and integrity of India. So from this option we can say that only one option is correct, that is option number 2, which is there in the DPSP as well as the fundamental right. Hence the correct answer will be the A, only one. Hope it is clear to you. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Ayush and I'll be taking the polity discussion of ANUBHAV-II organized by Next IAS. I hope that you attempted the paper well and were able to learn something out of it from the perspective of Prelims 2026. Coming to the part of the polity section as such, the questions this time were set to a manageable tone, were of moderate level, and one if had a grasp of the basic concept, one was thorough with the basic books, the constitutional bare act as such, one would have easily done the major part of the questions which were provided to you. So without further ado, we'll like to begin. Let us look at the answer key first for people who like to just have a look at the answer key. So for question number 49, the correct answer was B. For question number 50, the correct answer was C. For 51, it was A. 52, it was B. Then 53, it was C. 92, then we shift to 92 and 93. It was C for 92, and for 93, it was B. So kindly have a screenshot of the thing if you just want to look at the answer key as such. After that, we'll be taking the questions one by one and discussing how to approach the question, how to break the question and arrive at the correct answer. So let us begin. So question number 49 was regarding the office of Deputy Speaker as such. So let us read the question once. With reference to the Deputy Speaker of the Lok Sabha, consider the following statement. The date for the election of the Deputy Speaker of the Lok Sabha is fixed by the President of India. Fine. I will be simultaneously marking the catch points, the keywords which should be highlighted by you also while attempting the paper. So kindly pay attention here. The second statement was the procedure for the removal of the Deputy Speaker of the Lok Sabha is the same as that for the removal of the Speaker. So the keyword here is same as that of the Speaker. The third statement is neither the Constitution nor the rules of procedure of the Lok Sabha prescribe any time frame for the election of the Deputy Speaker. The directive given to us was which of the following statement given above are correct. Option A was 1 and 2, option B was 2 and 3, option C was 1 and 3, and option D was 1, 2 and 3. So what is the context of the question per se? So since 2019 the office of Deputy Speaker of Lok Sabha is vacant as such. We all know that the position of Deputy Speaker in Lok Sabha is the second in order after the Speaker and second most important when it comes to Lok Sabha, but the same has not been filled since 2019 and the 17th Lok Sabha was the first Lok Sabha. Fine. The 17th Lok Sabha was the first in the history of independent India that did not had a speaker for a full term of 5 years. So that is why the question becomes important and we can expect a question on the office of Deputy Speaker and thereby a question on it. So pause for a moment and go back to what you had thought while attempting the paper and then try to solve it. So let us look at the constitutional framework regarding the office of Deputy Speaker as such. We'll simultaneously look and try to compare and contrast the office with that of the Speaker as such, because the Constitution clubs both offices regarding the selection procedure, removal, resignation as such. So the articles which concerns with the office of both Speaker and Deputy Speakers are Article 93 to 97. So Article 93 as such, it mandates that the Lok Sabha shall choose a Speaker and a Deputy Speaker, mind the phrase, as soon as may be after its first sitting. So the first sitting is obviously we all know is being presided by the pro tem Speaker as such. Fine. So the first sitting is being presided by pro tem Speaker, who is appointed by the President of India. Fine. So we have to be mindful of the term as such, as soon as may be. So the term, it indicates a constitutional intent but does not indicate a binding deadline as such. So that this term will help us to solve one of the statements in the question as such. Coming to Article 94, it governs the vacation, resignation and removal of both the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker as such. Fine. Coming to Article 95 as such, it says that the Deputy Speaker performs all the powers and the duties of the Speaker when there is a vacancy in the office of Speaker or there is absence of Speaker as such. Fine. Thereby, with the due reading of all the three articles, we can very well maintain that the Deputy Speaker is not a subordinate office but a constitutional authority with equal functional dignity as that of the Speaker as such. Fine. So let us begin and analyze each statement one by one. So statement 1 becomes incorrect as such. So what was the statement 1 as such? If you recall, statement 1 said the date of the date for the election of the Deputy Speaker of the Lok Sabha is fixed by the President of India. This is wrong. there is no presidential role as such in the appointment of deputy speaker as such. There is no constitutional provision or there is no procedural authority while authority of the president in fixing the date of the deputy speaker. He only appoints the pro tem speaker as such. Fine, his role ends after summoning the first sitting of the Lok Sabha and appointment of the pro tem speaker for the election of the speaker as such. Fine. Once the speaker is elected, he is the authority. It is through the internal proceedings of the house as such that the date of election of deputy speaker is fixed by the speaker as such. Fine, it is well within the autonomy of the house. Then what are the procedural rules regarding it? So under rule 8 of the Lok Sabha rules of procedure, the speaker fixes, fine, mind it, the speaker fixes the date of election of the Lok Sabha as we talked about. So that is the rule. In the rules of procedure, there is no constitutional mandate. We looked at article 93 and found out that the phrase as may, we'll look back, the phrase as soon as may be was used. So there is no time limit as such which was assigned, and the election is conducted by a simple majority as such. Usually the simple majority is sought only after a division is sorted, otherwise voice vote is also being implemented as such. Coming to statement 2, statement 2 said the procedure for the removal of deputy speaker of Lok Sabha is same as that for the removal of the speaker. So article 94, we saw that it was for vacation, removal and appointment as such. So article 94, if we read a bare reading of it, for vacation and resignation and removal from the office of speaker and deputy speaker as such is there. So a bare reading of this article will tell us, it says a member holding office as speaker or deputy speaker of the House of People shall vacate his office if he ceases to be a member of the House of the People. So the first condition for which he has to vacate the house is if he ceases to be the member of the Lok Sabha itself, may at any time by writing under his hand addressed, if such a member is speaker, to the deputy speaker, and if such a member is the deputy speaker, to the speaker, resign his office. So if the speaker or the deputy speaker wants to resign from his office, demit from his office, the speaker may write to the deputy speaker and the deputy speaker will be writing to the speaker as such and resigning consequently. 94 subclause C says may be removed from his office by the resolution of the House of the People passed by majority of all the then members of the House. So that is the process of removal as such. So the removal procedure for both the houses as per article 94 is same. What is being followed is a 14-day prior notice is being served to the office holder, be it speaker or the deputy speaker. Then a resolution in Lok Sabha is brought, effective majority is sought of the members present and voting, fine, and then after the resolution, the motion is passed, it seeks into immediate removal of the office holder as such, and there is no involvement of president here as such again, fine. So thereby statement 2 stands as correct because the procedure for both the houses is same. One of the presiding rules when such a proceeding is being taken is that the speaker and deputy speaker, either of both the persons, cannot preside over the removal of one's own motion as such. That is being given by article 96. The deputy speaker, he may preside over speaker's removals motion, and the speaker as such will not preside but only be part of the house as a member only, fine. Statement 3 said neither the constitution nor the rules of procedure of Lok Sabha prescribe any time frame for the election of deputy speaker. So statement 3 also is correct. The constitution language, we again come to article 93. It says the House of the People shall as soon as may be. So the phrase we highlighted again and again, as soon as may be, choose 2 members of the house to be respectively speaker and deputy speaker thereof, and so often as the house or office of speaker or deputy speaker becomes vacant, the house shall choose another member to be speaker or deputy speaker as the case may be. So we clearly see that there is no specific clear deadline for the choosing the office of speaker or the deputy speaker as such in Article 93, and it is only a directory provision, not a mandatory one when it comes to appointment. Fine. Rules of procedure also, Rule 98, it authorizes the speaker to fix the date but does not prescribe any deadline as such. What is the practice and precedent as such for the office of deputy speaker as such? There is no as formal deadline which is considered. If we consider the first Lok Sabha, near about 3 weeks were taken, approximately 20 days to appoint the first deputy speaker, who was Dr. M. Ananth. Let me just give it to you. The first deputy speaker of Lok Sabha was M. Ananth Sainan Iyengar. So first M. Ananth Sainam Iyengar. So he was a distinguished member of the Constituent Assembly as such. And was the first deputy speaker. The speaker for the first Lok Sabha we all know was G.V. Mavalankar sir as such. Fine. The office came into being on 30th May 1952. Fine. So these are some of the factual information which will help you to solve some of the factual statement also. Fine. There is also a parliamentary convention. Usually the person from the opposition party are chosen from for the post of deputy speaker as such. The longest serving, one of the trivia which I can provide you at this moment is, one of the longest serving deputy speaker was from AIADMK, Dr. M. Thambi Durai. Fine. So that is also a fact. M. Thambi Durai from AIADMK, who served in 15th and 16th Lok Sabha for a period of more than 9 years as such. Fine. He has been the longest serving. After him, the office remains vacant in the 17th Lok Sabha, and consequently in 18th Lok Sabha we also have seen that there is no person being appointed as the deputy speaker. Fine. So statement 3 also becomes correct. So thereby our correct option is option B, which is 2 and 3. Coming to the next question, question number 50. Let us read this question once. Consider the following criteria used by the 15th Finance Commission for recommending the horizontal devolution of central taxes. So our keyword can be horizontal devolution. 15th Finance Commission, that is something to be kept in mind, because some of you may be confused when it comes to Finance Commission, which Finance Commission we are talking about. It can be, you may think that the 16th Finance Commission's report has also been out, or the 14th Finance Commission report we can also be talking, but we are concerned more about 15th Finance Commission. So yes, the first option is population, second is income distance, third is tax and fiscal effort, fourth is demographic performance. Arrange them in the descending order, that is from the highest to the lowest. That is also something to be highlighted and marked so that you don't confuse and get the order wrong. Of their weightage in the devolution of the formula starting from the highest, and you have been given options as such. Fine. So why this question? What is the context of this question? So there are two contexts. First is that the duration, the tenure of the 15th Finance Commission is going to end in 2026. Its time period was from 2021 to 2026. The chairman was Dr. N.K. Singh. As such, fine. The second context for which the question is being asked is that the 16th Finance Commission has also been organized under the chairmanship of Shri Arvind Panagaria. So, thereby this question again on Finance Commission becomes very important, because there are two simultaneous events which have taken place, and one can expect questions of this sort on the lines. Fine. So, let us look at the constitutional background of the topic as such. We all know that the Article 280 of the Constitution of India, it provides for the Finance Commission to be constituted by President of India on an interval of 5 years as such. Fine. So, let us briefly look at the what the Article 280 says. The article says the President shall, within 2 years from the commencement of the Constitution. So, after the Constitution came into being on 26 January 1950, within 2 years the first Finance Commission was being promulgated as such. Fine. Thereafter, at the expiration of every 5th year or at such time earlier time as the President considers necessary, by order constitute the Finance Commission. Fine. So, generally the time period is 5 years, but if the President deems necessary, she can constitute the Finance Commission on earlier dates also, which shall consist of a chairman and 4 other members to be appointed by the President. So, the composition as such, fine, the composition of Finance Commission is 1 plus 4. Fine. 1 is the chairman. Fine. For 15th, we talked about Shri N.K. Singh was the chairman, and 16th we have Dr. Arvind Panagaria. He was also the vice chairman of Niti Aayog as such. Fine. So, again we have talked about the composition, we have talked about Article 280. What are the qualifications of the members? So the President, the next subclause of Article 282, Article 282, if you look at it, it provides for the qualification that the President may determine what are the qualification deemed to be necessary for the members of the Finance Commission as such. Fine. What the Finance Commission recommends, what are the its function? So, it recommends vertical devolution of the funds and the horizontal devolution of the divisible pool of taxes as such. Fine. We have already talked about the chairperson of 15th Finance Commission and the period. So, you can again look at it. Fine. Let us now talk about what does the vertical devolution mean. So, the vertical devolution is being fixed at 41% of the divisible tax pool. Fine. It is reduced from the recommendation of 14th Commission of 42% to accommodate for the Jammu and Kashmir becoming a union territory as such. One keyword which one should look at is divisible tax pool. So, what is this divisible tax pool? So, this is the portion of the central government taxes that the central government is obliged to share with the states as such. Fine. A catch point here is that it excludes cesses and surcharges. So, apart from the cess and surcharges, all other taxes, all other revenues which the central government receives becomes part of the divisible pool, and the union government is expected to share the percentage, the 41% with the states as such. Fine. So, the 15th Finance Commission, it recommended the horizontal devolution of the central taxes among the state based on multiple criteria. Why multiple criteria were being introduced and not a single criteria? Because India is a diverse country, the states, they vary on various income levels, population level, there is demographic transition, there is demographic difference between the north and south as such if we see, and there is difference between the tax capacity, tax earning, income levels of different states. Fine, thereby the commission has used multiple indicators rather than choosing only one as such. Fine. Horizontal devolution, we talked about, it means the distribution of taxes between different states. The objectives of horizontal devolution is to balance the equity, which will help the poorer states as such, efficiency, rewarding the good performance as such. We will see the demographic parameters is being used here. The need was population and service burden, sustainability, demographic and ecological conditions as such. Fine. So, coming to the question part itself, the question is about the 15th Finance Commission. So, before we arrive to the answer, what we have to see that the 15th Finance Commission, it lists out 6 criteria for horizontal devolution. Fine. So, what are the 6 criteria here? We can very well see. So, the first criteria is the income distance. Fine. The second criteria which we can talk about is the population. The third criteria which we talk about is the demographic performance as such, related again to the population. The third which we can talk about, the state area. The fifth we can talk about is the forest and ecology, and the last and the least is about the tax effort the state is putting as such. So, it is very important to know which are the criteria being used. So, income distance, I am not going into the nitty-gritties of what income distance is, what tax efforts are, what is population etc., because that is part of the static syllabus and I expect that you all must be through with it. Second we talked about is population, third was demographic performance. Fine. Fourth was forest and ecology. Fine. We missed on area. Area was also there, and the last was tax effort. So, here I have tried to compare the 14th Finance Commission with that of the 15th Finance Commission. So, let us quickly glance over it. So, the 15th Finance Commission provided for the for income tax, it provided for 45% weightage as such. Fine. Here you can see, whereas the 14th Finance Commission, it gave 50% to this income distance criteria. The next is the population. For the 14th Finance Commission, it gave 27.5% of weightage to the population criteria. So, the more populous state would receive more benefit out of it. Fine. Whereas, due to the demand of the southern state, this criteria was split up into 2 parts when it came to 15th Finance Commission. For the 15% of weightage, weightage was given to 2011 census population data, and 12.5% was fixed by rewarding for the demographic performance of the state. So, this accounted for the concerns of the southern states also now. Fine. So, there were concerns about the states which were performing good, that they will be left behind. So, that was being considered when it came to demographic performance. Fine. The next criteria, forest and ecology, it was raised to 10%. Fine. When it came to the 15th Finance Commission, area was being fixed at 15%. This was left untouched. When it came to 14th, a new criteria was included, that of tax effort. So, to reward fiscal discipline and tax efforts, a small criteria was being used by the 15th Finance Commission of tax effort to award tax efforts and fiscal discipline, but the weightage was also kept at minimal, so that the poorer states are not being penalized as such, and to restrict over rewarding the richer states also. Fine. So that is the criteria. Thereby, if we look at the question, the correct answer comes out to be C, 2143. So population was at 45%, income 45, not 45%. The highest was income distance, it was 45%. Population was kept at 15%. Tax and fiscal effort was 2.5%, and demographic performance was kept at 12.5%. So, second was 2, 1, 4 and 3. That is why C option stands to be correct. Coming to the next question, question number 51. The question is about preventive detention as such. So, let us go and read the question once. With reference to preventive detention in India, consider the following statement. Constitutional safeguard in cases of preventive detention are provided under right against exploitation. So, let us simultaneously mark also right against exploitation, constitutional safeguards, cases of preventive detention. Fine. The second statement is a person detained under preventive detention must be given an opportunity to make a representation against it. Fine. The third is a person detained under preventive detention must be produced before a magistrate within 24 hours of arrest. So, how many of the above statements are correct? Only one, only two, all three and none. Fine. So, as usual, before coming to the discussion of each statement, we will be looking into the static portion of it in brief. So, when it comes to preventive detention, India is the only country in the world which holds the distinction of retaining the colonial provision of preventive detention as such, and is amongst the only one of the countries which has preventive detention in its constitutional framework also. Fine. So, the background as such goes to the colonial times, where since the World War I times, through Defence of India Act 1915, and subsequently it was again promulgated during Second World War, and both the acts had the provisions of preventive detention, which the Constitution of India has retained as such. Fine. So, what is about preventive detention? So, preventive detention can be of two types. One is preventive and another is punitive. Punitive detention is where one has committed crime and then he has been taken into custody as such. On the other hand, preventive detention, which the question is about talking about, is a special case where the detention of the person is without trial and conviction by a court, and on the apprehension of him committing a crime in the near future is being talked about. So, its purpose is not to punish a person for a past offence, which is the objective of the punitive detention, but to prevent him from committing an offence. So, we are here apprehending, we are being just talking about something which can a possibility which can occur in the future. So, to prevent that, a detention of the person is being done. So, one of the key points here is that it is apprehensive as such. Fine. A safeguard which is being given by Supreme Court also is that the detention of the person, it cannot exceed a period of 3 months unless an advisory board reports sufficient cause. So, after the detention of a person, he can be kept in custody for a period of 3 months as such, up to a period of 3 months as such, without trial and conviction by a court, but after 3 months of his passage, an advisory board has to be constituted, and it will look on the causes and if the detention period can be further extended as such. Fine. What are the grounds for preventive detention as such? So there is no clear ground as such which is being stated in the constitution, but it relies on various legal acts as such. So UAPA and other acts are being used to make a case for preventive detention. The causes can be for the basis of state security, restoration and upholding public order, foreign affairs and other aspects. So there is no cemented concrete grounds on which preventive detention can be invoked. It is just on the apprehension that a person might commit a crime in the future that he or she is being detained here. So let us come to the analysis part of the question as such. So statement 1, if you look, it talks about the constitutional safeguard in cases of preventive detention are provided under the right against exploitation. So our catch point here is till the point of time the constitutional safeguard in cases of preventive detention. So if you see article 22 clause 1, it talks about certain safeguards, about representation, about the detainee being informed about the thing on which he has been detained as such, magisterial, he has to be produced in front of magistrate within 24 hours and those things. But my mind gets stuck in the word right against exploitation. So we all know that under part 3 of the constitution we have been provided 6 fundamental rights as such. Fine. Which are those rights? So right against equality, right to freedom, right against exploitation, that is what our statement 1 is talking about, and right to freedom of religion, cultural and educational rights, right to constitutional remedies. So the articles from article 12 article 14 till 32 have been clubbed into 6 fundamental rights as such. Article right to equality talks about covers 14 to 18. Right to freedom, it covers from article 19 to 22. Right against exploitation, it covers article from 23 to 24. But our cause, which is the case of preventive detention, it comes under the ambit of article 22 as such, and thereby the statement stands invalidated and it becomes incorrect as such. Fine. Again, the safeguards for the preventive detention are provided under article 22 clauses 4 to 7. So you should have a cursory reading of what are the safeguards which are provided, and thereby preventive detention, it forms part of right to freedom and not right to exploitation as such. Fine. Right to exploitation is being concerned with article 23-24 and deals with trafficking, forced labor and child labor as such, and there is no connection of detention as such. If we talk about some judicial precedent also, the famous case of Maneka Gandhi versus Union of India in 1978, it also said that the preventive detention, it affects person's liberty under article 21, and safeguards must be traced to article 22 and not to any other rights under part 3 of the constitution as such. Fine. So that is the case for statement 1. Coming to statement 2, statement 2, it talks about that a person detained under preventive detention must be given opportunity to make a representation against it. So let us again look at the constitutional provision. So statement 2 is correct. Why? If we look at article 22 subclause 5, so it says when any person is detained in pursuance of an order made under any law providing for preventive detention, so the article deals with it, the authority making the order shall as soon as may communicate to such person the grounds on which the order has been made and shall afford him the earliest opportunity of making a representation against the order. So the constitution itself through article 22 subclause 5 mandates that there should be the earliest opportunity of making a representation against such an order. Thereby, it provides for two things, that the communication of grounds shall be made as soon as possible, and the earliest opportunity to make the representation against such order may also be provided. Some of the recent judgments which substantiate the case are Rekha versus State of Tamil Nadu in 2011, where the court said preventive detention cannot substitute ordinary criminal law. Representation must be real and not illusionary. Fine. So that is very much important. Then recent case of Amina Begum versus State of Telangana in 2023, it said that delay in considering representation vitiates detention, even if detention is otherwise valid. So even if the grounds of the detention are valid and it was extended by the advisory board, if the representation is being not provided on time, it vitiates the process and detention is being arbitrarily used as such. Fine. So thereby statement 2 also stands correct. So coming to statement 3, it says a person detained under preventive detention must be produced before a magistrate within 24 hours of arrest. So this statement on the face of it may look correct, but it is incorrect. Article 22, it mandates that every person who is arrested and detained in custody shall be produced before the nearest magistrate within 24 hours, excluding the journey time and all those aspects. So one may be lured into believing that this extends to cases of preventive detention also, but there is a critical exception which is being provided by the next subclause itself, Article 22 subclause 3, which explicitly excludes preventive detention. So what this Article 22 subclause 3 says? It says nothing in clause 1 and 2 shall apply to any person who for the time being is an enemy alien. Fine. And to any person who is arrested or detained under any law providing for preventive detention. So the case is under Article 22 subclause 3 subclause B. Fine. So this magisterial representation within 24 hours is excluded, and thereby our statement becomes wrong over there. Fine. Article 22 subclause 2, it again says that the 24 rule will apply only to punitive detention. Fine. So punitive detention, we talked about what it is. So again, what is preventive detention is exempted from. So production before magistrate before 24 hours, within 24 hours, and right to legal counsel as a fundamental right is also excluded per se. So coming to the question itself, statement 1 we have seen is wrong, statement 2 stands correct, and statement 3 also is correct only, wrong only. Fine. So our answer becomes A, that is only 1. Fine. Coming to the next question, 52nd question. The question is dealing with UPSC, Union Public Service Commission, the body which conducts our examination of civil service as such. Although no present context as such can be attributed to the question, only as part of static the question is being asked. If you like to extend the argument, you can talk about the notification being delayed becomes one of the news as such. Fine. So what the question says is, with reference to Union Public Service Commission, UPSC consider the following statement. The first statement, the Constitution of India does not prescribe. Fine. So my catch point is does not prescribe any specific qualification for appointment as the chairperson of the UPSC. So the statement may look luring on the pretext of it, that why would not the Constitution provide for it. Second statement, the chairperson of the UPSC is ineligible for any further employment under the Government of India after ceasing to hold office. Again, the statement looks tempting because the person holds office of such a high dignity. So to ensure transparency and to ensure neutrality as such, because UPSC is the watchdog of merit, the constitution may bar his further employment, fine, under state government or union government as such. Statement 3 reads, member of the UPSC can be removed only on the same grounds and in the same manner, fine, as the judge of the Supreme Court. So again, we have to look into the concept of removal of judges of Supreme Court, that is of higher judiciary, that is very well much in news. So we have to extend those argument also. The question again says, how many of the above statements given are correct? Only one, only two, all, or none. So let us go and analyze each statement one by one. So statement 1, it stands correct as such. It says the Constitution of India does not prescribe any specific qualification for appointment of chairperson of UPSC. So if you give a cursory reading to Article 316, which provides for the appointment of chairperson and the members of the UPSC as such, you will find that it does not mandate or prescribe any specific qualification for the members of UPSC as such and for chairperson also. What it does, it mandates that at least 50% of the members should have held government office for a minimum of 10 years. So that is a proviso, that is an extension which you can see, but thereafter no qualification, no specificity has been provided that what should a member's educational qualification should be, what should be the age limit, what the professional background as such, nothing as such is giving. So unlike judges whose qualification is provided between Article 124 and 217, no eligibility criteria are being codified for members of UPSC as such, fine. So let us look at the Bare Act also for the moment. Article 316, which deals with the appointment of the members and the terms of office of the members. So the chairman and the other members of Public Service Commission shall be appointed in the case of the Union Commission or a joint commission. So Article 316, what it deals with for the Union Commission and the joint commission as such, fine, by the president, and in the case of state commission by the governor of the state, provided that nearly as may be 1/2 of the members, fine. So nearly 50% of the members of every public service commission shall be person who at the date of their respective appointments have held office for at least 10 years either under the government of India or under the government of a state, fine. So that is what we talked about, that there is no qualification as such, and only this extension proviso has been provided to us, thereby the statement becomes correct. Second statement, it said that the chairperson of the UPSC is ineligible for any further employment under the government of India after ceasing to hold the office as such. So again, to maintain transparency, to maintain neutrality, because we talked about UPSC being the watchdog of merit, the office of chairman is being asked will not be eligible for further appointment in either the union or either with the state as such. So Article 319 subclause A of the Constitution, it says that the chairperson of the UPSC is strictly prohibited from accepting any further employment under the government of India or the government of any state after the ceasing to hold the office as such, fine. This restriction ensures the independence and impartiality of the commission by preventing future politically motivated job prospects as such. So we can clearly see the Constitution mandates that the chairperson will be prohibited from holding such an office. You can again go on and read the Bare Act for Article 319 subclause A, which we talked about, and again subclause B is also important, but not for the present statement, fine. Subclause C, it provides for the member of the other than the chairman of the UPSC that they can be eligible for appointment as the chairman of the UPSC or the chairman of state public commission as such, fine, but they are also not eligible for employment under any government of India as such or the state also. So the members, the ordinary members of the commission, they can be appointed as the chairman or a chairman of the UPSC or any other state public service commission, but they are also barred from holding offices under central government or the state government as such. Fine. So what are the key details regarding the constitutional provision? So there is absolute restriction which we talked about. The scope that it bans cover all forms of employment under government. Fine. The purpose we already talked about, to maintain the integrity, transparency and independence of the office. So members versus the chairman, we talked about what is the difference in the previous slide as well. So I am skipping this. So coming to statement 3. So statement 3 was member of UPSC can be removed only on the same grounds and in the same manner as the judge of the High Court, Supreme Court as such. So the statement stands incorrect because although some grounds have an intersection with the the Supreme Court judges, but the manner in which the members of UPSC can be removed and the manner in which the Supreme Court judges as such can be removed is totally different. Fine. So what is the constitutional basis? So article 317 as such, it talks about the removal of the members of the UPSC. So what it reads is, subject to the provisions of clause 3, the chairman or any other members of the Public Service Commission shall be removed from his office by the order of president. So they can be removed by the order of the president. What are the grounds on which they can be removed? So grounds, there are only these grounds: misbehavior after the Supreme Court on the reference being made to it by the president, has on inquiry held in accordance with the procedure prescribed in that behalf under article 145 reported that the chairman or such members as the case may be ought on any such grounds to be removed. So the president will initiate an inquiry against such members, and if the Supreme Court under article 145 deems fit and submits a report suggesting to the president, recommending to the president for his or her removal, the person shall be removed by the president as such. So we can clearly see that there is no parliamentary involvement here, there is no Judges Inquiry Act kind of thing here. So that is why the statement stands incorrect. What the article 317 is actually trying to say is that the chairman or the member of the commission, they can only be removed by the president, fine, on the grounds of proved misbehavior, and only after Supreme Court inquiry that we talked about. So again, extending the argument, the same article, it also talked about that the president may also remove a member without the Supreme Court inquiry. When he can remove without any Supreme Court inquiry? When the former is being judged insolvent, or he is engaging in paid employment outside his duty, or is being deemed unfit because of infirmity of mind or body as such. Fine. So these three clauses are in addition to the grounds which we talked about in the former article as such. A table comparing both the removal procedure of Supreme Court judges and UPSC member is also being given. So the authority to remove is for Supreme Court judges, president will only remove after the impeachment by the parliament. The president, after Supreme Court inquiry under article 145 in case of UPSC member, can remove. Who will investigate? So parliament initiates the impeachment process as such. Supreme Court will be conducting the inquiry as such here. The grounds, misbehavior and incapacity. The grounds of UPSC member disqualification are misbehavior or automatic disqualification ground, the three grounds which we discussed. Fine. The procedure same as if for Supreme Court judge? Absolutely no, because we already talked about what are the differences. Fine. So the answer to this becomes B, that is only 2, because this statement is wrong. These two statements are perfectly fine, and thereby the question as such. Coming to the next question, question number 53. The question is about money bill. It says which of the following bills can be classified as money bill under article 110. So the question itself gives that money bill is covered under article 110 of the constitution. So we have to see which of the following which of the following makes part of the money bill. So the first is a bill that deals with the receipt of money in the public accounts of India. So we have seen Consolidated Fund of India being included. So if public accounts of India is also included, we'll have to see a bill that seeks to increase the salary of the president. Fine, increase the salary. So can a bill increasing the salary be part of it? We have to see a bill that relates to the audit of the accounts of the state. This is one of the trickiest statement, audit of the accounts of the state, because audit of accounts of the union is very much favorable to my ears, but if states are also included, we'll have to see. Fine. Statement 4, a bill that provides for the imposition of tax by local authority for local purposes. Again, interesting. What are the codes given to us? Select this correct answer using the codes given, 1 only, 2 and 4, 1, 2, 3 and 1 and 2 only. So let us move ahead and look at what Article 110 actually talks about. So it says, according to Article 110 of the Constitution, a bill is a money bill only if it contains, fine, only if, that is something we have to be very strict about. It contains provisions dealing with one or more. So there should be one at least, and there can be more than one also, with the following matter. So subclause A, it says imposition, abolition, remission, alteration or regulation of any tax, regulation of the borrowing of money or given any guarantee by the government of India, custody or payment of money into or out of the consolidated fund or contingency fund of India, appropriation of money out of the consolidated fund of India, declaration of any expenditure to be charged on the consolidated fund of India or increase of such expenditure. Fine. Receipt of money on account of consolidated fund of India or the public accounts of India or the audit of union or state accounts. Subclause G says any matter incidental to the above from subclause A to F as such. So a cursory reading also of the article, said article, will help us to solve the question very easily as such, and many of you must have solved it just by knowing the article. So let us move ahead. So statement 1. So statement 1, it said that a bill that deals with the receipt of money in the public accounts of India. So article 110(1)(f) we looked at, it said that the receipt of money on account of the consolidated fund of India or the public accounts of India. Fine. So public accounts of India or the custody or issue of such money or the audit of blah blah blah. So that is the case. So because of the inclusion of public accounts of India, the statement becomes correct. Receipt of money on accounts of consolidated fund of India or the public accounts of India. So that is why this is one of the express matters that qualifies as a bill, as a money bill as such. Fine. A key point to be remembered is that the money bill covers receipt into the public accounts of India as well, not just as tax or expenditure only. Fine. So that is something to be remembered. Statement 2 is also correct. Why? It talks about a bill increasing the salary of the President of India. Okay. So if we look at the subclause E, so it says the declaring of any expenditure to be expenditure charged on the consolidated fund of India or the increasing of amount of any such expenditure. So it talks about expenditures which are already charged on the consolidated fund of India, and also it talks about increasing of any such expenditure. So President of India's salary is already being classified as one of the charged expenditure. Fine. So presidential salary 5 lakhs a month under Article 59, second schedule. So it is already charged on consolidated fund of India under Article 112, and thereby such salary expenses cannot be voted on by Parliament because it's a charged expenditure, and thereby it will be classified as a money bill. Fine. So statement 2 also becomes correct. Statement 3, the trickiest statement. So again, if we read the same article, Article 110, subclause 1, subclause F, if we read the remaining part, the audit of the accounts of the union or of a state. So on the very pretext of it, on the very initiating state of it, it may look that the audit of the accounts of the state will fall into the ambit of the state list and thereby will be concerned with the state legislature, but the said article 110 1 clause F provides clearly for the audit of accounts of the state as such, fine, and thereby the statement becomes correct. This also means that a bill dealing exclusively with such audit function, that is CAG audit of the state account, qualifies as money bill, fine, provided it contains no other non-money bill matters. So it should be exclusively dealing with the audit of state accounts as such, no other matter has to be included, fine. Important caution, what it is there regarded is, it does not mean that every bill involving state finance is a money bill, only if it is exclusively deals with audit of accounts as per article 110 we already talked about. So that is why statement 3 also becomes correct. Coming to statement 4, statement 4, it said that a bill that provides for the imposition of a tax by local authority for local purposes. Again, the repetition of word by local authority, by local purposes, it gives me an idea that it should not be dealing with the union level as such, and thereby on the pretext, on the hunch of it also, I may go and mark it as incorrect statement, and that will be the case. So why this is incorrect? So money bill, its subjects under article 110 relate to union taxation and union financial matters. Tax by local authority will be the local taxes under state entry list 45, and thereby it will be included from the definition of money bill at the union level, fine. Also, Parliament lacks competence for substantive local taxation also, fine. An exception, important exception is already given in article 110 subclause 2 that clarifies that a bill is not a money bill just because it deals with local taxes or fees, fine. It explicitly exclude imposition of any tax by local authorities as such. Again, a local authority tax is neither a tax imposed by Parliament or listed under article 110 subclause 1, and thereby the statement becomes wrong. Fair? So statement 1 stands correct, 2 stands correct, 3 correct, 4th is wrong, and thereby the answer stands at C, 1, 2 and 3 only. Coming to the next question, question number 92. The state question says, consider the following statement regarding the Union Council of Ministers. Fine, Union Council of Ministers in India. Statement 1, a member of parliament belonging to any political party disqualified under the anti-defection law, cannot be appointed as a minister until the expiry of their term or re-election to the House. So two things are there, until the expiry of their term or the re-election to the House. Fine. The second statement is, the union minister shall hold office during the pleasure of president. Again, sounds interesting to me because we usually read that the ministers are appointed by the president on the recommendation of the prime minister as such. So a bit of confusion there in my mind with regards to statement 2, and we'll have to again check statement 1 also. Fine. The options which are given to us is 1 only, 2 only, both and none. Fine. So the question is a mixture of 2-3 concepts about anti-defection law, about the doctrine of pleasure of president, and the Union Council of Minister as a whole also. So let us look at the constitutional basis of the articles. So article 75 subclause 1b, it which was inserted by the 91st Constitutional Amendment Act of 2003, it provides that a member of either house of the parliament disqualified under the 10th schedule, that is the anti-defection law which we are talking about, shall also be disqualified from being appointed as a minister until the expiry of the term of the house or they are being re-elected. Fine. So we can clearly see our problem statement was clearly borrowed from the article itself. I have also included the relevant article and highlighted the part of it. You can very well pause here and read as well. I have summarized it for you. So, if we have read this article verbatim from the Bare Act, we will be able to solve. So, the two conditions we have to remember is until the expiry of the term of the House or until such a member is being re-elected, he can be appointed, the member of the either of the House or the Parliament shall be disqualified from being appointed as a minister also. Fine. So, that is the case here. Let us move ahead. So, why this provision was introduced? It was introduced to curb the political defections, horse trading, office for defection practices. Fine. Earlier, what used to happen was that the defectors would switch and they will be made ministers as such, rewarded with lucrative posts also. But the amendment, it prohibited such practices. Fine. Some of the static concept which you should be knowing is about the anti-defection law, which is contained in the 10th schedule, which was introduced by the 52nd constitutional amendment in 1985 under the premiership of late Sri Rajiv Gandhi. Fine. Disqualification under the law, it applies when somebody voluntarily gives up the party membership or votes against the party whip without the permission, thereby pertaining to Article 75 subclause 1b, the statement 1 stands as correct. Fine. Let us move to statement 2. Statement 2 said that the union minister shall hold office during the pleasure of the president. So, the doctrine of pleasure, fine, applies to union ministers and until whose pleasure it applies to, either the president or the prime minister. So, we will have to see. See, doctrine of pleasure applies, the holding officer will be the appointed, the person who will be appointing you to that office. So, here the President of India appoints the ministers as such, although he appoints on the recommendation of Prime Minister, but the appointing authority is President of India. Thereby, the union ministers also hold their office during the pleasure of President only, and thereby the statement will become correct. The constitutional basis for this will be Article 75 subclause 2, which clearly state that the problem statement also has been taken verbatim from that the minister shall hold office during the pleasure of the president. Pleasure of the president, again, it does not mean that personal discretion will be there. He has to follow the aid and advice of the Council of Ministers as such. Fine. That is under Article 74. Fine. What are the implications? So, a minister, he can be or she can be removed any time without assigning any reasons. She loses office if the Prime Minister advises for the removal, or the Council of Ministers resigns or loses majority as such. Fine. So, statement 1 stands as is correct and statement 2 also stands now as correct only. Thereby, both the statements are correct and option C becomes correct. Fine. So, we arrive at the last question as part of polity discussion, question number 93. It was a easy question per se, which may have looked daunting due to the numerical calculations, but I guess if we are thorough with the concept of election of Rajya Sabha, it was one of the most easiest question which could have been held by a simple calculation as such. Let us read the problem statement as such. It says, consider an election for 5 Rajya Sabha seats. So, how many seats are there? 5. Fine. 5 Rajya Sabha seats in a specific state. The state legislative assembly has a total of 200 members. So, it has 200 members, out of which 180 are present on the date of election. So, the critical thing for us is 180 are present. Fine. On the date of election, the state legislative council, so this is for the assembly, and for the council has 60 members in total, and with 40 members are present that would vote if eligible. So, the first preference vote of each eligible member has an assigned value of 100. So the first preference vote has 100 weight assigned as the weightage. The question asks, what is the minimum number of votes a candidate needs to win to get elected in Rajya Sabha in the first round of counting. So for the first round of counting, the first preference vote has to be counted. Here the subsequent options have been provided to you. Before getting into the calculation part, let us quickly look at the static part of the question. So elections to the Rajya Sabha, what is the constitutional basis? So Article 80, it provides for the composition of the Council of State, that is Rajya Sabha as such. It says the Council of State shall consist of 12 members to be nominated by the President in accordance with the provision of clause 3. Fine. Not more than 238 representatives, fine, of the states and the union territory. So from states and union territories, 238 members are to be selected and 12 members have to be nominated by the President. We will see what are the criteria, what are the areas from which these 12 members have to be appointed, thereby making the total strength of the house as 250 for Rajya Sabha as such. Fine. The allocation of the seats in the Council of State to be filled by representatives of the states and the union territories shall be in accordance with the provisions in that behalf contained in the 4th schedule. So the allocation of seats for Rajya Sabha, where it is stated in schedule 4 of the constitution as such. Fine. The strength and the composition, we talked about the maximum strength has been given as 250, 12 are nominated and 238 from the states and the union territories. Fine. The 12 members which have to be nominated, they will come from the field of literature, science, art and social science only. Fine. So these are the 4 categories under which the 12 members will be nominated. Fine. What is the nature of the Rajya Sabha? We all know that it is a permanent house, it is the house of elders, it is not subject to resolution and it represents the states and the union territory, thereby maintaining the representative federalism of the country as such. The tenures of the member, there is 6 years tenure which is not specified in the constitution but established under section 154 of the Representation of People's Act of 1951. It also mentions that 1/3 of the members retire every 2 years. Fine. So every 2 years you will see elections also as such, depending on the tenure, when is the tenure completing for particular lot of members. Fine. So who elects, who constitutes the electoral college for the election of Rajya Sabha? Fine. So the members of Rajya Sabha, they are being elected by the elected members of state legislative assemblies. Fine. So again we arrive at a conclusion that the members of legislative council do not vote here. Fine. It is only restricted to the members of state legislative committees. For union territories like Delhi and Puducherry, they elected members of union territories of legislative assembly are also elected if provided by Parliament, and Parliament has subsequently made law also on it. Fine. What is the procedure which the electoral system follows? So it is being done by proportional representation by the way of single transferable vote, and open ballot system is followed here. That is something which we have to remember. Also in PUCL versus Union of India, nota has been not allowed in case of Rajya Sabha election, because here preferential voting has to be done. So the members of the legislative assembly, they allocate preferential number orders to different candidates who are being standing in the election to Rajya Sabha. So candidate 1 whom they prefer the most will be allocated here, candidate 2 here, candidate 3. So this is the first preference vote which we are talking about in the question as such. Fine. Again, what are the quota for election? This is the formula which we are concerned about. It's called the Droop's quota. So it says that the quota is equals to total value of valid votes divided by number of seats plus 1 bracket close and plus 1 as a whole. So number of seats here is 5. So that is one variable which we already know. What is the total number of value? We have to valid votes, we have to see. Fine. A candidate reaching the quota is thereby elected. Fine. And if the seat remains unfilled, so let's say only 4 candidates out of the 5 reach the said quota, the quota of votes. So the highest number of votes which would be given to a candidate will be transferred to the next, and subsequently so on will the process be followed. Fine. So that surplus votes here which I talked about is transferred, and lowest candidates is eliminated step by step. So step 1 is to identify eligible voters in Rajya Sabha. We have talked about only elected members of a legislative assembly are eligible to vote, members of council do not vote. Step 2 is to count the valid votes. So total number of MLAs present are 180. Total value of each vote is assigned as 100. So total value of valid votes would be 180 into 100, that is 18,000. Fine. Step 3 is to calculate the quota as per the Droop's formula. Fine. So for the Rajya Sabha election, the quota is total valid votes upon number of seats plus 1 and plus 1 as a whole. The number of seats is 5. So quota is comes out to be 18,000 divided by 5 plus 1, that is 18,000 divided by 6 plus 1. So this comes out to be 3,000 plus 1, and thereby 3001 is the valid number of votes which one has to, minimum number of votes which one has to get in order to be elected in the first round as such. So our correct option becomes B, that is 3001. Fine. So the catch point here was just the MLC don't qualify to be constituted as part of the electoral college in case of Rajya Sabha. Fine. I hope you had a good time watching and learned a lot. Thank you.
Hello students, welcome to our discussion of the ANUBHAV-II questions from ancient, medieval and art and culture part. Okay, I hope you had a good time and a good experience with the exam. With ANUBHAV series, we try to emulate the test conditions so that you get to know how you will be performing on the day of the exam, which is as notified 24th of May. Okay, so I hope you did slightly better than the first ANUBHAV. We have a series of these tests so that you can judge your preparation, okay, as you cover important subjects. Okay, so let's start with today's question. Okay, but first let me tell you how we will be going about this discussion. Okay, first I'll let you know the answer of the particular question, okay, and then we'll go into basics of the questions, and I'll also tell you some extra things that might be needed, like some like extrapolation of that particular question of which other thing, what other thing is important that you should study for the exams. Okay, so let's jump straight into this questions discussion. So question number 22 is the first question for art and culture part, with reference to iron pillar of Delhi. Iron pillar of Delhi, okay, the Mehrauli pillar, okay, it is renowned for its exceptional resistance to corrosion despite prolonged environmental exposure. Yes, this we all know, because it is given as an example of ancient metallurgy. Okay, and this technology has been lost in times. Okay, because what people used to do is that people used to specialize in their trades and used to keep their trade secrets within their family. Okay, like someone who has been a metallurgist, okay, for generations, and finally at one day a time comes when the son says, I don't want to do metallurgy, I want to do, say, acting, I want to sing, I want to be a good dancer, or maybe some other adventure they wanted to take. So he had no one to pass down that knowledge, and slowly that knowledge, the highly technical knowledge, specialized knowledge of metallurgy, of how to make metals which don't rust, that technology got lost in time. So her statement is correct. Next, an inscription on the pillar mention the ruler who is generally identified in the Gupta period. Yes, that is correct. The person in the inscription is identified to be Vikramaditya, who is Chandragupta Vikramaditya, Chandragupta II of the Gupta Empire. Okay. Next, iron pillar is located within the Qutub Minar complex. Yes, this statement is also correct. Okay. Yes, currently it is situated there, but it was not erected here. Okay. Probably it was erected in Topara, and it was brought here with the best historical records that we have. It was brought here by Firoz Shah Tughlaq. Okay. So the answer is D. So this is the iron pillar. Okay. If you are in Delhi, you should see Qutub Minar complex is a very big complex. It does not just have the iron pillar in the Qutub Minar, it has other smaller structures behind it. It's a very big complex. The area is called Qutub Minar complex. It's a good day out. Okay, I would highly recommend, if you find time between these all rigorous preparation for prelims, if you take a breather, if you take a day out, you can visit Qutub Minar complex. Maybe there comes a question on it and you are able to do it. So that day is also will be the study day for you. Okay, so you can take the day out and visit the Qutub Minar complex. And as we are talking about pillars, I will tell you about two other important pillars. Okay, one is Besnagar pillar inscription. Okay, it's a pillar in Besnagar in Karnataka. Okay, and it was erected by Heliodorus. Okay, Heliodorus was an ambassador to Shunga king. Okay, and so he erected a pillar, Besnagar pillar, and then another even more popular pillar is the Allahabad pillar inscription. Okay, it mentions exploits of Samudragupta by his court poet Harisena. Okay, he says how Samudragupta has never been defeated, and this pillar also gives us an idea of which other territories were the frontiers of the empire. Okay, like Satyaputras, Kaliputras, all on the southern territory, southern border of the empire. Okay, so iron pillars, also read about these two pillars, Besnagar and Allahabad pillar. Next question. Which of the following rulers are associated with the construction of restoration of Somnath temple? See, the context of this question comes from the question in 2024, wherein it asked a question on Somnath pillar, Somnath temple. Okay, so we need to see which the history of Somnath temple and which rulers were associated with it. Okay, so all three statements are correct here. Okay, we will see here. See, Kumarpala I, he was of Solanki dynasty. He patronized restoration and revival of Somnath. As we know, Somnath temple was a very popular temple and it was looted, okay, multiple times, okay, 17 times by Muhammad Ghaznavi. Okay, so people kind of wonder, like, if it was a very popular place to be looted, why keep everything there and make it even more lucrative to be looted? Okay, the reason for this lies in the structure, the social place of a temple. Okay, temple used to be the center of the village. Okay, it used to have a lot of land to serve itself. Okay, and it was a center for cultural promotion as well. Like, it taught dances, singing, temple art. At that time we used to call it. Okay, and when its resources grew, it also served as a bank. Okay, so people who had money kept their money with the temple. Okay, and for keeping that money, they used to get some money for it. And when temples had a huge pile of cash, they used to lend it out to people at an interest. So that's how temples became a very important centers of economic activity as well. And as over time the the interest piled up, okay, the gold pile in the temple also grew. Okay, so that attracted invaders. That is why Somnath temple was robbed multiple times. So next, Mahipal, he was of Chudasmana dynasty. They rebuilt the temple after Muhammad of Ghaznai's attack. Okay, he has attacked a lot of times, a lot of people contributed. Okay, every ruler of that period, say 9th to 11th century, okay, might have contributed. If you have a name like this who had been in that area, ruling in that area between 9th and 11th century, he might have contributed, because this temple used to be robbed, looted very often. Okay, so Bhimdevan Solanki supported early reconstruction of the efforts. Okay, so as we are discussing the options, okay, so the Solanki dynasty comes up. It was very important when it comes to its contribution to art and culture. Okay, so Solanki dynasty was between 950 AD and 1240 AD. Okay, around 3 centuries, 300 years. And in that time, Solanki style of temple got developed. Okay, Modhera Sun temple and Somnath temple were important manifestations of that style. So this is the Modhera Sun temple. Okay, you can see very straight structure and very incarnate. It's a very intricate carvings on the all sides of the temple. Okay, and next, Rani Ki Vav. This step well was also made by this UNESCO World Heritage Site. This was also patronized by the Solanki dynasty. Okay, and they were not just patron to temple; they were also patrons to art and literature. Okay, the Shavtara sculpture of Vishnu. Okay, this style was also patronized by them, and they were patron to Sanskrit and Jain literature, because in that Gujarat area you had a lot of Jain monasteries as well. So they patronized Jains as well. Okay, so this was the contribution of Solanki dynasty. The answer to this particular question was C, all the above. Next, consider following personalities associated with the Bhakti movement. Okay, so we have 4 Bhakti saints, and the question asked us to arrange it chronologically. Okay, the answer is B. Okay, we'll see how. So I have put all of them in a table to show you what their contributions and the dissimilarities between them. Okay, how one came after the other and how the second one picked up the work done by the first one. Okay, like Bhakti movement was not led by a one person. Okay, it was a flow of ideas. Okay, like someone came up with one idea and next someone who built upon it. Okay, like we'll see. Okay, Ramanuja, he was the first of the Bhakti saint, 10th to 11th century. It was his 11th, 12th century was his time. Okay, he came up with the idea of Vishit Advaita, which means qualified non-dualism. Okay, and he talked about Bhakti, like ritualism. Okay, but these Bhakti saints came up with a lot of different ideas, but one common theme ran through their ideas was that less emphasis on rituals and more emphasis towards devotion. Okay, they believe that love for their God or the supreme being, okay, is more important than how we preach, how we pray to the supreme being. Okay, so they systematized Vaishnavism. Okay, and for his cultural contribution, he laid philosophical foundation of Bhakti movement, integrated Siddhant and Sanskrit Vedanta with Tamil Alvar tradition. As we know, Bhakti movement went from north to south and then came from north to south, south to north. So when it came from south to north, it was Ramanuja who unified it. Okay, and found the common themes with which both could work with. Okay, next we have Dhyaneshwar. He came in 13th century. Okay, he promoted the idea of devotion through vernacular language. Like we know, Bhakti movement of say 12th and till 16th century was a very important contribution in the development of regional vernacular languages. Languages like Marathi, Kannada, Gujarati, Odia, okay, all came around that period because of these saints who took upon themselves to promote their local languages, local dialects. Okay. So he promoted idea of devotion through vernacular languages, okay, and inner bhakti over ritual. Like I said, everyone was focusing more on the devotion part rather than the ritualistic part. Okay, his major contribution is Dhyaneshwari. It is a Marathi Gita commentary. It is Dhyaneshwari. It is written by Dhyaneshwar. It was a commentary on the Gita in Marathi. Okay, like what used to happen is that religious texts were always in Sanskrit. Okay, so until someone translated it in the language of the common people could not access it, because Sanskrit was a very elitist language of that time. It still is. Okay, you need a lot of resources deployed to understand Sanskrit and read those religious texts in its original form. Okay, so until someone read like Ramcharitmanas, okay, was more popular than Ramayana, because Ramayana was in Sanskrit and Ramcharitmanas was in the local language. Okay, so he translated Marathi, he translated Gita. I wrote a commentary on Gita in Marathi for the common people, and he is also very popular for starting and strengthening the Varkari movement. Like people who are from Maharashtra and been there for even for a while would recognize the name of the Varkari movement. Okay, Varkari, it's a journey that the people take for a month, okay, to Pandharpur. Okay, it's like a pilgrimage for them. So Dhyaneshwar was the one who started and strengthened this cultural idea. Next, Shankardev. Shankardev is from Assam. 15th century was a time. Okay, he is also famous for Satriya dance. Okay, what was his philosophical idea? Okay, Ek Sarana Naam Dharna. Okay, single-minded devotion to Krishna. Okay, like as everyone was preaching like devotion is important, rituals are not important. Some people said devotion to Krishna is important. They identified the particular entity towards which your devotion could align, devotions could target. Okay, like meditating, for example, meditation. If you want to meditate, okay, it's very difficult to focus on a say white wall. It helps if you have a point to focus on. Okay, so that devotion was concentrated, was pointed towards Krishna. Okay, that was the idea of Krishna Bhakti as well, Vaishnava Bhakti movement. Okay, Satriya dance. Okay, Namghas, Bhavnas. Okay, he institutionalized Bhakti and shaped Assamese dance culture and theatre. Yes, Satriya dance, as we know, okay, from Assam, it was structured by Shankardev. Next we have Tukaram. Tukaram is in the 16th century. Okay, emotional ethical bhakti, critique of caste and ritualism. Okay, he composed a lot of abhangs. Abhangs are small poetries. Okay, devotional in nature. Okay, he used bhakti as a social protest. So what happened was that earlier the elites were being drawn to the bhakti. Okay, later these scholars, these bhakti movement, bhakti priests like Tukaram started enrolling the support of the lower caste as well. Okay, so these were the ones who democratized the idea. Okay, who popularized the idea of bhakti. Okay, so the answer here is C. Okay, first came Ramanuja, 11th 3rd century, then Dhyaneshwar, 13th century, then Shankardev, 15th 16th century, and then Tukaram. So kindly make note of all the important bhakti saints like this table. Next is an interesting question. It's a new kind of question. Earlier UPSC used to give maps in their questions, but lately they have stopped. Okay, so in to chasing innovation, okay, we have come up with this idea, this particular idea. Okay, so this talks about the empire and this location, and one important thing to mention is the timeline. the question isn't just about asking which empire's capital is where, it's talking about the time period as well, 3rd to 6th century. So if you know which empires were there between that time, okay, you are most likely to arrive at an answer. Okay, so let's see the location. Start from the location. First location, okay, sounds something like between Bihar and UP. Okay, so 3rd to 6th century, Guptas were very active in this region, so is correct. Okay, second is around Assam. Okay, so Kamrupa kingdom looks very plausible. Okay, third is Chalukya dynasty. Okay, Chalukyas started from 6th century. Okay, it was not between 3rd to 6th century. Okay, we'll talk more about Chalukyas in the next slide. Okay, so this seems less likely. Okay, and then we have the Pallava kingdom. Yes, this sounds like Kanchipuram, a port of the Pallavas. So the option is C. Okay, option is, one is Patliputra, is of the Guptas. Second is Kamrup of Kamrup dynasty, and this is Kanchipuram. So this option is correct. Third is not of the Chalukyas. Okay, and Chalukyas had 3 empires like Cholas. Okay. There were 2 Cholas in our history. One, both used the name Cholas, okay, and used around similar flags. So we have differentiated them by calling them Sangam Cholas, because one came in antiquity in 2nd century BC. We call them Sangam Cholas, and next we have the Cholas of the 9th century, Raja Chola, Raja Chola. Okay, because of their imperial exploits, we call them Imperial Cholas to distinguish. And similarly, we had 3 dynasties of Chalukyas. Okay, one was of Badami, their capital was in Badami. We call them Badami Chalukyas. Eastern Chalukyas, their capital was at Vengi, and Western Chalukyas, their capital was at Kalyani. Okay, so kindly look into the cultural contribution of these Chalukyas. And UPSC can anyway turn around and surprise you with these things, but rather than preparing for specifically for these type of questions, I would suggest you, whenever you go through NCERTs, take a very thorough look at the maps. Okay, because it will give you some important information which will help you solve a few questions. Okay, next, which of the following texts provide earlier system exposition of Indian dramaturgy? Dramaturgy, see, even from someone who has very little idea about this term dramaturgy and not a great idea about other books. Okay, if there is drama here and natya here, okay, this is easy to map out. Okay, the answer is C. The answer here is C. Okay, Natya Shastra by Bharat Muni is the fountainhead of all the classical dances of India. Okay, and there are other books. Okay, Rigveda, we all know what Rigveda is. Okay, apart first of the 4 Vedas. Okay, Arthashastra. Okay, Arthashastra is a book on statecraft rather than economics. Like currently, the translation of economics to Hindi is Arthashastra, but this particular Arthashastra book is not on economy but on statecraft, on political structures. Okay, and then Silapadikaram, it is a literary epic. Okay, does not have great details on art and literature. Okay, so the option here is Natya Shastra by Bharat Muni. Consider following statement regarding Kathakali and Mohiniyattam dances. Okay, another question came from the dances part. Kathakali is traditionally performed by female artists, whereas Mohiniyattam is performed by male dancer. This statement is not correct. Okay, it is the other way around. Kathakali is performed by males and Mohiniyattam primarily by females. Okay, use of elaborate facial makeup and mask is common in Kathakali but not in Mohiniyattam. Yes, this statement is correct. Okay, let's see an example like this. See, this is a male dancer of Kathakali, and this is Mohiniyattam. I brought these images to burn this in your mind. Okay, so had you seen this particular picture, you would not have any issue in solving these questions. So this is Kathakali, this is Mohiniyattam. Okay, this comes from two of the 8 classical dances. Okay, who recognizes a dance as a classical dance? It is the Sangeet Natak Academy. It has recognized 8 dances as classical. Okay, we have Bharatanatyam from Tamil Nadu, Kathak from Uttar Pradesh, Kathakali from Kerala, Kuchipudi from Andhra Pradesh, Odissi, no surprise, Odisha, Manipuri from Manipur, Mohiniyattam again from Kerala, and Satriya, Assam. Okay, so you ensure that you cover all the, you pull out pictures of all the dances. Okay, so that questions like this you don't get it wrong. Okay, next it's about the important sites of Buddha's life. Okay, Dhamek Stupa in Bihar, site of Buddha's first sermon. Dhamek Stupa is in Sarnath. It is not in Bihar, it is in UP. Okay, Piprava Stupa, Uttar Pradesh, site of Buddha's relics that were given to Shakya clan. Second statement is correct. Third, Rambhal Stupa, it's in Nepal. Yes. Birthplace of Lumbini, of Buddha. No, this is Kushinagar. Kushinagar, and it was the place where Buddha left for his abode, eternal abode. Okay, so the answer is only one, only second statement is correct. So in this, from this question you must know the important 5 sites of Buddha's life. Okay, his birth, okay, where was born, where was his enlightenment, okay, first sermon, Mahaparinivan, and cremation. Okay, so he was born at Lumbini. Okay, where is Lumbini? It's in Rupandehi district in Nepal. Okay, what is there? Mahadevi temple and Ashokan pillar inscription is there. Okay, Ashoka had placed a pillar inscription there to mark his devotion to Buddha. Okay, and he also declared that reduce the taxes from that area. Okay, next, enlightenment, Bodhi tree. It's in Bodh Gaya, Gaya district of Bihar. There still stands the Bodhi tree. Okay, even though Shashank was the king who followed Mauryan Empire, who chopped it down, but later his son revived it. Okay, next, first sermon, Dharm Chakra Pravartan. It was in Sarnath, or that time called Issipatan. Okay, it's in near Varanasi. Dhamek Stupa is there, and it also has a deer park, very popular park there. Okay, next we have Mahaparinivaran is happened in Kushinagar. Okay, so it has a temple, Mahaparinivaran temple. Okay, and then there is a cremation site of Buddha. It is Rambhal Stupa. Okay, and it's also in Kushinagar. So these are the few sites of Buddha's, important sites from Buddha's life that you should know. Next, with reference to Satvana dynasty, consider the following statements. Okay, Satvanas were between 1st and 3rd century AD. Okay, Pratisthana and Amravati were important capitals of Satvahanas. Yes, this statement is correct. Okay, you can see here on the map. Okay, Amravati. Okay, Pratisthana. Next, coins issued by Satvahanas frequently depict ships indicating the presence of maritime trade. This statement is also correct. This is the particular coin in the question. See, there is a ship here, which shows that they were very actively trading with their neighbors. Okay. Next, Satvahanas patronized only Brahmanical traditions and did not support other religious sects. This statement is not correct, though Satvahanas are very popular patrons of Brahmanical religion of that time, but like it is important because Satvahanas was one of the important ones of that time, because after Mauryas, like Mauryas took up Buddhism. Okay, and later in the later if you come to say Samudragupta and all, okay, they had patronized Hinduism and Brahmanicism, but between Mauryas and Guptas there were not many patrons. So among that, in that period, Satavahanas were the one who had patronized a lot of Brahmanical ideas and Brahmanical sects. Okay, but he was they were not only patrons of Brahmanical traditions, they patronized other sects as well, Jainism and Buddhism. Okay, so here the answer will be 1 and 2. Okay, they patronized Buddhism and Jainism too. Next, see, it's another new kind of innovation that we have. Okay, in a table there are 3 columns, you have to match, okay, and fill the blanks. Okay, so Bagurumba is a dance, yes, dance from Assam. Okay, what does that look like? This. Okay, next, Sohrai. Okay, Sohrai is a painting form of Jharkhand. And Pattachitra is very easy, its painting form, it is from Odisha. Okay, let's see these 2 art forms as well. This is Pattachitra, this is Sohrai. Okay, so from this question what you have to know is the important art forms, painting, dance forms, and which region it is associated with. Okay, if you know this, you can easily solve these kind of questions, and UPSC has asked these kind of questions. So that will be end of our discussions. We discussed 9 questions of art, ancient, medieval, art and culture. Okay, so I hope you attempted these questions. Kindly watch the full discussion and analyze the solutions as well, and also make notes of all the questions you didn't get right, to ensure that you don't get it wrong in any other test that you give from now. It may so happen that whatever themes we have highlighted here, the same theme may be repeated or asked in some form in the exam, and if you cover this topic particularly now, it may help you in that day. Okay, so let's meet in the next Anubhav discussion. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I hope you all are doing good. हमेशा की तरह शानदार. So welcome to the discussion of Anubhav, and in this discussion I will be taking the section of modern history. Most of you are familiar with me. Those who are new, my name is Mayank Singh and I will be taking your modern history questions of Anubhav. I hope कि ये वाला टेस्ट आपने अटेम्प्ट किया होगा, और इस ड्यूरेशन ऑफ प्रिपरेशन में जो लोग 2026 अपना अटेम्प्ट लिखने जा रहे हैं उनके लिए इस तरीके के टेस्ट आर ऑलवेज गोइंग टू बी अ वेकअप कॉल ऑल्सो with respect to what kind of mistakes or what kind of silly mistakes they are making, or what should be the change of approach of a particular subject they should be doing. जैसे ऐसा हो सकता है कि आपको इस टेस्ट को अटेम्प्ट करने के बाद में ये पता चला हो कि आपके पॉलिटी के सेक्शन, इकोनॉमी के सेक्शन या कोई सब स्पेसिफिक सेक्शन किसी सब्जेक्ट के वीक हैं, तो हर सब्जेक्ट का एक अपना अप्रोच हो सकता है पढ़ने का, और हर सब्जेक्ट के जब हम PYQs को देखते हैं तो हमें ये पता चल जाता है कि उस सब्जेक्ट को पढ़ने की फ्रीक्वेंसी क्या होनी चाहिए. सो बिफोर जंपिंग टू द क्वेश्चंस ऑफ मॉडर्न हिस्ट्री, जो बेसिक मॉडर्न हिस्ट्री पढ़ने की जो अप्रोच हो सकती है स्पेसिफिकली व्हेन यू आर टारगेटिंग योर प्रीलिम्स एग्जामिनेशन, then you can categorize 5-6 varieties of questions that are going to be asked into modern history. So let's suppose if I'm just going to take 1 minute on the modern history approach when you are going to read for prelims. तो पहली वैरायटी के क्वेश्चंस हो सकते हैं जो हमेशा पूछे जाते हैं कि अरेंज दीज इवेंट्स with respect to a chronological order. So let's suppose कि events which are going to be from 1940s to 1942, 1942 to 1945 और 1940 to 1947, इसमें बहुत सारे events आसपास हुए, तो ये इवेंट्स को एक क्रोनोलॉजिकल ऑर्डर में अरेंज करने के लिए, तो इसमें जब तक आपको इवेंट्स के ईयर नहीं याद होंगे, इंपॉर्टेंट इवेंट्स के ईयर अगर नहीं याद होंगे तो यू विल बी फेसिंग सम डिफिकल्टी. सो सम टाइप ऑफ क्वेश्चंस कैन बी आस्क्ड. सेकेंडली, इसमें कई बार वॉइस रॉयस के या गवर्नर जनरल्स के कॉन्ट्रीब्यूशंस को भी अरेंजमेंट में पूछा जा सकता है या उनके टेन्योर को भी पूछा जा सकता है. सो दैट इज द फर्स्ट वैरायटी ऑफ क्वेश्चन. सेकेंड वैरायटी ऑफ क्वेश्चंस आर गोइंग टू बी आस्क्ड विद रिस्पेक्ट टू द इवेंट्स और सोशल रिलीजियस रिफॉर्म्स और ट्राइबल मूवमेंट्स. तो इवेंट्स जैसे मैं मानता हूँ इंपॉर्टेंट इवेंट, जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल नेशनल मूवमेंट की अगर बात करें तो उसमें नॉन कॉपरेशन मूवमेंट है, सिविल डिसोबीडियंट मूवमेंट है. सोशल रिलीजियस रिफॉर्म्स में बात करें तो देयर डिफरेंट कंट्रीब्यूशंस दैट आर गोइंग टू बी डन बाय डिफरेंट पर्सनैलिटीज in the field of social religious. Third is going to be with respect to tribal movements. तो जब भी इस तरीके के इवेंट्स या ट्राइबल मूवमेंट्स की बात करें तो जो पढ़ने का तरीका होना चाहिए प्रीलिम्स के लिए, द फर्स्ट थिंग यू शुड बी टॉकिंग अबाउट द ईयर. सेकेंड, वो मूवमेंट, वो इवेंट कौन से जोग्राफिकल एरिया में रहा. तीसरा ये हो सकता है कि उसमें पर्सनैलिटीज कौन सी इन्वॉल्व थी. चौथा ये हो सकता है कि व्हाट इज गोइंग टू बी द मेजर कॉज फॉर दैट पर्टिकुलर movement, for that particular revolt, for that particular social religious reform. पांचवा ये हो सकता है कि what is going to be the outcome. इसके अलावा जो एक additional point हो सकता है whenever you are reading social religious reforms or with respect to some other important events, you will be going through कि some personalities are going to write about some journals or newspaper, so that is also going to become. So at least these 6 dimensions you should be remembering when you are discussing or reading a particular event, social religious reforms or tribal movement. Third thing, or apart from this, there is another question which is now being into focus, talking about the personalities who have recently been remembered for their contribution into the national struggle or national freedom struggle. So there are going to be different personalities, या फिर वो इवेंट जिन्होंने अभी रिसेंटली 100 साल 200 साल पूरे किए, जैसे हमने लास्ट वाले अनुभव में देखा था व्हेन आई वाज टेकिंग काको रिएक्शन प्लान पे देयर वाज सवाल, बिकॉज इट वाज 1925 दैट वाज द ईयर ऑफ दैट काको रिएक्शन एंड 2025 इट कंप्लीटेड इट्स 100 ईयर्स. उसी के अलावा कुछ मिसलेनियस हो सकते हैं जिसमें न्यूज़पेपर या फिर कांग्रेस सेशंस. तो इस तरीके के मिसलेनियस एस्पेक्ट्स को भी आप लास्ट में पढ़ सकते हैं क्योंकि ये प्योरली फैक्चुअल इंफॉर्मेशन है. ये पर्सनैलिटीज का क्रोनोलॉजिकल ऑर्डर एंड दीज इवेंट्स एंड ट्राइबल मूवमेंट्स और सोशल रिलीजियस रिफॉर्म्स, दिस इज गोइंग टू बी समथिंग which is of very frequent area where the questions are going to be asked. So let's see in this Anubhav what kind of questions have been asked and what is going to be the outcome or learning from those. So talking about the first question, that is question number 25. I don't know the set, but in this particular set this is question number 25. So first is consider the following statements regarding the vacuum satyagraha which recently completed its centenary. As I was telling, there can be some events. Last Anubhav it is going to be the Kako reaction plan. This year it is going to be, or this paper is going to be about vacuum satyagraha. तो vacuum satyagraha जब मैं बात करता हूँ तो it is going to be comprising of 2 words. Firstly, a particular name of a place that is going to be in the state of, or at that particular time in the state of Travancore, and secondly satyagraha, so something must related to Gandhi ji must be contributing about this particular event. So if you are going to read about social religious reforms, it is a subtopic of that, because जब आप उसके अंदर temple entry movements के बारे में पढ़ते हैं जहाँ पे there is going to be a new wave where some of the lower caste or some of the a section of the society is going to be prohibited into the temples. तो उसी रिस्पेक्ट में वैक्यूम सत्याग्रह is going to be the first major temple entry movement which is going to start in the southern part of the India. So vacuum satyagraha, as I told you, it is going to be a place that is going to be in the state of Travancore at that particular time. And satyagraha, अगर आप थोड़ा सा हिस्ट्री को बेसिक एस्पेक्ट में भी जाने तो इट इज गोइंग टू बी रिलेटेड समथिंग वेयर गांधी जी, तो इसमें गांधी जी का कोई आइडियोलॉजी का रोल हो सकता है या गांधी जी का भी रोल हो सकता है इस सत्याग्रह में, राइट. तो ये अगर हम बात करें तो इतना कोई बता सकता है कि इसमें वायलेंस का रोल तो नहीं रहा होगा अगर वो बेसिक फंडामेंटल इस चीज के बारे में जाने. So let's see what are going to be the statement. It was organized for the princely state of Travancore, as I told you, to secure the rights of untouchables for using the public roads surrounding the vacuum temple. तो जब हमने पहला स्टेटमेंट पढ़ा तो फर्स्ट स्टेटमेंट इज गोइंग टू टेल अबाउट द cause. What is going to be the cause? So as I was telling you in just previous slide, or when I was discussing that whenever you are going to read about any tribal movement, social religious reform events, so there what is going to be the cause of that, what is going to be the geographical area, in which year it is going to be, which personalities are going to be involved, and what are going to be the outcome. These 5-4 dimensions you should definitely remember when you are thinking about a particular event. So now it was organized in the princely states of Travancore, yes, to secure the rights of untouchable. Actually it is going to be securing the rights of the lower caste, and it has 2 major objectives. Firstly, to open the gates of the temple in that particular state, and secondly, at that surrounding of the temple there is going to be roads, right. So that roads are not also going to be used by every section of the society, so to open the access of those particular roads, for that for every section of the society. In that, lower caste and talking about the untouchables are going to be prohibited. So that is going to be the cause, that is going to be the correct one. Mahatma Gandhi did not support the movement as it turned violent. This statement is not correct, because Mahatma Gandhi visited and supported the movement because he visited the state of Travancore at that particular time, and it did not turn violent, right. So this satyagraha is going to be peaceful. Third, this satyagraha resulted into the opening of vacuum temple to all the caste. So this particular statement is not correct in the year we are going to talk about, or what are going to be the formal year of vacuum satyagraha. Definitely by the year 1936, then the ruler of the Travancore is going to issue an statement or an order for opening the gates of the temple. So this is not the outcome that is going to be based just into 1925 or just after vacuum satyagraha. It is going to be in 1936 that is going to be there. So this statement is also incorrect, because yes, it opened the that particular access to the road that is going to surrounding of the temple, but not the gates of the temple, or not that particular temple. So thus roads which are going to surround that temple are going to be open. So this third statement is also not going to be correct. So answer is going to be A, only one, where it is going to be organized, that is going to be the cause. Second is going to talking about the role of a personality, and third is going to be talking about an outcome, right. So that is why I say if you take care of some of the dimension, then it becomes easy. Let's see about the next question. Now question number 27, with reference to the Deccan riots of 1875, consider the following statements. First, the riots occurred mainly in the Raiyatwari areas of Bombay Presidency. So as you read the first statement, and if you are aware about the term Raiyatwari, it is going to talk about the economic British policies that are going to be implemented. So in that you are going to read about permanent settlement, Raiyatwari settlement and Mahalwari settlement. And Raiyatwari settlement is going to be in the areas of Madras or Presidency of Madras and Bombay. तो रैयतवारी और परमानेंट सेटलमेंट या जमींदारी सेटलमेंट में एक मेजर डिफरेंस ये है कि परमानेंट सेटलमेंट में ओनरशिप इज गोइंग टू बी ट्रांसफर टू द जमींदार्स, बट हियर द टर्म रैयत इज गोइंग टू बी टर्मिंग और द टर्म इज गोइंग टू in reference of the peasants or cultivators. So here the ownership right is going to be with respect to the peasants, but here the taxation is going to be firstly very heavy, and secondly it is not going to be fixed with respect to permanent settlement. So if I am going to differentiate with respect to permanent settlement and Raiyatwari, in permanent settlement zamindars are going to be the owners, here Raiyat or peasants are going to be the owners. Here the settlement, the revenue rates are going to be fixed, but here the revenue rates are not going to be fixed and they are going to be very, very high. So that is going to be the basic, and the question is going to be on the topic of economic British impact or British economic policies or land revenue settlements. So the riots occurred mainly in the Raiyatwari areas of Bombay Presidency. So this is going to be correct, and if you are going to be familiarized with the term Deccan, तो कहीं तो महाराष्ट्र या आसपास के एरिया में ही रहा होगा, और बॉम्बे प्रेसिडेंसी में ये राइट्स पुणे और अहमदनगर में हुए थे इन द ईयर ऑफ 1875. सेकेंड, so this is going to talking about the geographical area as I told you. Second, the immediate targets of the peasants anger the European planter. तो अगर आप रैयतवारी के बारे में समझें तो here the peasants को के पास ओनरशिप राइट है, लेकिन रेवेन्यू बहुत ज़्यादा है, या जो उनको टैक्स देना है वो बहुत ज़्यादा है. तो अगर उनको ज़्यादा टैक्स देना है और वो फिक्स भी नहीं है, तो डेफिनेटली पीजेंट्स को कई बार लोन लेना पड़ेगा. सो इट दे आर गोइंग टू टेक द लोन. सो दीज पीजेंट्स आर गोइंग टू टेक द लोन फ्रॉम मनी लेंडर्स, एंड एज यू नो at that time agriculture productivity is not going to be that peak, and secondly the policies, the taxation is not going to be creating a conducive environment for the growth of the peasant. So money lender से वो लोन लेंगे और फिर वो एक डेप्ट साइकिल में फंस जाएंगे, और ये डेप्ट साइकिल से बाहर निकलने के लिए फिर वो एक दोबारा लोन लेंगे और मनी लेंडर्स उनको लोन देते जाएंगे और पीजेंट्स अपना डेप्ट साइकिल में फंसते जाएंगे. सो दिस इज गोइंग टू बी रिएक्शन अगेंस्ट दैट इनडेप्टनेस दैट इज गोइंग टू बी क्रिएटेड, और अगेंस्ट दैट विशियस साइकिल दैट इज गोइंग टू बी क्रिएटेड बिकॉज ऑफ द हाई लोन्स दैट इज गोइंग टू बी गिवन बाय द मनी लेंडर्स. सो दैट एंगर इज गोइंग टू कम. वो किसके लिए है? वो मनी लेंडर के लिए है. सो द मेजर कॉज ऑफ these rights are going to be the against these particular money lenders, right? So it is not going to target, और यूरोपियन प्लांटर्स की बात अगर आप करें या इसको ध्यान में रखें तो यूरोपियन प्लांटर्स तो उस समय नहीं होंगे, right? So this statement becomes incorrect. So the cause is not going to be the correct. And thirdly, indebtedness of the peasants was a key underlying cause. So that is going to be the cause, as I was telling you. So first and third becomes the correct statement. That is why the option B is going to be there, only 2, right? So first and second question I would say ki they are in terms of a very matlab not very, but yes, they are of moderate. Sometimes if you are not even aware about the entire statement, using some kind of common sense and basic understanding, you can make these questions correct. Now coming to the third question, that is question number 71. Now this is a very important theme where I find this question is very important also, a bit on the harder side also, because it is going to telling about 3 different personalities and role of the woman. ये एक बहुत अच्छी थीम है जहाँ से सवाल पूछा जा सकता है, इससे पहले पूछा भी गया है. तो जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल रोल ऑफ वुमेन इनटू द नेशनल मूवमेंट, रोल ऑफ वुमेन इनटू द in national movement with respect to the role of women in Congress, role of women with respect to revolutionary activities. So ये एक important theme है जहाँ से questions expect कर सकते हैं. So first statement, Rani Chennamma led an armed resistance against the East India Company in 1824 after it refused to recognize its adopted heir. So she has been commemorated for the completion of 200 years जब वो उन्होंने बैटल लड़ा, और ये बैटल उन्होंने इसलिए लड़ा क्योंकि वो जिस जगह से आती थी जहाँ की वो क्वीन थी, उस जगह पे उनके हस्बैंड और बेटे की डेथ के बाद उन्होंने एक सन को अडॉप्ट किया. और जैसा आप जानते हैं कि विद रिस्पेक्ट टू द डॉक्ट्रिन ऑफ लैप्स और विद रिस्पेक्ट टू द पॉलिसी ऑफ डॉक्ट्रिन ऑफ लैप्स, दैट अडॉप्टेड सन इज नॉट गोइंग टू बी कंसीडर्ड एज द लेजिटिमेट सक्सेसर. सो दैट इज व्हाई शी इज गोइंग टू इनिशिएट अ रिवॉल्ट अगेंस्ट ईस्ट इंडिया कंपनी. So recently she has been commemorated for her contribution or the fight against the East India Company. So that is why this question is going to be there. So she has recently been commemorated as the completion of 200 years with respect to the fight. So first statement is definitely correct. Second, Begum Hazrat Mahal led the 1857 uprising in Lucknow. So इनका नाम आपको बहुत फेमिलियर होगा, और जो जब आप बैटल रिवॉल्ट ऑफ 1857 पढ़ते हैं, सो कंट्रीब्यूशन और इन द मेजर एरियाज में आपको दिल्ली में पता है कि किसने किया, बरेली में किसने किया, मेरठ, लखनऊ, आरा. So these are going to be the important centers. Begum Hazrat Mahal is going to be a very important personality in the revolt of 1857. And अगर आप कभी लखनऊ जाएं तो इनके नाम पे हजरतगंज में एक बहुत बड़ा सा पार्क है जिसको BHM पार्क भी कहते हैं. So she is also going to play an important role with respect to the revolt of 1857 and along with his son Birjis Qadir. So second statement is also correct. Third, Rani Gaiden Liu organized the Hereka movement in the Naga Hills during the 1930s. So actually this movement is going to be initiated by her cousin, right? And at the age of 13-14 years, she is going to join this particular movement, and after some time she is going to organize or reorganize this particular movement to fight against the Britishers. So at that particular time, these Britishers, or if we are going to talk about the timeline, the Christian missionaries are going to play a crucial role in that particular area, and to protect their religious faith value interest, cultural values interest, this movement is going to be organized. If I going to talk about the literal meaning, it is going to talk about the purification, और हेरेका का जो literal meaning है वो pure है. So it is more like कि protecting their cultural values, protecting their faith values, protecting their religious beliefs. So that is going to be the movement, and over a period of time the dimension of this particular movement is going to be reorganized, and it is going to be widen enough by Rani Gaiden Liu, and that is why she is going to play a very important role in this particular area. So this statement is also going to be correct, right? Because she is going to link this movement with respect to civil disobedient movement, and after this civil disobedient movement, she is also going to be jailed for some particular time. So in this question, all the 3 statements are going to be correct. Now moving forward, question number 73, with reference to the Ulgulan led by Birsa Munda, consider the following statement. A very famous personality, कुछ टाइम पहले इनको छोटा नागपुर प्लेटो में प्राइम मिनिस्टर साहब ने इनके कंट्रीब्यूशन के बारे में बात भी करी थी. सो बिरसा मुंडा कंसीडर द फॉलोइंग स्टेटमेंट. द फर्स्ट इज गोइंग टू टॉक अबाउट इट वाज डायरेक्टेड अगेंस्ट द डिकूज एंड द ब्रेकडाउन ऑफ द खुंद कत्ती एग्रीगेरियन सिस्टम. जब भी हम कोई ट्राइबल रिवॉल्ट की बात करते हैं, सो दैट ट्राइबल रिवॉल्ट इज गोइंग टू बी इनिशिएटेड. द मेजर कॉज ऑफ दैट ट्राइबल रिवॉल्ट इज गोइंग टू बी टॉकिंग अबाउट, या तो वो उनके लैंड से जुड़ा होगा कि वहाँ की लैंड पे किसी और ने अपना ओनरशिप इस्टेब्लिश करने की कोशिश की, या तो फिर उनके कल्चरल वैल्यूज़ या फेथ वैल्यूज़ को, बिलीव्स को चेंज करने की कोशिश की, या फिर ऐसा हो सकता है कि उनका जो एग्रीगेरियन और इकोनॉमिक सिस्टम है उसमें कोई आउटसाइड इन्फ्लुएंस हो और उसको बदलने की कोशिश की. सो दीज आर गोइंग टू बी द थ्री मेजर रीजंस. फर्स्ट इज गोइंग टू बी लैंड, सेकंड इज गोइंग टू बी कल्चर, बिलीफ, फेथ, and third is going to be the agriculture and economic aspects. And this is a very famous revolt that is going to be read under the tribal revolts. So it is going to be fight by a very famous personality who became the face of this particular revolt in the Chota Nagpur plateau, right? So Munda is going to be the name of the tribe. तो क्या है कि उनका अपना एग्रीकल्चर सिस्टम है जिसके हिसाब से इट इज गोइंग टू बी लाइक अ कलेक्टिव फार्मिंग, और उन एरियाज में जिन एरियाज में पहले एग्रीकल्चर नहीं हो सकता था उसको कल्टिवेबल लैंड बनाया by collective efforts, and that is why the ownership is not going to be based on an individual level. बट ओवर अ पीरियड ऑफ टाइम जब ब्रिटिशर्स की पॉलिसीज आ गई, इकोनॉमिक पॉलिसीज में चेंज हुआ, लैंड रेवेन्यू पॉलिसीज में चेंज हुआ, सो नाउ द लैंड राइट्स और ओनरशिप राइट्स और द दिस एंटायर एग्रीगेरियन स्ट्रक्चर इज गोइंग टू चेंज, एंड अ न्यू प्लेयर which are going to be known as zamindar entered into this agrarian system. So it is going to be a fight against the zamindars, right, which are going to be known as dikkus, right. So this movement is going to be directed against the zamindars for the dikkus and the breakdown of the this agrarian system, which is going to be persistent. So first statement is definitely correct. So first is going to talk about the cause, and second is going to talk about the outcome. As a consequence of the movement, the British enacted the Chota Nagpur Tennessee Act 1908 to safeguard the tribal and rights. So after the final outcome is going to be positive, where the rights of this particular areas or these particular tribes are going to be protected by passing a Tennessee Act in 1908. So this is going to be the outcome. So here one and second statement both are going to be correct. So answer is going to be C. Now next question. Question number 74, consider the following pairs. So as I told you, this is a miscellaneous type of question, publication, newspaper, journals, personalities. So first is going to be historical personality, second is going to be their famous publication. In this question, I would say कि this question अगर किसी को M.N. रॉय, गोवलकर साहब और डांगे साहब का नाम नहीं भी पता हो, तो किताबों में दो किताबें ऐसी मेंशन्ड हैं जिनके बारे में काफ़ी लोग जानते हैं, राइट. सो फर्स्ट इज गोइंग टू बी, फर्स्ट नेम शायद आपको ऐसे डांगे साहब का नाम नहीं पता हो, जो एक फाउंडिंग मेंबर हैं कम्युनिस्ट पार्टी के, राइट. और अगर आपको ये पता है तो आप शायद उनकी किताब को नहीं भी जानते हो, तो शायद विद रिस्पेक्ट टू द नेम ऑफ लेनिन यू कैन से कि शायद उन्होंने ये किताब लिखी हो, क्योंकि ही इज गोइंग टू बी द फाउंडिंग मेंबर ऑफ कम्युनिस्ट पार्टी ऑफ इंडिया, राइट. सो फर्स्ट पेयर इज डेफिनेटली गोइंग टू बी करेक्ट. ही इज ऑल्सो गोइंग टू बी द फॉर्मर मेंबर ऑफ लोकसभा lately, and M.N. Roy is also going to be related with CPI. So first and third personality is going to be related with CPI. Second is going to be Golwalkar, which is who is a very famous personality of RSS, and he is not going to write Hind Swaraj, because you know this is going to be written by Mahatma Gandhi ji, and India Divided is going to be written by Rajendra Prasad ji. So in these two books are very famous, and most of the students know that India Divided is going to be written by Rajendra Prasad, Hind Swaraj by Mahatma Gandhi ji. So Mahatma Gandhi ji and Rajendra Prasad ji have written these particular books. That means second and third are the incorrect, and first is going to be the correct. So in this I would say even if you know the second and the third book, then also if you have some basic information about S.A. Danges, so then you can also tell that might be he has written this particular book. So answer is going to be A. So this is using some kind of common sense question, a pure factual type of question. Now coming back to the question number 75, consider the following provision. First is inclusion of Indians into Viceroy's Executive Council. Okay. Then bicameral legislature at the central level, separate electorate, diarchy, and how many of the above provisions are introduced by Government of India Act 1909. So अगर आपने अनुभव पहले का डिस्कशन देखा हो तो उसमें एक सवाल था 1935 पे, इस बार सवाल 1909 पे है. ये थोड़ा सा इजी टाइप क्वेश्चन है, क्योंकि गवर्नमेंट इंडिया एक्ट 1909, 1919, 1935 और रेगुलेटिंग एक्ट और चार्टर एक्ट के प्रोविजंस हम थोड़ा ध्यान से पढ़ते भी हैं, क्योंकि यूपीएससी हैज आस्क्ड दिस पर्टिकुलर क्वेश्चन. जैसे परमानेंट सेटलमेंट रैयतवारी पे भी उन्होंने पहले भी कई बार क्वेश्चंस पूछे हैं. तो इन दिस पर्टिकुलर क्वेश्चन, if anyone has know about the major provisions, then also he can say कि yes, SP Sinha was the first Indian who is going to be appointed into the Viceroy Executive Council. So yes, it is going to be the first time with the inclusion. So first is going to be correct. Second is going to be the provision of Government of India Act 1919. Separate electorate for Muslim, yes, it is also going to be a important provision of 1909, and diarchy in the provinces, that is also going to be 1919. So I was talking about this and this, ये हम 1935 के क्वेश्चन में जो लास्ट अनुभव में पूछा गया था उसके बारे में तब मैं बात भी कर रहा था. तो here the 1 and 3rd is going to be there and it is more a bit on the easy side of the question. So first is going to be correct. So talking in general, if I say, I would say कि question number 25, 27 are going to be can be done if you are reading the question properly, might be with respect to some common and basic awareness. Then this is a bit tricky question because you are not familiar with the first and third. So 71 is going to be a bit on the harder side. Rest 73 is going to be again is a very famous personality. तो इनके बारे में और ये एक major tribal revolt है जिनके बारे में सब लोग जानते हैं. और 74 और 75 थोड़े से easy side पे हैं question because 74 में अगर दो किताबों के नाम mentioned हैं जहाँ पे गांधी जी और राजेंद्र प्रसाद जी की किताब के बारे में आपको पता है तो आप वो सवाल कर सकते हैं. So all in all there were 6 major questions of modern history. I hope this discussion was useful and just on the concluding remark, whenever we attempt a particular test, it is not only about the marks, it is more about the learning or making up your mind or inculcating that kind of temperament, how to handle those 100 questions, right? So now it is time to revise more, consolidate more, and then how you are going to handle, what are going to be your target questions, how you are categorizing those questions, because it is not only about doing question number 1 to 100, it is also about in which flow you are doing. तो आप उन questions में कैसे marking करते हैं कि कौन से questions आपके first flow में सही थे, फिर आप में किस में 50-50% chance था, किस में 1/3 की probability थी. तो categorization of those questions also becomes very important. So I hope this discussion was helpful. Thank you and have a great day.
Hello everyone, myself Ajay Singh Elawat and I am going to discuss the geography part of the Anubhav test paper 2. So let's start with the first question. The first question is from the soil chapter. It is about the water availability in the soils. So before moving ahead, let me just give you the theoretical part of it. In the soils, there are basically two types of pores. One are known as macropores and another one are known as micropores. So we have macro and micropores. Now, how do they are formed? They are formed on the basis of the size of the soil particle. For example, clay soils, they have very small size, so that's why the particles are very closely placed, due to which micropores are formed in the clay soils. Whereas in the sandy soils, the particles are large, that's why the pores formed between them are macropores. So macropores are formed in the sandy soils, or you can say sandy soils have more number of macropores as compared to the clay soils, which is having more number of micropores. Now what is the function of the micro and macropores? Both have very different functions. The function of macropore, as they are large, the first function is drainage. So whatever excess water is there, that is drained through these macropores. Yani if there is more water, that water is going to seep down through the macropores. Whereas micropores, they are closely placed, that's why they are going to retain water, and they are going to retain water due to the basic principle of capillary action. So capillary action is the basic principle behind which the micropores are able to retain the water. Now capillary action helps the micropores in retaining the water. The second function of macropores is aeration. As they have air trapped in them, that air is utilized by the plant roots for their respiration. So macropores are having two functions, drainage and aeration. Micropores is having the function of retaining water. So let's see, in the clay soils the micropores are more, that's why the more water is retained by the clay soils. Whereas sandy soils, they have more drainage and aeration, that's why you are not able to retain water in the sandy soil. So for plants it need a combination of both. So that's where the loamy soils come, or loam soil comes. Loamy soils are having combination of sandy as well as the clay components, and that's why it is having both macro as well as micropores. So it is able to retain the water and excess water is drained down through it. Now coming back to the question, the first statement is loam and clay loam, that basically means loamy soil. Clay loam means some excessive clay is there, but the nature is loamy itself. Possesses high water holding capacity due to balanced proportion of macro and micropores. The statement is right here.
very easy statement. Second, clay soils, despite having very small pore spaces, generally provide a high plant available water. See, the first part of the statement is right. Yes, it is having very small pore spaces, that's why it is having micropores. Second is it able to provide high plant available water or not? See, the plant available water means that how much water for the plant it is available. A soil can have more water, but it may not be available to the plant. Why? For example, in the clay soil, what we are having is micropores. So water is between the micropores. So you need more suction pressure to extract water out of it. So in the case of clay soils, more suction pressure is required to pull water out from them. That's why the plant available water in the clay soil is very less. So this statement becomes wrong here. The third statement is soil compactation reduces macroporosity. Yes, when you are going to compress the soil, for example, अगर आपने tractor चला दिया या soil is being compressed, so macroporosity will be reduced and it is going to restrict the effective water uptake by the plants. Yes, how does it happen? For example, this particular soil is compacted. Now after compactation, what is going to happen? Whatever water falls on it, it will be running off because it will not be able to seep through it. So the first why the water is less available in the case of compacted soil, that there is more run off water. ज़्यादा पानी बह जाएगा, नीचे तक नहीं जाएगा, तो पहला रीजन तो ये हो गया. Second reason is, in the case of plant, the roots will not be able to go deep, so the penetration of roots will be less. So जो नीचे की तरफ water है, that will also not be available to the roots. So the second reason is the root penetration will be restricted. Third part is aeration. As macropores have been destroyed, that means less amount of air is available in the soil. When the amount of air available in the soil is reduced, that means the roots are going to have less oxygen for respiration and they will not be more effective. That's why the soil compactation is going to reduce the effective water uptake by the plants. So third statement is also right. So answer here becomes option D, 1 and 3 only. Second statement is wrong here. Now next we are having is about the earthquake waves. The first statement is assertion. The speed of S waves means secondary waves or the shear waves, is lower than that of the primary or P waves. This statement is basic one. Yes, this is right. First of all, the P waves come. After that, the S wave comes, and after that we have the surface waves in the form of Rayleigh and Love waves. So first are P waves, second are S waves, and third one are L and R or Love and Rayleigh waves. Both P and S are body waves. So first statement we are having is assertion is right. Second is the rock particles vibrate perpendicular to the direction of the wave travel in S waves. Now as we know, S waves are transverse waves, and in transverse waves the particles vibrate perpendicular to the direction of the wave propagation. So the second statement is also right. The rock particles vibrate perpendicular to the direction of the S waves. In the case of P waves, these are longitudinal waves. And the particles are going to vibrate parallel to the wave propagation direction. So this is the direction of wave and this is the direction of the particles. So this is the difference between the P waves and the S wave. Now the speed of the P waves or speed of any wave depends upon two factors. The first factor is the stiffness, or you can say elasticity of material. The second factor is the density. So elasticity is measured in the terms of stiffness and second factor is density. So for any wave, if you want to record the speed, it will depend upon two factors. One is elasticity of the material, second is the stiffness of the material. So for the P waves, there are basically two kinds of elasticity that are working upon. One is known as bulk modulus and second is known as the shear modulus. In the case of S waves, only shear modulus is working. So that's why the P waves are having more velocity as compared to the S waves. So the second statement, although is right, but is not able to explain the first statement. So the answer here becomes is option B. Answer क्या होगा? Option B. The velocity of the wave depends upon the elasticity and density of the material, not upon the direction in which the particles are vibrating. So answer here becomes option B. Now one more difference here. The S waves, the particle movement is perpendicular to the direction of the direction of the wave and in the vertical direction. यानी vertical direction में particles की movement होगी. In case of L waves or the surface waves, the particles are vibrating in horizontal direction, यानी horizontally वो perpendicular होंगे. ये wave की direction है and particles are vibrating in horizontal plane. So they are perpendicular but in horizontal plane. S waves में particles are perpendicular in vertical plane. In case of Rayleigh waves, the particles have rotational motion like this. So particles are rotating. So they have a rotational motion in case of Rayleigh waves. Both of these L waves and R waves are surface waves. Next question, we move on to question number 44. It is about the temperate grasslands. So Downs, Canterbury, Wells, Pampas and Pushtack. So let's see where are these located. So first of all, the temperate grasslands, where they are going to be found? They will be found between the latitudes 40 to 55 degree, north and south. Second thing, they will be found at the middle of the continents. So both they are found in the temperate zone and are in the continent itself. That's why the name temperate continental climate. Now various temperate grasslands that we have are, first one is important one is steppe. So this is steppe, that is across Europe and Asia. Then second important one is prairie, that is in the Northern America. It is adjacent to the Rocky Mountain range. Third one we are having is Pampas, that is in the South America. Then fourth that we are having are the Veld grasslands in the South Africa. Then we have Downs grassland in Australia, and lastly we have Canterbury grasslands in the New Zealand. उसके अलावा we have some local one also, for example Manchuria grasslands in China and Pushtack grasslands in Hungary. So these are the important temperate grasslands of the world. So let's go back to the question. The first one is Downs in Australia, this is right. Second, Canterbury in Brazil, this is wrong. In Brazil we are having tropical grasslands, and वो कौन से होते हैं? Campos. So in Brazil we are having tropical grasslands known as Campos. Canterbury are in New Zealand. Third is Welsh, South America, this is wrong, this is in South Africa. South America में we are having Pampas. Then we are having Pampas, again this is in South America. North America में we have prairies. Lastly Pushtack in Hungary, this is right. So how many of the above pair are correctly matched? So answer here becomes option A, that is only 2. Now there are certain winds that are associated with these grasslands. So the winds, important winds that we are having here are, first of all Pampas. In Pampas we have two type of winds. One is known as Pampero and second is known as Zonda winds. Pamperos are cold winds and Zonda are hot or warm winds. The another one that we are having is velds. In velds we are having berg winds. So these become important. Then in prairies we are having chinooks, important hai. They are also known as snow eaters. Then we are having nor'westers in down grasslands. So nor'westers in the downs grasslands. So these are the important winds associated with these grasslands also. Now let's move to next question. The next question we are having is question number 45. Acha, one more thing is there, that these grasslands, as they are in between the continent and they are in the temperate zone, so they have warm summers, not hot, they have warm summers. Rainfall is basically during the summers, and rainfall is up to 50 centimeter only. So they have rainfall up to 50 centimeter, mainly concentrated in the summer climate or the summer season. Winters are cold. Temperature may go from -2 to 4 degrees Celsius. Summers में temperature may go from 18 degrees Celsius to 24 degrees Celsius. So these things you should be knowing. Now next we are having is question number 45. The Abor hills कहाँ पर हैं ये? Are drained by the Dibang river. So what is the location of these Abor hills? The Abor hills are in the northeast region of Arunachal Pradesh, Himalayas के अंदर. So this is Dafla, Miri, Abor and Mishmi hills. The question is, the Abor hills are drained by the Dibang river. So Dibang is a tributary of the Brahmaputra river. There are basically three rivers. One is Dibang. This is Dibang river. यहाँ पे है. Then is Dihang. Dihang river is also known as Sikang river. And third one is Lohit river. So all these three combine to form the Brahmaputra river. This Dibang river although comes out from the Mishmi hills, but it drains the Abor hills as well. So the first statement is right here, the Abor hills are drained by the Dibang river. Second is the Mishmi hills touches the Indo-China border. This statement obviously is right. These are Mishmi hills and they are touching the Indo-China border. So second statement also becomes correct. The third one is the Seshachalam hills are arranged in the India's eastern Ghat. So let's see the location of the Seshachalam hills. So here we are having the Karnataka plateau. यहाँ पे हमारे पास वेस्टर्न घाट्स हैं, नीचे की तरफ अन्नामलाई एंड कार्डमम हिल्स हैं, ऊपर नीलगिरी हिल्स हैं. सो यहाँ पे कहीं पे नीलगिरी हिल्स हैं, देन वी आर हैविंग अन्नामलाई हिल्स एंड कार्डमन हिल्स. यहाँ पे वी हैव शेवरॉय एंड जवाड़ी हिल्स. देन वी हैव पालकोंडा नल्लामलाई हिल्स. सो हेयर वी आर हैविंग द शेषाचलम फॉरेस्ट और शेषाचलम हिल्स. They are near the Tirupati. So the third statement also becomes right, that the Seshachalam hills are arranged in the India's eastern Ghat. This statement is also right. All the statements are correct. So answer becomes all three here. Here यहीं पे आपका here we are having the Telangana plateau and ये वाला जो region हमारा रहेगा ये रहेगा हमारा eastern Ghats का. So the answer here is option C, that is all three are correct. Yes, option C, all three are correct. Now next we move to question number 46. It says consider the following statement regarding the temperature thermal anomaly. So what do you mean by thermal anomaly? Thermal anomaly का simple सा meaning ये है कि what we are expecting and the actual situation is different. हम expect कर रहे हैं कि यहाँ पे temperature same, ये temperature यहाँ पे 18 degree Celsius होगा, but the temperature is 24 degree Celsius. So that is known as thermal anomaly. So if the expected and the actual temperature ranges are different, then it is known as thermal anomaly. In thermal anomaly we have two things. One is known as positive anomaly, one is known as negative anomaly. Positive anomaly का मतलब ये है कि if the temperature is more than the expected one, it is known as positive anomaly. If the temperature is less than the expected, it is known as negative anomaly. So let's move to the question first. The magnitude of the temperature anomalies is generally larger in the northern hemisphere than in the southern hemisphere. Very basic statement. Yes, because in northern hemisphere there is more land area and in the southern hemisphere there is more ocean area. So यहाँ पे land and ocean distribution is very high, यानी दोनों के बीच में equally divided है. यहाँ पे there is dominance of oceans basically. That's why the magnitude of thermal temperature anomalies is more in the northern hemisphere as compared to the southern hemisphere. Second, during January in the northern hemisphere, the anomalies are positive over the ocean and negative over the continents. So we have discussed what is positive anomaly. The temperature is more than the expected one. That is known as positive anomaly. So it is talking about January, and it is saying that the northern hemisphere, the anomalies are positive over the ocean. यानी जो ocean है northern hemisphere के अंदर, they are having more temperature as that it is expected. और वो होगा, why it is going to happen? First of all, the water, the specific heat of water is more as compared to that of the land. So that's why it will be able to retain more heat as compared to the land. Land जल्दी ठंडा भी होगा और it will be getting warmer fast. So the temperature changes in the land area will be more as compared to the ocean or the water body. So this is the first reason. The second reason is that because from here the warm ocean currents are coming, and these warm ocean currents normalize the temperature of the ocean, whereas on the land there no such thing is happening. So during the time of January we are having winters in the northern hemisphere. That's why the temperature anomaly is more or positive in ocean and negative on the land. That is, oceans के ऊपर expected से ज़्यादा temperature है, land के अंदर expected से कम temperature है. So this statement becomes right here. Next, during July, in the northern hemisphere, the continents have positive and oceans have negative anomaly. Again, northern hemisphere में at the time of July, the sun or the ITCZ is somewhere here near the Tropic of Cancer. That's why more heat is on the land or in the northern hemisphere. So that's why the temperature of land is more than what we were expecting, and the temperature of the ocean is less than we were expecting. So there is a positive anomaly over the continents and negative anomaly over the ocean body. So the answer here becomes option D, 1, 2 and 3. Now the next question is question number 47. It is about the waterfalls in the India. Now first one we are having is Hundru waterfall. This Hundru waterfall is in Jharkhand state, in the Chota Nagpur plateau, and basically it is situated in Ranchi city. It is on the Subarnarekha river. This statement is right here. So this is the picture of the Hundru waterfall. The second one we are having is Chitrakoot waterfall. It is in Chhattisgarh, and it is also known as Niagara waterfall of India or Niagara of India. So this is the picture of the Chitrakoot waterfall on the Indravati river. So second one is also right. The third one we are having is the Kunchikal waterfall. This is not situated on the Narmada river. This Kunchikal waterfall is in Karnataka, and it is India's highest waterfall, a height of 455 meters, and the river on which it is situated is Varahi river. On Narmada we have another waterfall known as Dhuandar waterfall. So here the answer becomes option A, that is only 1 and 2 are correct. Now these are the important waterfalls of India. For example, first one is Jogs Fall or Greshchopa also we call it. It is again in Karnataka, and it is on the Saravati river. In the Western Ghats we find a number of waterfalls. Second is Dhuandar waterfalls, we have discussed it. It is on the Narmada river near Jabalpur. Then Hundru already covered. Then Shivana Samundaram waterfall on the Kaveri river. It is again in Karnataka. And lastly we are having Chitrakoot waterfall in the Indravati river. Now next we go to question number 48. It is about Greenland. Abhi news mein bhi tha, because US has said that it is going to occupy the Greenland as it has done with the Venezuela. So the statement is, it is geographically part of the North America continent. So what do you mean by this statement? This statement means that we have basically 7 major plates in the world: North America, South America, Indo-Australian plate, Eurasian plate, Antarctica plate, Pacific plate, and then we are having the African plate. So it is basically पार्ट ऑफ द नॉर्थ अफ्रीकन प्लेट एंड इस तरह से वो नॉर्थ अमेरिकन प्लेट जाती है. सो दिस इज द नॉर्थ अमेरिकन प्लेट एंड दिस इज द यूरेशियन प्लेट. सो ग्रीनलैंड इज geographically part of the North American continent. Second is it lies entirely within the Arctic Circle. This statement becomes wrong. This is Arctic Circle and it is beyond that Arctic Circle. So this statement becomes wrong here. Third is it is politically an overseas territory of Denmark. This statement obviously is correct. It was in news also. So the answer here becomes how many of the above statement are correct. So answer is option B, that is only 2. Now from this question you need to see the related areas with Greenland also. First of all, Baffin Bay, that is important. It is dividing Greenland from Canada. उसके बाद नीचे की तरफ है Labrador Sea. Then we have Davis Strait here, that is also important one. Then we are having Denmark state here. Atlantic Ocean तो हमें पता ही है, Iceland हमें पता ही है. Now the question is that why USA is so much eager to occupy this Greenland. The basic reason is that this upper part of world, that is where we are having Arctic Ocean and the Arctic ice, it is now melting, and once this sea routes becomes available, once this ice melts, then the new sea routes will be created, and these new sea routes, in these new sea routes USA wants its own influence. So that is the first reason. Second reason that we are having is that there are rare earth metals and other minerals that are available in the Greenland. So USA want those rare earth minerals as well as those critical minerals like zinc is there. Then we have neodymium is also there. So these minerals are also found in the Greenland region. Now next we move to question number 94. Given below are the two statements, one labeled assertion region. Those the question is, Gondwana coal has higher carbon content than the Carboniferous coal. Statement yes or no? First of all, what is Gondwana coal? So the coal that is found in India is Gondwana coal. 98% of India's coal is basically Gondwana coal. So we have basically Gondwana coal, and the other type of coal that is found in the world is Carboniferous coal. Now it is basic that the Gondwana coal is younger as compared to the Carboniferous coal. So if we see, the Gondwana coal was formed during the Permian period. So इस Permian period के time पे we have the Gondwana coal was formed, whereas Carboniferous period के time पे बना था Carboniferous coal. So obviously, if the age of the coal is more, that means it is going to have higher carbon content. So the first statement actually becomes wrong. The Gondwana coal has lower carbon content as compared to the Carboniferous coal. The second, Gondwana coal is geologically younger and has undergone a lower degree of metamorphism. So this is the reason why the low carbon content of Gondwana coal is there. So that's why the answer here becomes option D. Assertion is wrong, reason is correct. So time I have discussed with you. Now these are the important locations with respect to India's coal. So if you want to take a picture, you can take it. Snapshot ले सकते हो आप इसका. So these are the important coal mines of India. See this region, important coal belt है इंडिया का यहाँ पे. This also, here we find tertiary coal basically. ये जो central India वाला part है, here we find the Gondwana coal. तो 98% of the coal is situated in this belt. झारखंड, छत्तीसगढ़, महाराष्ट्र, ईस्टर्न महाराष्ट्र का पार्ट हो गया, ईस्टर्न मध्य प्रदेश is there, then Odisha is there, northern part of the Andhra Pradesh is there. So this is the main coal rich region of the country and it is basically Gondwana coal. Now next we move to question number 95. It is about the important ports. The first port we are having is Kamarajar port, India's first corporatized port. This statement is right. The second we are having is Paradip port. It is the largest cargo handling port in India. This statement is also right. For the 2 consecutive years, 24 and 25, Paradip port has been the largest cargo handling port of the country. यानी जितना भी कार्गो इंडिया का आता या जाता है उसमें जो वेट है, by weight, that Paradip port handles the most of it. Third one is Jawaharlal Nehru port. It is the largest container port in India. This statement is also right. This Jawaharlal Nehru port is situated in Mumbai and is also known as Nhava Sheva. So it is the largest containerized port. यानी जितने containers आएंगे इंडिया के अंदर, the maximum containers are handled by the Jawaharlal Nehru port. So the answer here becomes, which of the following are correctly matched? So all the three pairs are correctly matched here. Now let's once see the location of these ports as well. So here we are having Kandla or Deen Dayal port. Then this is Mumbai port, and here itself we are having Jawaharlal Nehru port or Nhava Sheva. Then we are having Mormugao port in Goa. Then New Mangaluru port in Karnataka. Then Kochi port in Kerala. Then we are having Chidambaram port or Tuticorin port in Tamil Nadu. Then Chennai port is there. Then we are having Kamarajar Port Limited or at Ennore, and it is the first corporatized port. Then we are having Vishakhapatnam port in Andhra Pradesh. Then Paradip port in Odisha, the largest cargo handling port of India. And lastly, we are having Haldia and Kolkata port. Now next we move to question number 96. Which of the following statement regarding the African continent is not correct? So it's a very simple question, but again if you are not reading properly, then you are going to mark it wrong. Africa is the only continent through which equator, prime meridian and tropics pass entirely within the mainland. Right or wrong? This statement is right. We are having equator here, तो mainland से pass करता है. Then we are having the prime meridian here, Tropic of Capricorn, and we are having Tropic of Cancer. So all the important lines of the earth pass through Africa's mainland. So first statement is right. Second, Africa lies in both the eastern and the western hemisphere because the equator passes almost through the middle of the continent. This statement is wrong. Eastern and western hemisphere को कौन divide करेगा? The prime meridian. The equator is going to form the southern and the northern hemisphere. So this second statement becomes wrong. Now question is, which of the following statement is not correct? So select the answer using the codes given below. The answer is option B, 2 only. So we have the second statement which is not correct. So if you are marking this question wrong, then you are not reading the questions properly. Now next we move to question number 97. Consider the following statement. Water vapor absorbs a part of the incoming solar radiation and reduces the amount of insolation reaching the earth's surface. The statement is very much correct. Water vapor is a kind of greenhouse gas and it is the most abundant greenhouse gas in the earth's atmosphere. So it is able to absorb the long wave radiations, incoming radiations or the outgoing radiations. So long wave radiations ko the water vapor is going to absorb. So first statement obviously becomes right here. The second is the presence of water vapor has no influence on the atmospheric stability and instability. See, water vapor is an important component of atmosphere and the weather events basically happen due to water vapor. Why? If there is more intense heating, the air is going to rise up, and when the air rises up, it also takes water along with it. When this air reaches to higher altitudes, the water is going to condense because there is low pressure and low temperature at the upper reaches of the atmosphere, due to which the clouds are going to be formed, and as the clouds are forming, it is going to create lightning as well as rain. So the atmospheric stability and instability is very much linked with the water vapor availability there. So the second statement becomes wrong here. First is right. Third, dust particles are generally more abundant in equatorial and polar regions due to strong vertical air movement. So the question is that dust particles are generally more abundant in equatorial region. So in the equatorial regions, what we are having? We are having continuous rain. Daily rain hoti equatorial region because there is intense heating. So due to that, there is cloud cover and there is rain on the daily basis. So if the rain is happening on a daily basis, that means the dust particles are going to settle down. So this statement becomes wrong in the context of equatorial. In the polar context also, we are having high velocity winds, which are not vertical, which are basically horizontal winds, जो polar externalities हमारी होती हैं. But in that region also, the dust particles are not very much available because most of the area is covered by the ice. So as the area is covered by the ice, that's why the availability of dust particles in the polar region is also very, very less. So that's why the third statement again becomes wrong. Now if we have to identify in which region we are going to have the most amount of dust particles, then that region should be dry and that should be having enough amount of sunlight. And this region comes as the subtropical high pressure belt. This is the equatorial low pressure belt. This is the equatorial low pressure belt. Air rises up, moves this side, and it settles down towards the subtropical high pressure belt, where most of the deserts like Sahara Desert, Thar Desert are found. So in the desert region we are going to have more dust particles. वहाँ पर dust storms भी आती हैं. So this third statement again becomes wrong. So answer here becomes option A, that is 1 only. Next question we are having is question number 98. It says the crop requires a warm and humid climate. This is the first condition, with temperatures between 20 degree and 30 degree Celsius. So this is the second condition that we are having. The third condition we are having is it requires 150 to 250 centimeters of water. That is, high rainfall is required or high water availability should be there. Well distributed annual rainfall, and the rainfall should be well distributed, यानी साल भर उसको बारिश चाहिए. Deep, fertile, well drained alluvial soil rich in organic matter are most suitable. So which of the following crop is there? If we talk about coffee, so coffee do need good amount of rainfall, but good amount of rainfall means it need rainfall throughout the year, but the temperature required is 50 to 24 degrees Celsius. And basically coffee हमें मिलती है कहाँ पे? बाबा बुदान हिल्स, जहाँ पे सबसे पहले प्लांट किया गया था. So coffee needs a little less temperature and basically is found in the mountainous region, and secondly it grows well in the laterite soil. So first one is eliminated. Then we have rubber. Rubber is an equatorial crop and this is warm and humid climate. Rubber needs an equatorial kind of climate. The rainfall requirement is high, but it does not need alluvial soil type. The laterite soil will do good for the rubber. So again this can be eliminated. The third one we are having is sugarcane. Sugarcane needs a temperature range of 21 to 27 degrees Celsius. Secondly, the rainfall requirement is very less for sugarcane. 70 to 100 centimeters of rainfall will work for the sugarcane. For example, in Uttar Pradesh we have a huge amount of sugarcane plantation. So this again is eliminated. The last one that we are having is jute. Jute needs rainfall throughout the year. Heavy amount of rainfall, it requires a good temperature range, that is 20 to 30 degrees Celsius is required for it. So the answer here becomes is option B, that is jute. Now let's see the location of these places also. For example, rubber in India is grown basically in this region, Karnataka, Kerala and Tamil Nadu. Also some amount of rubber is grown in this Meghalaya region where the rainfall is very high. So basically these regions are having laterite soil or red soils. The next is sugarcane. Sugarcane is grown in Punjab, Haryana, then we have Uttar Pradesh. Also we are having Madhya Pradesh, Deccan plateau में भी इसको grow किया जाता है. So that means the rainfall is required is less here because these are relatively dry areas. Then third one we are having is the coffee. So coffee plantation is basically restricted to the southern part of the country, basically in Karnataka, Kerala and Tamil Nadu. Last we are having is jute. So jute is basically the crop, that is the answer here. It is grown, or the major producer of jute is basically West Bengal, and India is the largest producer of jute. We have the closest competitor, that is Bangladesh. So the answer is option B, that is jute. Now next question number 99, with reference to geographical boundaries of the Somaliland. Where is this Somaliland? The Somaliland is at the Horn of Africa. So ये पूरा है सोमालिया जो पहले हुआ करता था. Now this region is asking that we should be freed. So this region has named itself as the Somaliland. So the question is the direction and the adjoining region. North, Gulf of Aden. So with respect to Somaliland, this is Gulf of Aden. At the north we are having Gulf of Aden. So first one is right. Northwest, Djibouti. Here is Djibouti. So we are having in the northwest Djibouti. Then third one we are having is west side Ethiopia. So if we talk about Ethiopia, at the south also and at the west side also. So south, from west to south, it is surrounded by Ethiopia. So this is also right. Then last one is East Arabian Sea. So in the east we are having Punt land. Some area and some portion we are having disputed area, in some it is showing that it is part of Somaliland. But adjoining to Somaliland, it is Punt land, not the Arabian Sea. So that's why the fourth becomes wrong here, because it has to be adjoining region. So answer here becomes option A, 1, 2 and 3. Now one more important here is that you should be knowing is Bab al-Mandeb, and Bab al-Mandeb is the state that joins Red Sea with the Gulf of Aden. That you should be knowing. Now let's move to the last question, question number 100. The first statement is intrusive igneous rocks are generally fine grained, whereas extrusive igneous rocks are coarse grained. So what do you mean by fine and coarse grain? Fine grain का मतलब ये है कि the grain that is formed after the solidification of the magma, that is very small, that is very fine. For example, if you see, these are intrusive rocks which include granite, andesite or basaltic rocks, whereas we are having extrusive rocks like rhyolite, andesite and basalt. So if you see the basalt, this is gabbro actually. Now if you see the basalt and gabbro, the gabbro is having coarse grains and basalt is having fine grains, यानी ज़्यादा smooth है. So that's why the first statement becomes wrong. The intrusive rocks are generally coarse grain, whereas the extrusive, यानी जो बाहर के igneous rocks are, that are basically fine grained. So first statement is wrong here. Second, intrusive igneous rocks form due to slow cooling of the magma, whereas extrusive igneous rock form due to rapid cooling of the magma. This statement is right. The reason is that when the cooling is fast, then wherever the particles are there, they are going to settle down at that point only. So जो grain formation होगा वो बहुत छोटा होगा, that will be fine. When the cooling process is very slow, then the grain size is going to increase. That's why we are having coarse grains wherever there is slow cooling. As the intrusive rocks are beneath the earth, the conduction of the earth is very slow, or it is not very much conducting. That's why the cooling of the magma inside the earth where the intrusive rocks are formed is very slow and the coarse grains are formed. Whereas the magma or the lava that comes out and is cooling down on the surface of the earth is cooling very fast. Reason being that air is actually taking away the heat. That's why the cooling is fast and the fine grains are formed. So here the answer becomes option D, statement 1 is incorrect and statement 2 is correct. So with this I conclude for the day. Thank you very much.
Hello friends, I welcome you all to this particular edition of Anubhav discussions. Obviously I am going to take discussion for the environment section. I hope your Anubhav-II went well. From the environment section particularly, the question this time were a little bit on easier side, easier to difficult. I will call it the level of the questions. Although some of the questions are conceptual, some are analytical, and obviously the element of current affairs is always there in environment. From the perspective of prelims going forward, singular focus should be on say static revisions and supplementing it with the current revisions as well. So, but my strong suggestion is to do not run behind the current affairs, okay. Focus more on the static revision. The paper will always be majority static. So many times what happens, you panic due to the current affairs situations, and you may end up doing too much of the current affairs which may not be necessary, okay. Particularly, and you will in turn ignore the static revisions, the polity, economy, environment, history, geography, particularly science and technology as well to certain extent, although science and tech is majority current based. So apart from that particular portion, all other sections are essentially more static. That's why from the perspective of say prelims exam, focus on static is also very important. So, and apart from that, one of the meme or video rather, become very famous in last few days about say lonely penguin. You must have watched that particular clip going viral on social media. So what it indicates is, many people will take, multiple interpretations of it, but according to me, the penguin is still having some sort of destination in his mind, and he is going on that destination with his own self determination, okay, without having any doubts, despite being alone on the same journey, and it is a difficult journey obviously. So similarly, in this particular prelims journey as well, always focus on say proper strategy and plan with a singular focus, okay. Maybe you have to walk alone as well, whenever we make some strategy plan for the prelims, the implementation part of it needs to be on us, 100% on us, okay. Essentially it is your own, it is your individual struggle that will overall be important going forward. So I will suggest you stick to the strategy and plan, okay. Definitely you will get there, so let's start the discussion with this sort of little bit the motivation part. So we are going to discuss the environment section questions from question number 29 to 35 and from 77 onwards, okay. So some 15 questions were there in this ANUBHAV-II from the core environment part. Obviously, see, between say geography, the environmental geography part and environment itself, it is not like a watertight compartment, the division, okay. So it is always overlapping, okay. So from that perspective, the core environment questions I have I have selected for the discussion, and the remaining environmental geography questions, if there are any, will be discussed by the other faculty in the discussion on say geography part, okay. So let's focus on the environment. The first question, obviously the question number 29. Let's read the statements. Consider the following statements. Statement 1, obviously the statement 1 and 2 type question here. The statement 1 talks about species in temperate regions generally have a narrower ecological niche as compared to species found in tropical regions, okay. So the statement 1 tries to compare the niche of say species in temperate region and tropical region. Let's look at the statement 2. What statement 2 says? Temperate regions experience greater seasonal variability than tropical regions, okay. Out of these two statements, more easier to determine the statement which is essentially right is statement 2, okay. Why? Very straightforward sort of statement. Temperate region experience greater seasonal variability than tropical regions. Very true. Temperate regions do have greater seasonal variability. You must have seen the temperatures, the daytime temperatures and the nighttime temperatures in say the temperate regions, or even seasonal changes in temperate regions are more say compared to tropical regions. See, tropical regions like Amazon or even equatorial regions, essentially the tropical regions, you will see the temperature, the seasonal variability being very less, okay. So definitely the statement 2 is correct. It is a correct statement. Now let's look at the options. You can eliminate one option on this particular only assumption. Statement 1 is correct, but statement 2 is incorrect. So this particular option you can eliminate, option C. Now let's look at statement 1, okay. You must know the concept of niche here, okay. So what exactly is this ecological niche that we talk about? Ecological niche is essentially a specific functional position of an organism in its own environment, okay. So to certain extent, what niche indicates is the role the organism plays in the particular environment, okay. So essentially particular organism will have the particular specific role in its surrounding ecology and environment. It is different from say habitat. Habitat essentially is the place wherein an organism live out its life, okay. So in niche, under niche, habitat can be one component of it, okay. But definitely there is a difference between say habitat and niche. You can clearly see the difference. You can clearly see the niche, the dung beetle, and the corresponding, you know, role it plays in the environment. Okay, so he is occupying, the dung beetle is occupying certain niche in the ecology of its surrounding, the environment. Okay, so essentially niche is the specific role the organism plays in its surrounding, in its environment. Now let's look at the statement 1. What statement 1 says is that in temperate regions the niche is narrower compared to say tropical regions. See, from the perspective of say biodiversity, which particular region is more biodiverse? That is but obvious, the tropical regions are often more biodiverse. You will see more, you know, number of species, more biodiversity overall in the tropical regions. What it indicates is in this particular tropical environment, the species will have narrower niche. Okay, narrower niche. Why? Because, you know, because of the huge biodiversity that is there, and essentially means, you know, temperate regions have compared to tropical regions lesser biodiversity, and the species in temperate regions have broader niche. So broader niche means essentially narrower niche means essentially a single species is occupying very narrow, you know, sort of niche in its tropical surrounding. Okay, what it also indicates is if the threat to biodiversity is observed say in tropical regions, if the species and its role gets threatened, okay, essentially it will have a broader, wider impact on other niche as well, other niche and other species. On the other hand, temperate regions with less biodiversity will have broader niche, means the tolerance level of species is also little bit more. They have little bit, you know, a sort of a leeway to adjust to the changes that are happening. So essentially the climate change and its overall impact on temperate and tropical regions is something very, you know, important and very vital, and its impact on niche is something often discussed in this regard. And what is observed is the temperate regions with its, you know, broader niche will have little bit more say tolerance level in the current climate, while tropical regions and the biodiversity in it will have lesser sort of tolerance level to the climatic changes that are happening because of the narrower niches that are occupied by the species in the tropical regions. So based on this particular discussion, you can clearly see the statement 1 is incorrect. Why? Because statement 1 here gives you the tells us that temperate regions have a narrower niche, ecological niche. That is not so. Temperate regions have a broader ecological niche compared to say tropical regions. Okay, and I have explained some of the arguments here. So what is the correct answer to this particular question? Option D, statement 1 is incorrect, but statement 2 is correct. So this is the right option here, because statement 1 is clearly incorrect statement. Let's look at question number 30 now. In the context of plastic pollution in India, consider the following statements. Very important question, by the way, here. Okay, from the perspective of say current affairs, in recent times we have the plastics treaty being, you know, sort of not agreed upon by the countries. Okay, so it has been kept in abeyance since then. The first statement here, most of the plastics in use today are derived from fossil fuels. So this is one of the most easiest statement to deduct. Okay, if you know the history of the plastics, particularly majority of the plastics that are in use today, you can see the origin in the fossil fuels, and it has been continued since then as well. So the first statement is correct. Almost, you know, 90% of the plastics we use today have the fossil origins. Now let's look at the statement 2. Polyvinyl chloride PVCs and polystyrene are among the most easily recyclable plastics. Okay, most easily recyclables. Leave aside anything, leave aside the study part, just observe your surrounding. you will see the PVC pipes, you will see polystyrene foams and all those things. Are they easily recyclable? You know, otherwise, if they are easily recyclable, they would not have, have that much long of a life cycle in the natural environment. It is said that PVCs have more than 450 years. It will take more than 450 years to decompose to certain extent. Not decompose, see, it is plastic, it will not decompose obviously, but to actually disintegrate rather, and disintegrate to microplastic rather. Okay, so it will take more than 450 years. So you can see how long it takes to actually essentially degrade to say lower plastics. So the statement 2 is essentially incorrect. Even by the normal observation also you can clearly see the statement 2 is incorrect. Let's look at the statement 3. The government of India has banned the use of plastic carry bags having thickness above 120 microns. Okay. So in recent times we have seen the single use plastic ban by the government, single use plastic ban, and we have all seen the relative failure of this particular policy in recent times as well. The plastic management rules essentially also have this particular provision of single use plastics. But let's look at the statement again. What it says is the government has banned the plastic carry bags having thickness above 120 micron, and the single use plastics essentially have the thickness below 120 100 microns essentially. So what the government has done, it has banned the plastics below 120 microns, essentially single use plastics. So statement 3 is also incorrect. Very easy statement to deduct, by the way. Even with normal observation also you can come up with the right solution here. The option A is one only is the correct answer here. Okay, you can clearly see the plastic pollution, the sort of the amount of plastics that we are drowning ourselves in. So key facts I have picked it up from PIBs. Microplastics are found in soil and water and food. Even even our bloodstreams is being infiltrated by the microplastics. 11 million tons of plastic leak into oceans and rivers every year. That shows the failure of recycling. Costs the world 300 to 600 billion every year. This the plastic pollution, the price of plastic pollution. 7,000 million tons of plastic waste generated since 1950. 7,000 million tons. That is huge amount, and majority of it is say derived from the petroleum. 19 to 23 million tons enter aquatic ecosystems annually. These are huge, staggering numbers, and you can clearly see the fractional destination of crude oil gives you all these plastic products. Okay, for example, paraffin, naphtha, and all those things. Particularly, you can see means some of the extended knowledge that you can gain from that particular side. And the question came because of the failure of UN Plastics Treaty talks. Okay, so essentially the history part is important. When the things nosedived is essentially on 14th August 2025. The goal was to finalize the treaty, but the negotiations failed with no consensus being reached on emissions target, mandatory finance and obligations, production limits, among other considerations. So this is the current position. We are at the standstill as of now. So we don't have any sort of developments in that regard about the plastics, UN Plastics Treaty. Let's see what happens now, but the plastic pollution is definitely a huge issue. The question number 31 now, which one of the following best describes the term water budgeting, sometimes mentioned in the news? Water budgeting, easiest question in this whole environment section question, by the way. What exactly is water budgeting? Very easy. See, this question came because of the Niti Aayog's water budgeting in aspirational blocks report. Essentially, Niti Aayog came up with the water budgeting in the aspirational blocks. This report particularly, very important report, by the way. And what exactly is water budgeting is accounting of all water inflows, outflows within a specific geographic area. Suppose even if you don't know the Niti Aayog's report and all, let's look at the terms. Water budgeting, we all know what exactly is budgeting. It is an accounting of some sort with income and say input and output, okay, essentially it involves. And if you add water to it, essentially the option C gives you the clear picture here. Accounting of all water inflows and outflows within a specific geographic area. Okay, it is you know, to make it more specific, if you add storage to it, okay, that's what the right meaning of say water budgeting is. But see, in the UPSC exam also, not every time you will get the most, you know, sort of objectively correct options. So essentially you have to choose the most correct option. Okay, you are getting my point. So option C is the correct answer here. Okay, so it is not annual rainfall received in river basin, it is not the case. Pricing of water supplied to household and industries by local authorities. Even by the bare reading of the options also you can come to the right you know, option. Option C is the correct answer for question number 31. So you can clearly see the water budgeting principles here: the basin, precipitation, evaporation, storage, and essentially the outlet, that is runoff, and it all its accounting is called water budgeting. And what exactly is this Niti Aayog's you know, aspirational blocks, the water budgeting in aspirational block report highlighted is the water crisis that we are facing currently. Okay, so very important report. That from the perspective of mains, that particular report is important. You can go through it. Due to the time constraints, I haven't included, you know, the important pointers from the from that particular report. Okay, but you do go through it. From the perspective of mains, it is important. Question number 32 now. Consider the following pairs. So the three pairs are there. Consider the following pair type question: wildlife species and naturally found in. Okay, so let's look at the first species, gharial. Very famous sort of species, the gharial. Gharial essentially is found in Chambal river. That is true. Gharial, Chambal, very easy to actually, you know, deduct here. Gharial is found in the Chambal river. By the way, if you look at the if you look at the photo of the gharial, you can clearly see the snout here, on which you will see the ghada like structure. That's why it is called gharial. So it is a species of, say, essentially crocodilian species. Gharial, very unique species, rather critically endangered species, found in India in Chambal river. Chambal sanctuary we have established for the preservation of the gharial. Okay, so essentially the number 1 pair is correct here. Number 2, dolphin, Indus river. So number 2 is also the correct pair. Why? In Indus river you have the river dolphins. Okay, in Ganga river we have our own river, Ganges river dolphins, and we have seen their number being bounced back in recent times due to the government efforts and, you know, overall public efforts as well. In Indus river also you will find the Indus river dolphins. Okay, very beautiful, you know, pink colored. Even some of the dolphins have turned pink as well. So you can clearly see the picture here with again the snout there. Okay, to actually catch the fish essentially. That's why they have the elongated snout. So dolphins, you will find dolphins in the Indus river as well. In Pakistan, in some of the areas of Indus river, you will have the isolated population of Indus river dolphins. Okay, and the Indus river dolphin numbers have, you know, in recent times also bounced back, although the species is also found in India's Bias river as well. So in Bias river also you will find the river dolphins, Indus river dolphins essentially, and this particular species is also endangered, okay, under IUCN Red List. Very important. So number 2 is correct as well. Now let's look at number 3, that is golden mahseer, Brahmaputra river. Golden mahseer essentially is a fish species and it is, you know, freshwater fish species found in the fast waters, essentially on the foothills of the Himalayas and the rivers surrounding those foothills. You will find this golden mahseer. Again, currently very endangered species of fish, very, you know, famous as well. You can clearly see the beautiful picture, the man holding the beautiful mahseer, golden mahseer essentially. Why golden? Because the color looks golden. That's the simplest of the reasons. So essentially this is also, by the way, golden mahseer is fish species which is essentially listed as endangered under IUCN Red List. So that fact is also important, and it is found in Brahmaputra river. See, foothills of the Himalayas, the rivers originating from the foothills, you will find the mahseer. That's the case. So essentially all the species are correctly matched with their natural habitats. Okay. So what's the correct answer here? Option D. So for question number 32, you have now 1 to 3, that is the correct answer. Okay. Let's look at the question number 33 now. Which of the following technologies are often discussed in the context of reducing global warming by increasing the reflection of incoming sunlight away from the earth? It is essentially a solar geoengineering. So we have all seen the developments in this regard. It is often being touted as one of the revolutionary technologies that will help us to technologically reduce the impact of, say, climate change, reduce the overall temperatures. Okay, and the methods that have been given, by the way, all are essentially geoengineering methods, but you have to identify which of the technologies are from these 4 are reducing global warming by increasing reflection of incoming sunlight away from the earth. Okay, very specific technique. Stratospheric aerosol injection. So this is also one of the techniques where you actually spread the aerosols on in the stratospheric essentially clouds. So in the layer of the stratosphere, you will spread the aerosols by obviously the flying the plane. You can clearly see the plane here, and those aerosols will reflect the sunlight, you can see here. Okay, and that in turn will reduce the overall temperature. So that is one of the method, by the way. So number 1 is correct. No, marine cloud brightening, number 2. You can clearly see marine cloud brightening here, cloud brightening on there is ocean, and you can see the clouds on the ocean brightened, and they will reflect the sunlight. That is also the correct. Okay. Number 3, ocean fertilization. So ocean fertilization is more about addition of iron or other organic elements, so that the phytoplanktons numbers get increased in the oceans, and essentially that in turn will increase the oxygen level in the oceans, and that will essentially phytoplankton will absorb more carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. So it is an indirect method. So ocean fertilization is not one of the methods of reflection of incoming sunlight away from the earth. So if you can eliminate this, although it is also the geoengineering method, by the way. Let's look at number 4, space based space reflectors. This is also correct, so what is the correct answer here for question number 33? Option A is the correct answer. 1, 2, 4. Third is also the geoengineering method, but it is different. It does not involve sunlight and its reflection. You can clearly see in this particular techniques, okay, stratospheric aerosols, cloud brightening, albedo modifications, space reflectors, essentially these are some of the methods by which you can have the sunlight being reflected away from the earth towards the space. Okay, ocean fertilization is more about increasing the phytoplankton number that will absorb the excess carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. So that is also one of the methods of geoengineering, but it is not involved in SRM, remember that. Okay, so let's move forward. Question number 34. Consider the following statements regarding indicators of organic pollution in water bodies. Very easy question. Let's look at the statements now. Organic pollution in water bodies. A high chemical oxygen demand to biological oxygen demand ratio indicates the presence of substantial proportion of non-biodegradable organic matter. Okay. This is the first statement. Let's look at number 2. Industrial effluents generally exhibit higher COD values relative to BOD when compared to domestic sewage. So this particular number 2 statement you can clearly see is the correct statement. Okay, even if you don't know the COD and BOD ratios, from the general observation also, then you can see that the COD value is related to BOD values when compared to domestic sewage. So essentially industrial effluents have higher COD, that is but obvious because industrial effluents will have more chemical sort of waste. Means although you know it may involve say inorganic and organic chemical elements in its wastewater as well. So what exactly is the COD and what exactly is BOD? So that is also important. Let's first understand that and then look at the statement 1. So COD is chemical oxygen demand and BOD is biological oxygen demand. So what exactly COD indicates is measure of oxygen consumed by chemical oxidation. So how much oxygen is needed to actually oxidate the chemical. Okay, so higher the COD, higher the oxygen demand. Okay, essentially higher the waste in the effluent. Okay, so that and lower the COD chemical oxygen demand, you know, lesser number of non-biodegradable chemical compounds in the effluent. Okay, BOD on the other hand, biological oxygen demand, measure of oxygen consumed by biological biodegradation. So essentially it is more on the organic side. So how much you know oxygen is needed to actually biodegrade the organic effluent in the wastewater essentially. So higher the BOD, the higher the organic pollution. So that's the case. So let's see, if you compare the ratio, COD to BOD ratio can be highly variable. The more variable the ratio values, as in the higher the COD to BOD ratio, the greater the percentage of slowly biodegradable and non-biodegradable material in the sample. Very true. What it indicates, high COD to BOD ratio, what it indicates is high number of chemicals in the sample. So essentially high number of non-biodegradable organic matter. Okay, so that's why you will see the higher the COD to BOD ratio in say chemical effluents from say factories or something like that. Okay, because in it you will see more chemical sort of waste being you know disposed of. Okay, so that's why you know sometimes the industrial wastewater have high COD to BOD ratio. Essentially it has high non-biodegradable organic chemical, organic metal, organic you know compounds. So essentially both the statements are correct, both 1 and 2 is the correct answer here. Okay, so let's comment in the comment section what exactly is the high BOD to COD ratio indicates. Okay, that is also something interesting and important. Okay, let's move forward. Question number 35, with reference to eco-sensitive zones, consider the following statements. Very easy questions on eco-sensitive zones here. By the way, number 1, eco-sensitive zones are notified by the concerned state governments under the Environment Protection Act. See, the half statement is correct. Eco-sensitive zones are you know notified under the Environmental Protection Act 1986. That is correct, that is true, but it is not notified by the concerned state government. This is incorrect. Essentially it is notified by the Ministry of Environment, Finance and Climate Change with the recommendation of the state government. Okay, if the state government recommends some region around say national park, wildlife sanctuary to be declared as an eco-sensitive zone, correspondingly the MOEFCC, the Ministry of Environment and Forest and Climate Change, will declare that particular area as eco-sensitive zone. Okay, so number 1 statement is incorrect. Let's look at number 2. Eco-sensitive zones are designated within the core zones of national parks and wildlife sanctuaries. So let's look at you know core zone, buffer zone, then you will understand whether the statement 2 is correct or not. So this is the national park. Say you have the core area, okay, surrounding that you have buffer area and then you have transition area. Okay, so essentially in core area of the national park all the activities are essentially prohibited. Okay, but in the buffer zones and transition area there is some sort of activities that are allowed as well, like agriculture, tourism, etc., etc., and settlements also to certain extent. Okay, so the core area of the national park has more security, more protection for the animals obviously, and the eco-sensitive zones essentially are declared in the buffer zone and transition area. Okay, there is a very famous Supreme Court judgment in recent times on eco-sensitive zones, where the dispute was about whether all the area surrounding national park or wildlife sanctuary up to 10 kilometer or 1 kilometer can be declared as an eco-sensitive zone. Okay, so that judgment is also very important, although what Supreme Court says is 1 kilometer. Okay, so that particular judgment is also important. Just go through that judgment on your own. What exactly is number 2 here saying is eco-sensitive zones are designated within the core zones. It is obviously incorrect statement again. They are designated in the buffer and transition area. Agricultural activities prohibited within eco-sensitive zones. See, if it is a buffer zone and transition area, why the agricultural activity will be prohibited in that particular area? So this particular statement is also incorrect. So how many of the above statements are correct? None of the statements are correct. Option D is the correct answer. Let's look at question number 77 now. Again the environment question here, very easy, standard environmental geography question. Which of the following adaptations are typically exhibited by the mangrove? So mangrove adaptation is being asked. Let's look at the first adaptation here. Viviparous reproduction, presence of pneumatophores, thick cuticle and sunken stomata, salt glands in the leaves. Okay, essentially mangroves, do you know where the mangroves grow? They grow in the excessive salt regions. Essentially in the intertidal zone they grow. Okay, so let me give you some sort of picture here of the types of mangroves as well. You can see the red mangroves, black mangroves, white mangroves. Very important, by the way. You can get a specific question on this as well. So the species also. I will give you the one example of each. Okay, so that you can have the long term memory on this. Red mangroves, Rhizophora. Black mangroves, Avicennia. White mangroves, Bruguera or Cereops, essentially. Okay, so types of mangroves are also important, by the way. UPSC may ask you the question, and very easy question on the adaptation part. So mangrove plants have adapted to actually thrive in the intertidal zone where the ocean water essentially dominate. Okay, so you have the various adaptations associated with roots, with seeds and leaves. Okay, so roots are, you can clearly see the stilt roots. Okay, and you can see the pneumatophores as well. Okay, so there are pneumatophores on these roots. Okay, so what these pneumatophores do, they actually absorb the oxygen from the air. Okay, and that is sort of the adaptation, the adaptive roots. Okay, so seed, it shows the viviparous seeds. Okay, so the propagules are essentially develop on the plant itself, and then it drops, and so that in the salt heavy soil it can have the chance to grow. So that is called a vivipary. So let's look at the question first. Viviparous reproduction, very true. Presence of pneumatophores on the roots, that is also the correct adaptation. Thick cuticle and sunken stomata. Okay, see, most of the time if the water is salty, essentially they grow in a salt heavy environment. The fresh water essentially is needed for the growth is very less. And how to prevent the transpiration, because sometimes the temperature gets increased. Okay, and in that case the transpiration rate may increase. So to adapt to this particular conditions, some mangroves develop thick cuticles and sunken stomata. Sunken stomata essentially ensures that they don't open easily. Okay, so that the transpiration rate gets decreased, and thick cuticle actually prevents the excessive sort of sunlight. So essentially this is also one of the adaptation. salt glands in the leaf, very true. You may see, if you have visited any of the mangroves, you can see this the layer of salt on the leaves. So these are essential. The leaves are also salt tolerant. So all are the adaptations. So option D is the correct answer here. So question number 77, option D is the correct answer. Let's move forward. Question number 78. The coral triangle, a region that harbors nearly 75% of the world's coral species, includes the marine waters of which of the following group of countries? Okay. So the typical question on the coral triangle particularly have almost 75 to 76% of the world's whole of the corals. Okay. Now let's look at the options. Option A, Australia, Japan, China, Vietnam. Option B, Indonesia, Papua New Guinea, Solomon Islands and Fiji. Option C, Sri Lanka, Maldives, Seychelles and Mauritius. Option D, Mexico, Belize, Honduras and Costa Rica. So suppose if you don't know at all about, say, coral triangle and all those things, let's look at, the options and try to come to some sort of measured, conclusion. So let's look at option A, Australia, Japan, China and Vietnam. Okay. We all know Australia has one of the foremost, coral sort of range, Great Barrier Reef that is there. Japan, China and Vietnam. Okay. China with South China Sea. Okay. And you must have seen, and Japan also, the surrounding areas of Japan, they are not that much in news vis-a-vis, say, corals. Okay. Although Vietnam also to certain extent essentially means, corresponding to South China Sea. Okay. So option A does not make any sense. Okay. So except Australia, other countries and its, sort of coastal regions are not that much in news for, say, corals. So option A we can eliminate. Let's look at option C, Sri Lanka, Maldives, Seychelles and Mauritius. Okay. All of these are known for its coral islands. Okay, very true. But all of them are essentially very small sort of island nations. Okay. So can they be said to include the 75% of the world's corals, and can they sort of becomes like a triangle, because it essentially is the world's coral triangle. Okay. So you can clearly see Sri Lanka, Maldives, Seychelles and Mauritius, I don't think it will make a triangle. If you draw on the map, if you know the map well, you can clearly see they may not form the triangle at all due to their locations. So you can eliminate option C. Let's look at option D, Mexico, Belize, Honduras and Costa Rica. None of these except Costa Rica and those Caribbean, some of the Caribbean countries, these are not known for corals. Okay. So we can eliminate option D as well. What remains is option B, Indonesia, Papua New Guinea, Solomon and Fiji. So this is the right option for coral triangle. Okay. So some sort of, by some sort of calculations, by some sort of logic also you can come to the right answers. Okay. Majority of the times such, guess is correct. Sometimes it may actually backfire as well. Okay. But in this case it is correct. Okay. So let's see. So this is a coral triangle. Okay. You can clearly see Indonesia being part of it. Okay. Papua New Guinea, Solomon Islands being part of it. There are total, by the way, 6 countries in the coral triangle apart from, say, Indonesia, Solomon Islands and what else? Papua New Guinea, PNG, Papua New Guinea. What are the other 3 countries? You can clearly see Philippines is another country. Then you have Malaysia in between. Okay, Malaysia is another one. And then you have Timor-Leste. So these are the countries that are included, the core countries in the coral triangle. Now, as I earlier said, you have to choose the most correct option. I know, in this particular option, Indonesia, Papua New Guinea, Solomon Islands, these are the 3 core countries of say Coral Triangle, but Fiji is not a core country of the Coral Triangle. You can clearly see, but Fiji is an extended arm of the Coral Triangle with substantial corals as well, coral population. So essentially, if you include that, to certain extent, the overall the coral species and its diversity is more represented by option B. Okay, as I said, you have to choose the most correct one. Okay, so most correct here is option B. So let's look at question number 79. With reference to bioremediation of contaminated sites, consider the following statements. Very easy bioremediation methods, essentially wastewater treatment methods. Most of the time it may involve say microorganisms, even phytoremediation is also there, some sort of bioremediation technique itself in which plants are being used. Okay, otherwise in a standard method of bioremediation we use some sort of say microbes, bacteria and other sorts of microbes. Now number 1, biostimulation focuses on enhancing the activity of native microbial populations by modifying environmental conditions. So this is a standard definition of biostimulation. Okay, so that's the biostimulation in which it enhances the activity of native microbial populations by modifying the environmental conditions, so that the native microbes are grown in the environment, and in turn they actually help in the remediation process. See, it is different from augmentation. Okay, so bioaugmentation is also there. So bioaugmentation is a much broader term. So let's look at number 2. Phytoremediation is generally ineffective for contaminants present at greater soil depths. Okay, so see, this is a very generic statement. Generally, phytoremediation essentially use of plants for say essentially bioremediation purposes. Okay, so that many times what happens, you must have seen the plant roots, they grow into the soil and they essentially take out the polluted elements from the soil or from the contaminated sites. Okay, so in general phytoremediation at a greater soil depths doesn't work. Very true. Okay, although there are some specific plants that can be effective at some depth. Okay, that is an exception, but the statement here is very generic. Okay, and it is ineffective. Majority of the phytoremediation methods are ineffective at greater soil depths. Okay, that is true. So the question here, the statement here is very generic statement, so it is a correct statement. Let's look at number 3. Anaerobic bioremediation is unsuitable for the degradation of chlorinated organic compounds. So the purpose of having anaerobic bioremediation is for the degradation of chlorinated organic compounds. Okay, so the number 3 statement is incorrect. So for 79 you have option B as the correct answer. 1 and 2 are correct. Okay, given are correct. Okay, so let's look at number 80 now. Consider the following statements regarding lichens. Okay, very important, by the way, very easy questions if you know how the lichens are formed and if you have seen the lichens as well. Let's look at number 1. They represent a symbiotic association between fungi and the roots of the higher plants. So if you know this, the lichens are essentially a collaboration, a symbiotic association between fungi and algae. Okay, so essentially it is a symbiotic association between fungi and algae. Okay, so it is not at all symbiotic association between fungi and the roots of the higher plants. It is not the case. So you can have the lichens on the bark of the plants, not even the bark of the plants. You can have the lichens on the bare rock as well. So it is not the case. So number 1, the statement 1 is incorrect. Okay, let's look at number 2. They are considered pioneer species of the ecosystem. Very true. As I just mentioned, lichens can be formed even on the bare rock surfaces as well. in that sense they are always a pioneer species. Okay, so number 2 statement is correct. Let's look at number 3. Some lichens can fix nitrogen from the atmosphere. So this is also correct statement. Okay, some lichens. See, whenever the statement mentions some, okay, you can assume that it is a correct statement. Some lichens can fix the nitrogen from the atmosphere. So this is very true. Some of the species of lichens have observed to actually fix the nitrogen. So for this particular question number 80, option B is the correct answer. 2 and 3 are correct, while 1 is incorrect. You can clearly see the pictures of lichens here. Okay, it is a symbiotic association between fungi and algae. Okay, so beautiful lichens, by the way. Question number 81, with reference to the role of oceans in the climate regulations, consider the following statements. Let's look at the number 1 statement. Again, oceans absorb more than half of the excess heat generated due to anthropogenic global warming. So very acute fact here, oceans do absorb more than half of excess heat generated. There are many studies that have shown that the absorption capacity of the oceans is great. The anthropogenic global warming, essentially more than half, rather 90% of the anthropogenic heat that is generated is absorbed by the oceans. So number 1 statement is correct. Number 2, oceans warming reduces the capacity of the seawater to dissolve carbon dioxide. That is the natural byproduct of, say, increasing CO2 in the oceans. So essentially that is true as well. Ocean warming reduces the capacity of seawater to dissolve carbon dioxide. That is correct. Okay. Number 3, let's look at number 3. Ocean acidification generally increases the oxygen holding capacity of the seawater. This is very easy to interpret question as well, easy to interpret statement. Ocean acidification, if the ocean is getting more acidic, it will essentially means it reduces the oxygen holding capacity of the seawater. And that's the byproduct of ocean acidification. Ocean acidification is one of the byproduct of, say, increasing CO2 concentration. So essentially number 3 is incorrect because it it tells us something opposite of the obvious. So for question number 81, statement number 1 and 2 are correct. So number 3 is incorrect. So option A is the correct answer. Let's look at 82 now. Consider the following pairs. So again, the site and the description. Let's look at the pairs now. It is the question on current affairs, by the way. Okay, so let's look at the first pair here. Silisar Lake. What is the description here? Recently declared Ramsar site in Rajasthan. So Silisar Lake is in Alwar, by the way. So Alwar mein lake hai, a very beautiful lake, by the way, and it has been declared as a Ramsar site in recent times. Okay, along with Silisar Lake, another one of the lake or rather site is declared as a Ramsar site. Okay, and that Ramsar site became the first one from that particular state. Okay, so just name that particular Ramsar site in the comment section. Very important, by the way. So number 1, the pair is correct. Let's look at number 2 pair. Barda Wildlife Sanctuary, India's second home for the cheetah after Kuno National Park. So for this particular pair, Barda Wildlife Sanctuary is considered as to be a second home for lions. It is in Gujarat, second home for lions. So apart from Gir, this is being considered for a relocation of lion, essentially Barda Wildlife Sanctuary. So number 2 pair is incorrect. By the way, India's second home for cheetah reintroduction after Kuno National Park is being considered as in a Gandhi Sagar National Park, Gandhi Sagar Park, and after that you have in recent times Nauradehi being considered as a third home for cheetahs as well. So that is different thing altogether. But number 2 pair is incorrect. Okay. Let's look at number 3. Indore and Udaipur, India's first wetland accredited cities under Ramsar Convention. So This is the correct pair, by the way. Indore and Udaipur did get this particular, designation by the Ramsar Convention, wetland accredited cities. Okay. So, number 3 is correct. So, 2 pairs are correct, only 2 pairs. So, option B is the correct answer, which are the correctly matched. Okay. So, only for question number 82, you have B as the correct answer. Question number 83 now, which of the following statements are correct regarding India's 4th biennial update report submitted to the UNFCCC? See, this particular report is compulsory. Every 2 year, country has to submit this particular report to UNFCCC. What exactly, that is not the question, by the way. Let's look at the statements now. The energy sector is the largest contributor of greenhouse gas emissions in India. So, this is correct statement, by the way. Almost 75% of, say, GHG emission is from the energy sector. So, that's the statistic that has been submitted under that particular report. So, this is the correct statement. Compared to the 2005 levels, India has reduced the greenhouse gas emission intensity of its GDP by more than 30%. By the way, it has been reduced by 36% according to that particular report. So, number 2 is correct as well. So, this is very easy question, by the way. If you know the report, even by the general understanding as well, you can clearly see both the statements are correct, and the statements ask correct answers as well. So, option C is the correct answer for question number 83. Let's move forward. Question number 84, with reference to the elephants in India, consider the following statements. Very good question on the elephants, by the way. Okay. Number 1 statement, elephants are the largest living land mammals on earth. Very true, they are indeed the largest living land mammals. Number 2, the tusks of an elephant can regenerate if they are broken or damaged. This is incorrect statement, by the way. You must have seen the broken tusk of an elephant, not being regrown. Okay, it is not like a hair, where you can break it and then it will regrow back. Okay, so it is not like that. Tusks once broken don't regrow. Okay, so number 2 is incorrect. Number 3, the Western Ghats harbor the largest population of the elephants in India. So, the elephant count, see, this particular question was asked because in recent times we have the news about, say, elephant numbers in India. That particular report was released as a first DNA based elephant number report in October itself, in September-October, month of September-October, by WII, Wildlife Institute of India, with Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, and with Project Elephant. Okay, so what this particular report highlighted, by the way, this is one of the first DNA based elephant number count. Okay, obviously what it highlighted is the reduced number of elephants. So, compared to say 2017, we have in 2017 27,312 elephants, while according to this particular census currently we have 22,446. So, it is almost reduction in the elephant numbers. The highest number of elephants are found in Karnataka, by the way. After that, Assam is at number 2. After that, we have Tamil Nadu, we have Kerala after that, and then you have Uttarakhand. So, these are the top 5 countries number wise according to this particular report. Okay, and you can clearly see southern India, South India dominates. So, essentially Western Ghats have the highest number of elephants. Okay, overall the Western Ghats have highest number of elephants. The Western Ghats harbor the largest population of elephants in India. That is the correct statement. And let's look at number 4 now. Elephant reserves are notified as the protected areas under the Wildlife Protection Act 1972. It is absolutely incorrect. Project Elephant actually have this particular provision for elephant reserves. So, elephant reserves start being declared post 1992 Project Elephant. Okay, so they are not protected areas under Wildlife Protection Act 1972. So, this is also incorrect statement. So, which of the statements given above are correct? Statements 1 and 3 are correct. Option A is the correct answer. So, you can clearly see the majestic elephant here. And by the way, India has, according to that particular census also, India has the highest number of Asian elephants. Okay, that is also something interesting and important. Thank you, and my best wishes for, say, the upcoming prelims. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm Navneet Chavda. I'll discuss the Science and Technology section of ANUBHAV-II with all of you. Let me tell you the structure of the session first. So, firstly, I'll tell you the answer of the question statement wise. After that, we'll discuss in detail the concepts involved. Then, if there are any associated concepts with respect to the theme, the core theme of the question, I'll discuss that also, so that at the end of this session, you are prepared with around 15 to 20 important themes for the for your UPSC CSE prelims. So, first of all, ये आंसर की है साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी के क्वेश्चंस की. I know that many of you are here just to see the answer key, so I'll give you the opportunity to pause the screen and take a screenshot. Let's move to the detailed discussion. So ये क्वेश्चन है जो पहला, that is with respect to ISRO's होप स्पेस एनालॉग मिशन. आंसर देख लेते हैं इसका क्विकली. First statement says that it is designed to simulate space-like conditions for human exploration studies. This is correct. Then the second statement says it is being conducted in the Sokar Valley in Ladakh due to its environmental resemblance to early Mars. This is also correct. I know that you may have stumbled upon this phrase resemblance to early Mars, but this is what actually ISRO says. The third statement, the mission requires launching astronauts in low Earth orbit to study the effects of microgravity. This is incorrect. It is actually an Earth based mission. We will not be launching any astronaut. चलिए बात करते हैं इसकी डिटेल में. First of all, this is the HOPES analog mission which is kept in the Ladakh Sokar Valley. Before understanding the HOPE mission, let's look at the background of analog mission. Actually, the analog missions are launched by various countries. It's not as if कि ISRO ने कोई analog mission specially launch किया है. Many countries have launched it. ISRO का जो analog mission है, that is HOPE analog mission, and this is our primary analog mission. Background ये है, see, ISRO is planning a series of human space exploration missions. For example, starting with 2027, we are targeting the Gaganyaan, where we will be sending 3 astronauts to 400 km height for 3 days. After that, in 2035, we are planning Bharatiya Antariksha Station, in which our astronauts will be stationed permanently at the height of 400 km. In 2040, we are targeting the human landing on the moon. ये जो टाइमलाइन मैंने बोली है, प्लीज रिमेंबर यूपीएससी हैज अ हैबिट ऑफ आस्किंग द डेडलाइंस ऑफ इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग्स. साइंस में डेडलाइन नहीं पूछा है, बट बिकॉज दीज आर वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट टाइमलाइंस डिक्लेयर्ड बाय प्राइम मिनिस्टर मोदी हिमसेल्फ, सो यू शुड रिमेंबर. एनीवेज, अब ये जो हम ह्यूमन स्पेस मिशन टारगेट कर रहे हैं, अब स्पेस का एनवायरमेंट जो है दैट इज हार्श, दैट इज नॉट लाइक अर्थ. स्पेस में ग्रेविटी इज लो, एयर प्रेशर इज लो, रेडिएशंस, द स्पेस रेडिएशंस आर हाई. नाउ we cannot send our astronauts directly to the space without understanding the impact of these conditions on the physiology and the psychology of astronaut. कुछ bodily changes होंगे, कुछ psychological changes होंगे. So we want to understand the impact of this space environment on the astronaut so that we can develop our health protocols. How should astronauts tackle those challenges? अब इसे समझने के लिए द बेस्ट वे इज टू सिमुलेट दोज स्पेस लाइक कंडीशंस ऑन अर्थ, और यहीं पे यूज होता है एनालॉग मिशंस. एनालॉग मिशंस उन मिशंस को कहते हैं वेयर वी आर क्रिएटिंग द स्पेस लाइक कंडीशन ऑन अर्थ. यहां पे प्राइमरली हम जो इसरो का एनालॉग मिशन है उसमें क्या टारगेट कर रहे हैं, मार्स और मून की जो कंडीशंस है उसको सिमुलेट करने की. यूजुअली द स्पेस एनालॉग मिशंस आर बिल्ट in that part of the area where naturally the condition is harsh, so that the artificial simulation required is less. तो हमने जो इसरो ने अपना एनालॉग मिशन डिक्लेयर किया है उसका नाम है होप. होप का फुल फॉर्म अगर आप देखेंगे, हिमालयन आउटपोस्ट फॉर प्लैनेटरी एक्सप्लोरेशन. कहां हमने स्टैब्लिश किया है, लद्दाख की सोकार वैली में. बाय द वे, सोकार वैली इफ यू विल रिमेंबर इट इज ऑल्सो अ रामसार साइट. ये साइट हमने चूज क्यों की, because Ladakh's environment has many traits which are similar to early Mars. For example, because of Ladakh's height, the layer of air is thin. That means air pressure is less. Ladakh also experiences relatively higher UV radiations. Ladakh also has relatively high variability of temperature. Ladakh also has permafrost which is saline in nature. All these characteristics actually belong to early Mars conditions. So that is why our simulation effort will be less. अब ये जो आप एनालॉग मिशन देख रहे हैं इसके दो मॉड्यूल्स हैं, दिस इज हैबिटेट मॉड्यूल एंड दैट इज यूटिलिटी मॉड्यूल. हैबिटेट मॉड्यूल में वी विल स्टे we'll put the astronauts for the simulation part. Utility module will be used for providing the support services like let's say water supply, oxygen supply, something like that. अब ये हो गया हमारा इसरो का जो होप एनालॉग का मिशन है. अगर आप स्टेटमेंट देखेंगे, नाउ इट इज वेरी इजी टू टेल that the first statement is right. Obviously this is the definition of any analog mission. Secondly हमने ये भी बात कर ली सोकार वैली में है and the reason also, और ये भी हमने देख लिया एक्चुअली इसमें कोई हम ह्यूमंस लॉन्च नहीं कर रहे हैं. इट विल हेल्प इन द फ्यूचर लॉन्चेस ऑफ ह्यूमंस इनटू द स्पेस, बट राइट नाउ एज पार्ट ऑफ होप एनालॉग मिशन वी विल नॉट बी लॉन्चिंग एनी ऑफ द एस्ट्रोनॉट्स. ये हो गया कोर जो आपकी थीम थी. अ रिलेटेड टॉपिक विच वाज इन द न्यूज इज विथ रिस्पेक्ट टू जेरोसाइट मिनरल. जेरोसाइट मिनरल ये है जो आप देख रहे हैं. इट इज एक्चुअली अ येलो मिनरल विच इज फाउंड इन द कच्छ रीजन ऑफ गुजरात. This is the same mineral which we have discovered in Mars in 2004. Now this jarosite mineral was actually very crucial in proving the presence of water in Mars. और जब हम कच्छ रीजन में इसकी एज निकालने की कोशिश की जेरोसाइट मिनरल की, so we figured out that it is actually 55 million years old. So we have a very strong evidence that this is the same kind of mineral which is found in Mars. That means this Kutch region, this village where we have found out the jarosite, that can also be another site for future analog missions of ISRO. ठीक. और jarosite mineral by the way आपके अनुभव 2 में ही एक और सवाल है. So I hope in that question you will get to learn more things about the jarosite. Anyways, so that is all about this question. Next question में आ जाते हैं. This is with respect to some indigenous developments in gene editing technology. यहाँ पे दो gene editing developments इंडिया की लिखी हैं. One is TNPB based gene editing tool uses an enzyme which is smaller than Cas9, enabling more precise genome editing. This is correct. The second Birsa-1 is a genome edited rice variety developed using gene editing techniques to improve agronomic traits. This is incorrect. Actually this is not a rice variety, this is simply a gene therapy to tackle sickle cell anemia. एक एक करके दोनों के बारे में देखते हैं. Firstly we will discuss this TNPB based gene editing technology. Actually there is an institute of ICAR, Indian Council of Research. That institute is related to actually rice research, that recently got patent for one indigenous TNPB based gene editing tool. अब because both the statements are related to gene editing, let's quickly brush up the basic concepts involved. First of all, what is the importance of DNA in human body? So inside your body there are trillions of cells. Inside every cell there is a 2-meter long DNA which looks like this. Now DNA is the instruction manual for the human cells to make proteins. The human cells have to make more than 20,000 proteins for different activities in the body to determine different characteristics of the body. But protein बनाने का जो code है that lies in the DNA. Now this 2-meter long DNA actually carries the code for more than 20,000 protein. अब इस DNA का एक छोटा सा segment, a small segment of this DNA is actually gene. Gene provides the code for one protein. So every gene corresponds to the code for one particular protein. और total DNA more than 20,000 protein का code बताएगा. Now what happens is this, that in some cases by birth the people may have some genetic mutation and some of the gene in this long DNA can be faulty. If the gene is faulty, the protein formed in the body will be faulty and that can lead to a genetic disease. In such cases what we want to do is we want to remove the faulty gene. And that is where the use of gene editing technology comes into picture. The most important gene editing technology that all of you have read multiple times, that is CRISPR-Cas9. अब CRISPR-Cas9 को quickly recap करते हैं पहले, फिर हम TNPB से इसका difference समझेंगे. So CRISPR-Cas9 जो tool है, that is basically a set of two tools. One is guide RNA and second is Cas9 protein. It's a type of protein. Now this Cas9 protein is that molecular scissor which will actually cut the DNA. But how will it know where does it need to cut the DNA? What is the target site? So that target site will be provided to this protein by guide RNA. This guide RNA is like GPS. It will tell the Cas9 protein, okay, this is the targeted site where you have to cut the DNA, and then they will perform the gene editing together. ठीक? अब the Cas9, CRISPR-Cas9 is actually a very efficient tool. It's faster, it's cheaper. But there is some challenge associated with this tool. That is, the size of Cas9 protein is big. Because of that, see, if you have to send this combination of guide RNA and Cas9 protein, you have to supply it to the cells. Right? अब आप कैसे supply करोगे? Sometimes you put it in the harmless virus body and then you insert it in the human body. Then it will go to the cell and then it will start the gene editing. But if the size of Cas9 protein is bigger, the delivery is not efficient. At the same time, what happens is, assume it like a big scissor. वो जो garden की बड़ी scissor होती है, assume it like that. And with the help of a big scissor, you are trying to perform a micro cutting, a micro level cutting. That can increase the chance of off target cutting. जो आप cut करना चाह रहे थे उससे थोड़ा सा off site cut हो जाए. So the chances of error are relatively higher. Here comes the role of TNPB based gene editing tool. अभी जो TNPB based protein है, instead of using the Cas9 protein, it uses this TNPB protein. ये TNPB protein का full form क्या है? Transposon associated protein. Actually transposon को jumping gene कहते हैं. It's a section of DNA which keeps on changing its location. तो इसे हम कह देते हैं जंपिंग जीन. अब इस जंपिंग जीन के साथ एसोसिएटेड एक प्रोटीन होता है विच इज टीएनपीबी. इट कैन ऑल्सो एक्ट लाइक अ मॉलिक्यूलर सिजर जस्ट लाइक Cas9, बट इसका एडवांटेज ये है its size is actually much smaller than the Cas9. That means when you will deliver it to the cell, the delivery will be more efficient, and at the same time it can act like fine scissor which is trying to do the fine cutting. तो आपका जो ऑफ टारगेट कटिंग है that will be less. It means delivery is efficient. It means there is more precision in the gene editing. So this is a summary of the difference between Cas9, CRISPR-Cas9 technique and TNPB based gene editing technique. This is smaller, that means easier to deliver, that also means the higher precision in the gene editing. चलिए, तो ये हो गया आपका फर्स्ट स्टेटमेंट. बाय द वे एक थोड़ी सी और इंफॉर्मेशन याद रखिएगा. See, in 2024 there was this tool, gene editing tool in news. ये जो आपको बहुत weird सा कॉम्बिनेशन दिख रहा है अल्फाबेट्स का, ISD RA2 TNPB. अगर आप इसके एंड पे देखें TNPB, it was actually also a TNPB based gene editing tool. अभी जिसके लिए आईकार को पेटेंट मिला है, that is also a TNPB based gene editing tool and it was developed for plants. ये भी gene editing tool डेवलप किया गया था for plants. Now right now I am not sure because I could not figure out it in any authentic source. Is this the tool for which ICAR got patent? Because this tool was also developed by ICAR. तो अभी किसी भी authentic source में ये information नहीं दी थी, but you should remember the name of this tool also. Obvious ही बात है आपको exact नाम याद रखना नहीं है because if you will see in the prelims examination it will be a single statement question and you can easily recall its weird name. So ये क्या है? It is also a gene editing tool developed for the plants by ICAR और ये भी TNPB based है. चलिए, so पहला स्टेटमेंट और पहला कॉन्सेप्ट हमने डिस्कस कर लिया. लेट्स कम टू द नेक्स्ट स्टेटमेंट ऑफ दिस क्वेश्चन विच इज बिरसा 101. एक्चुअली इट्स अ जीन थेरेपी based on CRISPR-Cas9 technique only, but this gene therapy is indigenous. We have developed it for the sickle cell anemia. अब sickle cell anemia, you may be knowing that it is prevalent in the tribal population of India. That is why we have named it Birsa 101, because we are also commemorating the 150th anniversary of Bhagwan Birsa Munda. So that is why this name. Now this tool has been developed by CSIR. CSIR का एक इंस्टीट्यूट है जेनोमिक्स का, उसने ये डेवलप किया है. Now there is not much information out in the public with respect to this tool, but it makes the important gives the importance to the discussion of sickle cell anemia, जो उसका static part है, because that is a trend which is also seen in the UPSC. तो हम quickly sickle cell anemia जो disease है इसके static part को revise कर लेते हैं. First of all, any anemia simply means that there is shortage of oxygen in the body, or shortage of oxygen means that body will be tired. Normally anemia is because of the deficiency of iron. कैसे होता है? देखिए, first of all, how does your body carry oxygen? So in your blood you have RBCs, red blood cells, which have hemoglobin in it. Now this hemoglobin attaches itself with the oxygen and then the blood carries oxygen across the body. अब नॉर्मली होता यह है when there is deficiency of iron, iron is actually required for the production of hemoglobin. So iron deficient है, it means hemoglobin deficiency है. It means body will not be able to carry the oxygen and that is why you get anemia. But sickle cell anemia is different. This is not because of a nutrient deficiency. This is a genetic disease. So actually sometimes there is a problem in one of the gene which is responsible for the production of hemoglobin. A faulty gene है, इसका मतलब faulty hemoglobin बनता है. Faulty hemoglobin बनता है, so that is what changes the shape of RBC. Normally the shape of RBC is circular, but इस disease में ये RBC का shape ऐसा sickle shaped हो जाता है. Sickle is this instrument, this tool that you use to cut the grass. So ऐसा shape हो जाता है. Now what is the problem with this? See, when RBCs are circular, it can flow in the blood vessels easily. But when the RBCs are sickle shaped, there is obstruction in the blood flow and these RBCs start dying easily. And when the RBCs will start dying, again your body will have shortage of oxygen. At the same time, when these get stuck inside the blood vessels, the person may get severe pain. तो ये दोनों प्रॉब्लम होती है सिकल सेल डिसीज के साथ. अब सिकल सेल डिसीज को नॉर्मली ट्रेडिशनली जो ट्रीट किया जाता है दैट इज विद द हेल्प ऑफ बोन मैरो ट्रांसप्लांट. बट नाउअडेज वी आर कमिंग अप विद द जीन थेरेपी इटसेल्फ. ग्लोबली ये कास्गेविया और लिवगेनिया जो है, दे वर वन ऑफ द फर्स्ट जीन थेरेपीज, क्रिस्पर बेस्ड जीन थेरेपीज डेवलप फॉर टैकलिंग द सिकल सेल एनीमिया. ये 2023 में न्यूज में था एंड इवन नाउ there is some or other news related to these two tools, so you should remember this. But हमारा जो इंडिजीनस है, जो इंडिया ने डेवलप किया है, that is बिरसा 101. अब सिकल सेल एनीमिया के बारे में दो इंफॉर्मेशन आपको और पता होनी चाहिए. फर्स्ट, it is a genetic disease, so the child can inherit it from the parents, but only when both the parents have sickle cell disease. If only one parent has sickle cell disease, the child will not get the symptoms, but the child can become carrier. It means it can transfer it to the next generation, but child himself will not have the symptoms. Last information that you should know is this, that government of India has started one mission to eliminate the sickle cell anemia by 2047. तो ये टारगेट डेट आपको पता होनी चाहिए. चलिए, तो ये हो गया आपका सेकेंड क्वेश्चन. नाउ लेट्स कम टू द थर्ड क्वेश्चन, विच इज which of the following is not a typical advantage of lithium ion batteries over conventional lead acid battery. By the way, जब भी आप नो देखें, you should mark it in your paper so that you do not make a silly mistake. Lower weight is an advantage, higher energy density is an advantage, better rechargeability is also an advantage, better thermal stability is not an advantage. So answer would be better thermal stability. अगर ये क्वेश्चन आपको नहीं भी पता है, even if you have not studied, you should have solved it by pure commonsensical awareness. How? All of you would have seen that news, those kind of news where you see that an electrical vehicle got fire, or the Samsung Galaxy series, it was also in news because the phones were getting fire. They were getting fire because of the lithium ion battery only. And lithium ion battery is prone to fire because it is not thermally stable. Thermally stable का क्या मतलब होता है? It can remain stable even when you increase the temperature. So it does not have better thermal stability. बट चलिए, अब इसके जो ऑप्शंस है उसको थोड़ा सा डिटेल में देख लेते हैं. बाय द वे, द कोर वर्किंग ऑफ बैटरी आई हैव टॉट इट इन मल्टीपल डिस्कशंस ऑफ अनुभव, सो आई विल नॉट गो इनटू दैट. आप पिछले डिस्कशंस भी देख सकते हैं. अभी हम क्विकली उतना ही करेंगे जो हमारे स्टेटमेंट्स जिससे रिलेटेड है. फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल, एनी बैटरी, द पर्पस ऑफ एनी बैटरी इज टू कन्वर्ट द केमिकल एनर्जी इनटू इलेक्ट्रिकल एनर्जी. एनी बैटरी विल हैव दीज सर्टेन कंपोनेंट्स. First of all, you will have two electrodes, ये जो rods दिख रही हैं. One of them will be called anode and other will be called cathode. Now, ions, it means charged metal atoms will flow between these two electrodes, and these ions will move through a solution. That solution will be known as electrolyte. At the same time, electrons will flow through an external circuit, and when the electrons will flow, you will get the electricity. So these are basic components of any battery. अभी जो आपकी lead acid battery है, that is a conventional battery. You see it in your petrol and diesel cars. उसमें जो छोटी बैटरी होती है, which is not the main source for your car's energy, but it is used for your ignition system, for your lighting system of the car. वो बैटरी होती है lead acid battery. इनफैक्ट आपके अगर घर में इन्वर्टर है, उसमें जो बैटरी यूज होती है दैट इज प्राइमरली लेड एसिड बैटरी. लिथियम आयन बैटरी इज द मॉडर्न एज बैटरी. ये आप कहां देखते हो? यू सी इट इन इलेक्ट्रिकल व्हीकल्स. इलेक्ट्रिकल व्हीकल में जो मेन पावर का सोर्स है दैट इज लिथियम आयन बैटरी. एट द सेम टाइम यू सी इट इन योर मोबाइल्स एंड लैपटॉप्स. अब लेड एसिड बैटरी जो ट्रेडिशनल बैटरी है उसमें क्या होता है? कैथोड एंड एनोड बोथ आर बेस्ड ऑन लेड. एनोड में प्योर लेड, कैथोड में लेड ऑक्साइड. But both of them have lead, and lead is a heavy metal. But when it comes to lithium ion battery, anode is graphite. Graphite मतलब carbon. It is light. Cathode is lithium. Now lithium is the third lightest element in periodic table. It means both cathode and anode are light. That is why lithium ion battery is lighter in weight. तो ये पहला advantage आपका हो गया. Lower weight. Now the energy density is related to this only. What is the meaning of energy density? Per kg weight, how much energy your battery will provide. So how much energy you will get from the battery per kg weight. Now lithium ion battery, because the raw material, that cathode and anode, is lighter in nature, it is consuming less weight, so you can get more energy in per kg of weight. But when it comes to lead acid battery, more of the weight is being consumed by the lead itself. तो जो आपकी energy per kg आती है that is less. अब बेटर रिचार्जेबिलिटी की बात कर लेते हैं. अगेन इट्स अ वेरी कॉमन सेंसिकल थिंग. वी आर यूजिंग लिथियम आयन बैटरी इन द इलेक्ट्रिकल व्हीकल्स. व्हाई? सो दैट वी कैन रिचार्ज इट मोर नंबर ऑफ टाइम्स. क्योंकि कार का जो लाइफ साइकिल है वो तो भाई 8 to 10 ईयर्स आप रखना चाहोगे, राइट? सो दैट इज व्हाई वी यूज. अब इसका जो केमिकल रीजन रहता है वो ये होता है, लेड एसिड बैटरी में द केमिकल रिएक्शंस व्हिच आर टेकिंग प्लेस एक्चुअली दे डिग्रेड दीज टू इलेक्ट्रोड्स. उसका फिजिकल डिग्रेडेशन होने लग जाता है. Because of that, you cannot recharge that battery multiple times. But when it comes to lithium ion battery, ये जो दो इलेक्ट्रोड हैं ये बहुत सेफ रहता है, इसका डिग्रेडेशन बहुत स्लो होता है. That is why you can recharge this battery multiple times. जो चैलेंज है लिथियम आयन बैटरी का that it is not thermally stable. It is fire prone. और ये क्यों होता है? See, when it comes to lead acid battery, the electrolyte solution is nothing but water and sulfuric acid. अब वाटर में आग तो लगेगी नहीं, right? H2SO4 is also not inflammable. But in case of lithium ion battery, your electrolyte solution is an organic solvent. मतलब imagine alcohol. So alcohol like substance है. अब alcohol like substance will be inflammable, right? So that is why what happens is whenever there is any small leakage from lithium ion battery and there is overheating because of let's say overcharging, it can immediately get fire. यहीं पे हमने देखा था कि there is one new type of battery which is solid state battery. In the last अनुभव we discussed that. अब lead acid तो conventional battery हो गई, इसके बहुत disadvantage है. Lithium ion battery के advantage बहुत है, but there is one challenge, that is it is fire prone. So to overcome this challenge, we are now researching the solid state battery. तो I hope आपने last अनुभव में solid state battery का explanation देखा था, at least in the detailed explanation document, because that is also a very important topic for your CSE Prelims 2026. चलिए नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन पे आ जाते हैं, which is with respect to dark web. डार्क वेब क्यों न्यूज में रहता है? सो डार्क वेब बेसिकली आप देखते हो कि बहुत सारे साइबर क्राइम की वजह से न्यूज में रहता है. देयर आर मल्टीपल एडवाइजरीज ऑफ द गवर्नमेंट विद रिस्पेक्ट टू डार्क वेब. अब डार्क वेब से रिलेटेड क्या स्टेटमेंट्स है? फर्स्ट स्टेटमेंट सेज दैट डार्क वेब इज नॉट एक्सेसिबल थ्रू कन्वेंशनल सर्च इंजन. बिल्कुल ठीक बात है. आप अपने गूगल, याहू, बिंग इन सर्च इंजन से एक्सेस नहीं कर सकते डार्क वेब को. Accessing the dark web is illegal in India. This is absolutely incorrect. You can right now access the dark web. The dark web is a subset of deep web. This is also correct. It means your answer is 1 and 3 only. C. चलिए concept समझते हैं क्या है. So this is how your different type of web look like. This is the surface web which you mostly use. This total part is deep web. One subset of deep web is dark web. एक एक करके देखते हैं. First of all, surface web means all the websites that you can access through your search engine. मतलब Google, Yahoo, Bing पे जब आप कोई कीवर्ड डालते हो, सर्च करते हो, you can directly reach that website. Why? Because they have been indexed by the Google or any other search engine. Indexed का मतलब the search engine has that record, database में वो website available है, ठीक. But deep web क्या है? Deep web is that web which has not been indexed by the search engine. उनके रिकॉर्ड में नहीं है. That is why you cannot access them through search engine. अब डार्क वेब डीप वेब का पार्ट है, इसका मतलब डार्क वेब को भी आप एक्सेस नहीं कर पाओगे सर्च इंजन से, राइट. अच्छा, व्हाई इज इट नॉट इंडेक्स्ड? बिकॉज ऑफ सर्टेन रीजंस. सम ऑफ द वेबसाइट्स इन डीप वेब एक्चुअली दे आर पासवर्ड प्रोटेक्टेड. फॉर एग्जांपल, आपका जो नेटफ्लिक्स का अकाउंट है दैट इज पार्ट ऑफ डीप वेब. आपका जो जीमेल अकाउंट है इनबॉक्स दैट इज पार्ट ऑफ डीप वेब. जीमेल वेबसाइट इज नॉट पार्ट ऑफ डीप वेब. आपका जो जीमेल का इनबॉक्स है दैट इज पार्ट ऑफ डीप. आपका ऑनलाइन बैंक अकाउंट, all of them are password protected, so you cannot directly reach them through the search engine. कुछ वेबसाइट ऐसी होती है which are behind the paywall, मतलब you have to pay to access that page. They are also part of deep web. Search engine will not directly direct you to that. But ये तो हो गए एक तरह के रीजन. But dark web which is a subset of deep web, dark web के केस में अलग रीजन है. Actually, dark web is not indexed by the search engine because dark web is meant to be deliberately kept hidden. Dark web ना सिर्फ आप सर्च इंजन से एक्सेस नहीं कर सकते हो, बल्कि आप अपने ट्रेडिशनल इंटरनेट ब्राउजर से भी एक्सेस नहीं कर सकते हो. What do I mean? You cannot access the dark web through the browsers like Google Chrome, Firefox, Edge. They need special software to be accessed. ये deliberately hidden रखे जाते हैं because the purpose of dark web is anonymity, both for the user as well as the website provider. अब इसकी अगर आप वेबसाइट के नाम देखोगे, जो डार्क वेब की वेबसाइट्स के नाम होते हैं, they do not have usually .com. What they have in their name is .onion. दूसरे डोमेन्स भी हो सकते हैं, but .onion is very common domain for dark web websites. इसको आप किस तरीके के सॉफ्टवेयर से एक्सेस करते हो? Onion, Tor एक ब्राउजर होता है, ठीक. टॉर ब्राउजर के थ्रू आप इसे एक्सेस कर सकते हो. अब डार्क वेब में डार्क वेब itself doesn't mean that activity is illegal. See, dark web is providing you anonymity. Now there are certain people like, let's say, journalists, whistleblowers, they use this anonymity to prevent themselves from government surveillance. But at the same time, dark web is used by the criminals for activities like, let's say, drug smuggling and all that, right? So dark web is, let's say, like a knife. If you use that knife for vegetable cutting, it is perfectly legal. But if you use that knife for murdering someone, that will become illegal. So dark web सिर्फ एक प्लेटफॉर्म है. अब आप उसे यूज कैसे करते हो, that is up to you. So dark web को एक्सेस करना इलीगल नहीं हो सकता. आई होप आप तीनों स्टेटमेंट आप समझ गए हैं. डार्क वेब इज नॉट एक्सेसिबल थ्रू कन्वेंशनल सर्च इंजन. यस, बिकॉज इट इज पार्ट ऑफ डीप वेब. एक्सेसिंग डार्क वेब इज इलीगल, गलत बात है. डार्क वेब इज अ सबसेट ऑफ डीप वेब, ये भी ठीक है, ठीक. सो नॉर्मल डीप वेब और डार्क वेब में सिर्फ इतना डिफरेंस याद रखना है कि डार्क वेब इज एक्चुअली नॉट इवन एक्सेसिबल थ्रू नॉर्मल ब्राउजर. नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन पे आ जाते हैं, which is with respect to peripheral immune tolerance system. Assertion reason question है. Assertion says that peripheral immune tolerance is essential for preventing autoimmune diseases. This is right. Reason says peripheral tolerance ensures that self-reactive immune cells are removed from the body before they mature in the thymus. This is incorrect. Actually, this is description of central immune tolerance system. Peripheral का नहीं है, central का है. Now this question involves quite of technical terms. एक एक करके डिकोड करते हैं. इसमें immune tolerance एक वर्ड है, autoimmune diseases, self reactive immune cells, thymus. There are many keywords. एक एक करके बात करते हैं. First of all, what is the context of this question? So this year's Nobel Prize was given for the research in peripheral immune tolerance system, right? Now, first of all, what is immune system? This is that system of your body which is helping you to fight against the disease causing pathogens. अब immune system कि कंपोनेंट्स, बहुत सारे कंपोनेंट्स हैं. द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट कंपोनेंट्स आर इम्यून सेल्स. अब ये इम्यून सेल्स बहुत तरीके के होते हैं. द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट इम्यून सेल इज एक्चुअली व्हाइट ब्लड सेल, जो आपके ब्लड में है. दे आर पार्ट ऑफ योर इम्यून सिस्टम. अब इम्यून टॉलरेंस सिस्टम वर्ड क्या होता है? देखो, हाउ डज योर इम्यून सिस्टम नो वेदर इट इज अ फॉरेन पैथोजन or it is your body's own cell. If they do not know how to differentiate, they can attack body's own cells also. अब ये बॉडी की ओन सेल को अटैक करने के लिए एक्चुअली क्या होता है, कुछ इम्यून सेल्स होते हैं, दे आर सेल्फ रिएक्टिव. दे विल नॉट एक्ट, दे विल नॉट रिएक्ट अगेंस्ट द फॉरेन पैथोजन. They are reacting against self, body's own cells. So they are known as self-reactive immune cells. Now, immune tolerance system has to either kill this self-reactive cells so that your body does not attack its own cell. तो immune tolerance system का क्या काम है? It is a mechanism through which your body learns how to not attack your own cell. आपकी own cell को attack कौन कर रहा है? ये self-reactive immune cell. तो immune tolerance system का काम है either it has to kill the self-reactive immune cells or it has to deactivate them. ठीक, यहां तक बात क्लियर है. अब ये जो immune tolerance system है, if it fails, it means if the self-reactive immune cells are active, what will happen? They will attack body's own cells and you will get autoimmune disease. Autoimmune disease का मतलब होता है when your body's immune system is acting against you. The most popular autoimmune disease is type 1 diabetes. Type 2 diabetes is a lifestyle problem, but type 1 is an autoimmune disease. अब ये जो immune tolerance system है, which means body's ability to learn how to recognize its own cell and how to not harm it. This immune cell tolerance system can be of two types: central immune tolerance system and peripheral immune tolerance system. The central immune tolerance system, we had the knowledge of it from decades back. But this peripheral immune tolerance system, we got its knowledge relatively later, and the scientists who studied this, they got Nobel Prize this year. अब ये जो central immune tolerance system है, ये कैसे वर्क करता है? Actually, they work before the maturing of immune cell. Immune cell का पहले birth होता है, then they mature. Before maturing, this central immune tolerance system will teach them. It will teach them how to recognize the self-reactive cell. अब मैच्योरिंग का क्या मतलब है? देखो, सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट जो इम्यून सेल्स है आपकी बॉडी में, दे आर WBCs, व्हाइट ब्लड सेल, जो आपकी ब्लड में है. अब ये व्हाइट ब्लड सेल भी मल्टीपल टाइप्स की होती हैं. दो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट व्हाइट ब्लड सेल होती हैं, बी सेल एंड टी सेल. बी सेल is that white blood cell which will produce antibody. Antibodies are those weapons which fight against the pathogens. ठीक. दूसरी white blood cell होती है T cell. T cell भी multiple types की होती हैं. One of the T cell is helper T cell. Helper T cell actually helps the B cell in producing antibody. अगर helper T cell activate नहीं होंगी तो B cell will not be able to produce antibody. ठीक. अब देखिए, ये जो जितनी भी white blood cell है, they take birth in bone marrow. बोन मैरो कहां होता है? आपकी लॉन्ग बोन के सेंट्रल पार्ट में होता है. द सेंट्रल पार्ट ऑफ लॉन्ग बोन्स इज अ सॉफ्ट टिश्यू. वो सॉफ्ट टिश्यू होता है बोन मैरो. वहां पे ये सारी इम्यून सेल्स विच आर व्हाइट ब्लड सेल, उनका बर्थ हो रहा है. अब बर्थ यहां होता है, लेकिन ये मैच्योर कहीं और होते हैं. कुछ व्हाइट ब्लड सेल जो है मैच्योर हो जाते हैं बोन मैरो में ही, बट कुछ व्हाइट ब्लड सेल होते हैं वो थाइमस में जाके मैच्योर होते हैं. थाइमस क्या है? थाइमस आपकी चेस्ट में, अपर चेस्ट में एक स्मॉल ऑर्गन है. अब जब इसकी मैच्योरिंग हो रही होती है, दे आर ट्रेन्ड बाय द सेंट्रल इम्यून टॉलरेंस सिस्टम हाउ टू रिकॉग्नाइज द फॉरेन पार्टिकल, हाउ टू रिकॉग्नाइज सेल्फ रिएक्टिव इम्यून सेल्स, एंड द सेंट्रल इम्यून टॉलरेंस विल एक्चुअली किल these self-reactive immune cells, so that when these immune cells are mixed with the blood and when they flow across the body, there should not be any self-reactive immune cells in that blood, so that they do not attack body's own cells. तो ये है central immune tolerance system का काम. But central immune tolerance system is not perfect. It kills most of the self-reactive immune tolerance, self-reactive immune cells, but still there are some self-reactive immune cells which get released in the blood. It means you still have the threat that they can harm your own cells. That is where the role of peripheral immune tolerance system comes. Its role comes into picture after maturing of the immune cells. अब होता ये है, जब ये ब्लड में मिक्स हो गए, डिफरेंट ऑर्गन्स में जाएंगी ये सेल. नाउ एट दैट टाइम this immune tolerance system will be activated. This immune tolerance system, which is peripheral immune tolerance system, works with the help of regulatory T cell. Regulatory T cell, ये भी एग्जाम में अलग से एक सिंगल स्टेटमेंट क्वेश्चन की तरह आ सकता है. That regulatory T cells are part of peripheral immune tolerance system. What they do is this. Actually, they will deactivate the self-reactive immune cells. जब भी सेल्फ रिएक्टिव इम्यून सेल्स जो भी रिलीज हो गए हैं ब्लड में, व्हेन दे विल गो एंड ट्राई टू अटैक बॉडीज ओन सेल्स, ये रेगुलेटरी टी सेल उनको डीएक्टिवेट कर देंगी, सो दैट दे आर नॉट एबल टू अटैक द बॉडी, सो दैट यू डू नॉट गेट ऑटो इम्यून डिसीज. नाउ कम बैक टू द ओरिजिनल स्टेटमेंट. इट सेज that peripheral immune tolerance is essential for preventing autoimmune diseases. बिल्कुल, because दोनों immune tolerance system का काम ही यही है. Now it is saying that peripheral tolerance ensures that self-reactive immune cells are removed from the body before they mature. नहीं, before maturing कौन activate होता है? Central immune tolerance system. After maturing जो activate करता है that is peripheral immune tolerance system. चलिए अब आ जाते हैं next question पे, which is with respect to Shanti Act. Ab, you know that this act was all over the news, right? Why? Because Government of India opened the nuclear power plant for the private players for the first time. अब ये क्वेश्चन जो है वो ये पूछ रहा है that which of the following activities are actually permitted by the private party. तो गवर्नमेंट ने न्यूक्लियर पावर प्लांट को ओपन तो किया है प्राइवेट पार्टीज के लिए, बट नॉट ऑल द ऑपरेशंस. सम ऑफ द ऑपरेशंस आर स्टिल केप्ट विद द सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट. ठीक, अब इसका आंसर क्या है? सो ऑपरेशन ऑफ न्यूक्लियर पावर प्लांट, यस इट इज अलाउड बाय द प्राइवेट पार्टी. मैन्युफैक्चरिंग ऑफ द न्यूक्लियर इक्विपमेंट, यस, but when it comes to 3 and 4, reprocessing and recycling of spent nuclear fuel and production of heavy water, actually it is kept with the central government. So आपका आंसर हो जाएगा 1 and 2 only. Now what we will do is, firstly we will look at this aspect of the Shanti Act. After that I'll tell you the other important provisions of the Shanti Act for the prelims part. इसका obvious ही बात है कि critical analysis आपके mains के लिए important है. For now we will see only the important facts. First of all, अब ये एक फैक्चुअल बात है कि कौन सी एक्टिविटी अलाउड है कौन सी नहीं है. व्हाट आई कैन हेल्प यू इन दिस इज दिस, आई विल टेल यू द लॉजिक व्हाई वी हैव प्रोहिबिटेड सर्टेन एक्टिविटीज फॉर द प्राइवेट पार्टी. इसकी सिग्निफिकेंस क्या है, सो दैट इट इज इजियर फॉर यू टू रिमेंबर. फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल, अलाउड क्या है प्राइवेट पार्टी के लिए? दे कैन ऑपरेट द न्यूक्लियर पावर प्लांट एंड दे कैन जनरेट द इलेक्ट्रिसिटी. सेकेंडली, दे कैन ऑल्सो मैन्युफैक्चर द इक्विपमेंट. दैट मीन्स जो भी कंट्रोल रॉड, मॉडरेटर्स, दीज इक्विपमेंट्स दे कैन मैन्युफैक्चर. Thirdly, they can perform the uranium-235 enrichment up to a certain level. Enrichment of uranium-235 का क्या मतलब होता है? See, natural uranium जो आप नेचर से एक्सट्रैक्ट करते हो उसमें there is only 0.7% uranium-35. Rest of that is uranium-238. Now, only uranium-235 can directly undergo fission. So what you do is you enrich it, you increase the percentage of uranium-235 in the natural uranium. That is enrichment. अब प्राइवेट पार्टी एनरिचमेंट कर सकता है, बट अप टू अ सर्टेन लेवल, बिकॉज इफ यू अलाउ द प्राइवेट पार्टीज टू एनरिच यूरेनियम बियॉन्ड अ सर्टेन लेवल, दैट यूरेनियम विल बिकम वेपन ग्रेड एंड यू कैन नॉट गिव दैट यूरेनियम टू प्राइवेट पार्टीज. ठीक, तो इसलिए हमने एक लिमिट रख दी. अब देखते हैं कि क्या अलाउड नहीं है, ऐसा क्या है विच इज अंडर द एक्सक्लूसिव कंट्रोल ऑफ द सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट. फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल, इफ यू वांट टू डू यूरेनियम एनरिचमेंट बियॉन्ड अ सर्टेन लिमिट, वो सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट कर सकती है. सेकेंडली, द मैनेजमेंट ऑफ स्पेंट फ्यूल सच एज रीप्रोसेसिंग. स्पेंट फ्यूल का क्या मतलब होता है? देखिए, राइट नाउ इंडिया इज इन द फर्स्ट स्टेज ऑफ इट्स 3 स्टेज न्यूक्लियर पावर प्लांट. सेकेंड स्टेज में जस्ट एंट्री हुई है विद द हेल्प ऑफ दैट कल्पक्कम फास्ट ब्रीडर रिएक्टर. बट प्राइमरली अभी जो इलेक्ट्रिसिटी प्रोड्यूस हो रही है दैट इज विद द हेल्प ऑफ फर्स्ट स्टेज ऑफ आर 3 स्टेज न्यूक्लियर पावर प्लांट. फर्स्ट स्टेज में जब आपकी फ्यूल रोड को आप यूज कर लेते हो, दैट इज स्पेंट फ्यूल. But that spent fuel is not a waste. That spent fuel actually has plutonium. आप लोगों ने ये पढ़ा होगा. And that plutonium is a weapon grade material. Actually, we are going to use that plutonium in our second stage. अब अगर हम spent fuel की reprocessing private party को allow कर दिए, it means they will be able to extract the plutonium out of it. And again, that can lead to weaponization. So that is why we will keep it under the exclusive control of central government. Let's talk about high level waste handling. सी न्यूक्लियर पावर प्लांट के साथ वन ऑफ द सेफ्टी थ्रेट इज इट्स वेस्ट विच इज रेडियो एक्टिव, कई ईयर्स तक वो रेडियो एक्टिव रहता है। अब अगर हम प्राइवेट पार्टी विच इज वर्किंग फॉर द profit, if we give them the responsibility of waste handling, the chances are they will not be very cautious about handling waste. So that is why we do not allow them this thing and we will keep it under the central government. Last activity that is under the central government, that is production and upgradation of heavy water. Heavy water का क्या role होता है? So heavy water is actually moderator in most of our nuclear reactors. जो हमारे प्रेशराइज हेवी वाटर रिएक्टर है उनका मॉडरेटर कौन होता है? हेवी वाटर। नाउ हेवी वाटर इज नॉट सम नॉर्मल वाटर, इट्स अ वेरी स्ट्रेटेजिक थिंग, वेरी फ्यू कंट्रीज नो हाउ टू प्रोड्यूस इट, सो वी डू नॉट वांट टू गिव दैट सेंसिटिव technology to the private party, we want the government to produce and upgrade the heavy water. तो ये लॉजिक हो गया क्या प्रोहिबिटेड है। Lastly, one more thing you have to remember, if private party is engaged in any activity related to nuclear power plant which can lead to radiation exposure, so firstly they have to take safety authorization from Atomic Energy and Regulatory Board. तो वो हर किसी एक्टिविटी के लिए है if there is a threat of radiation. चलिए कुछ और पॉइंट देख लेते हैं इस एक्ट के। फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल, दिस एक्ट एक्चुअली रिपील्ड टू ऑफ द अर्लियर एक्ट्स व्हिच वर रिलेटेड टू न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी। एटॉमिक एनर्जी एक्ट था, उसे हमने रिपील कर लिया है, एंड सेकेंडली देयर वाज अनदर एक्ट फॉर न्यूक्लियर डैमेज लायबिलिटी व्हिच वाज सिविल लायबिलिटी फॉर न्यूक्लियर डैमेज एक्ट, ये भी रिपील कर लिया है। इन दोनों के इंपॉर्टेंट प्रोविजंस को हमने इस अपने शांति एक्ट में ऑलरेडी इंक्लूड कर लिया है। अब देखते हैं वो क्या है। First of all, this civil liability for nuclear damage act used to deal with who will be liable if there is any nuclear damage. Whenever a nuclear accident will take place, there can be damage of property and the personal. Who will be liable to pay the victims? Now, earlier what used to happen is there was a liability of the operator which was fixed. मतलब अब 1500 करोड़ फ्लैट सारे न्यूक्लियर पावर प्लांट ऑपरेटर की लायबिलिटी थी। Now what we have done is we have made it a graded structure. It means depending upon the power capacity of the nuclear power plant, the liability amount can vary anywhere from 100 करोड़ to 3000 करोड़। अच्छा, इससे ऊपर का डैमेज होगा तो कौन पे करेगा? सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट itself. Another thing, earlier there was one provision where we had the liability of supplier also. डायरेक्टली तो ऑपरेटर पे करता था, बट ऑपरेटर हैड अ राइट टू रिकोर्स। इट मींस ऑपरेटर कुड टेक सम ऑफ द लायबिलिटी अमाउंट फ्रॉम द सप्लायर इफ द न्यूक्लियर एक्सीडेंट वाज बिकॉज ऑफ सम फॉल्टी सप्लाई ऑफ इक्विपमेंट। बट दिस प्रोविजन इज वेरी कॉन्ट्रोवर्शियल इन द शांति एक्ट दैट वी हैव रिमूव्ड द लायबिलिटी ऑफ द सप्लायर। अब इसका क्रिटिकल एनालिसिस ऑब्वियसली मेंस के लिए इंपॉर्टेंट है, बट यू शुड रिमेंबर दिस थिंग, दिस इज एक्सट्रीमली इंपॉर्टेंट। अनदर थिंग, AERB को अभी तक स्टैट्यूटरी रिकॉग्निशन नहीं था, शांति एक्ट में हमने इसे स्टैट्यूटरी रिकॉग्निशन दे दिया है एटॉमिक एनर्जी रेगुलेटरी बोर्ड को। ठीक, एक और एजेंसी हमने एस्टैब्लिश की है विच इज एटॉमिक एनर्जी रिड्रेसल एडवाइजरी काउंसिल। इट वाज नॉट अर्लियर देयर, इट हैज बीन एस्टैब्लिश्ड नाउ। व्हाट इज इट्स पर्पस? सो इट विल बी द रिड्रेसल अथॉरिटी। any party, interested party can appeal to this authority against the decision of AERB and the central government. ठीक, तो ये कुछ ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट प्रोविजन है, थोड़े बहुत छोटे प्रोविजन है, बट ऑब्वियसली बात है कि हम टेस्ट के डिस्कशन में सब बात नहीं कर सकते हैं, बट मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट चांसेस जो है एग्जाम में आने के वी हैव ऑलरेडी टॉक्ड अबाउट। नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन पे आ जाते हैं, विच इज विथ रिस्पेक्ट टू रडार। अब रडार से रिलेटेड कुछ स्टेटमेंट है। रडार जैसे टॉपिक आप देखते होंगे अक्सर यूपीएससी में डायरेक्टली इनडायरेक्टली आ ही जाते हैं मल्टीपल टाइम्स। It says that radar detects objects by measuring the time taken by radio waves to return after striking the object. It is right. Doppler radar can be used to determine both the distance and velocity of a moving object. ये भी ठीक है। Third, radar waves have shorter wavelength than visible light. नहीं, they have longer wavelength. So the correct answer is 1 and 2 only. चलिए कॉन्सेप्ट देखते हैं। फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल, रेडार का फुल फॉर्म होता है रेडियो डिटेक्शन एंड रेंजिंग। हाउ डज रेडार वर्क? सो बेसिकली व्हाट यू डू इज यू सेंड सम सिग्नल्स फ्रॉम अ ट्रांसमीटर। दीज सिग्नल्स आर एक्चुअली रेडियो वेव्स, वन ऑफ द इलेक्ट्रोमैग्नेटिक वेव्स। नाउ दीज रेडियो वेव्स विल गो एंड हिट द टारगेट जिसकी डिस्टेंस आपको पता करनी है। नाउ दे विल कम बैक, दे विल रिटर्न टू द ट्रांसमीटर। We can calculate the time taken in this rebound. So we know the time. If we multiply it with the speed of the radio wave, we can know the distance of the object, right? Distance is equal to speed into time. अब स्पीड हमें रेडियो वेव की पता है. ऑल द इलेक्ट्रोमैग्नेटिक वेव्स दे ट्रैवल विद द स्पीड ऑफ लाइट 3 into 10 to the power 8. उसमें आपने मल्टीप्लाई किया टाइम टेकन एंड यू विल नो द डिस्टेंस. सो दैट इज हाउ रेडार वर्क्स. और यही आपका पहला स्टेटमेंट था. नाउ देयर इज अ स्पेशल टाइप ऑफ रेडार व्हिच इज नोन एज डॉपलर रेडार. डॉपलर रेडार, अदर देन calculating the distance of the object, it can tell you if the object is moving and what is the speed of that object. How does it tell? अब distance का तो same principle है, it will calculate the time, but how does it know the velocity of the object? That it determines based on the Doppler effect. Doppler effect क्या है? आप लोगों ने बचपन में साउंड के लिए Doppler effect पढ़ा होगा. That is this, कि अगर किसी source, if a source is coming closer to you, there will be change in frequency of the sound. Similarly, if the waves are coming back from a target and if the target is coming closer or going farther, there will be change in the frequency of the wave that we sent. If that object is coming closer, its frequency will decrease. आप frequency को imagine ऐसे करो. If this is your wave, wavelength is this distance, the distance traveled by wave in one cycle, and the frequency is number of cycle it is covering in 1 second. अब ये दोनों wave देखो, its wavelength is more but it is covering less number of cycle, it means its frequency is less. Now its wavelength is less, but because it is traveling lesser distance in 1 second, but it is covering more number of cycle, it means its frequency is less. So wavelength and frequency are inversely proportional. Now imagine this thing, that your transmitter sent a wave and there is a target. The target is raindrop, let's say, imagine. Now the waves will hit back. Now they will reach the transmitter again. But because this raindrop, let's say, imagine that it was traveling towards the transmitter. अगर ये towards the transmitter आ रही होगी तो wave क्या होगी? Compress होगी. And if the waves will compress, the frequency will increase. So if the source is coming towards you, the frequency of the waves will increase. Whereas if the target is going away, it means imagine that wave is being stretched. इसका मतलब क्या होगा? Wavelength बढ़ जाएगी but frequency reduce हो जाएगी. So if the target is going away, the frequency will reduce. So now what you do is you calculate the change in the frequency of the radio waves that you sent and what you received back. Based on that change of frequency, you can calculate the velocity, कि ये कितनी स्पीड से दूर जा रहा था और कितनी स्पीड से पास आ रहा था, राइट? इसी वजह से डॉपलर रेडार का बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट यूज है इन वेदर फोरकास्टिंग, बिकॉज यू कैन कैलकुलेट द मूवमेंट ऑफ, लेट्स से, डस्ट पार्टिकल्स, रेन पार्टिकल्स, स्नो पार्टिकल्स, राइट? बेस्ड ऑन दैट यू कैन कैलकुलेट सर्टेन वेदर फेनोमेना. तो ये होता है डॉपलर रेडार. By the way, last statement ये था that radio waves have the lower wavelength than visible light. नहीं, radio waves की actually highest wavelength होती है. So ये electromagnetic spectrum आपने बचपन से देखा है, यहाँ wavelength highest है और धीरे धीरे reduce हो रही है. The highest wavelength is of radio waves. In fact ये कई 1000 किलोमीटर तक जा सकती है radio wave की wavelength. On the other hand, you have gamma rays जिसकी least wavelength होती है. Visible light is somewhere in between. So visible light actually has lesser wavelength than the radio wave. ठीक? चलिए नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन पे आ जाते हैं, विच इज विथ रिस्पेक्ट टू ब्लैक होल. अब ब्लैक होल से रिलेटेड कुछ टर्म्स दिए हैं एंड यू हैव टू मैच द मीनिंग ऑफ दोज रिस्पेक्टिव टर्म्स. देखो, ऑल दो स्टार की लाइफ साइकिल से जो रिलेटेड टर्म्स हैं यूपीएससी हैज आस्क्ड मल्टीपल टाइम्स, बट the special emphasis has been given to the terms which are related to black hole for a reason. ISRO has launched one mission, EXPOSAT, last year. Now EXPOSAT will help ISRO to understand the anatomy, the structure of black hole. तो ब्लैक होल के स्ट्रक्चर से रिलेटेड टर्म्स पूछे जाने की प्रोबेबिलिटी थोड़ी बढ़ जाती है. ठीक, अब यहां कुछ टर्म्स है. एक्रीशन डिस्क. एक्रीशन डिस्क इज बेसिकली द मेन लाइट सोर्स फ्रॉम द ब्लैक होल. मतलब ए का 3 है. Singularity is the region at the core where matter is crushed to infinite density. It means B का 2 है. Event horizon is the boundary beyond which nothing can escape. It means C का 1 है. So 3, 2, 1, that means your answer is option A. Let's discuss the concept and the terms involved. First of all, what is black hole? Black hole is a region in space which has infinite density. Its gravity is so high that nothing can escape it. Even if the light tries to cross it, it will be trapped. However, black hole are formed as a death product of a massive star. जब एक बहुत जायंट स्टार होता है, जब इसकी डेथ होती है, then you get the black hole. So होता यह है, in the adulthood of any star, मान लीजिए स्टार है, in the adulthood its size remains constant. क्यों? Because इस स्टार पे दो फोर्सेस लग रहे हैं. इसको इनसाइड ग्रेविटी इज पुलिंग, ग्रेविटी सेंटर से लगती है, so it is being pulled inside by the gravity. At the same time, inside the star, you are having nuclear reaction, nuclear fusion. Nuclear fusion से energy release हो रही है, and this energy is pushing the star outward. These two forces are balanced. That is why the size of the star remains constant during the adulthood. But during the death, what happens is the nuclear fuel of the star is finished. That means nuclear fusion is no longer taking place. It means you are not getting energy from the inside. तो आउटवर्ड पुश करने के लिए कोई एनर्जी नहीं है, बट ग्रेविटी इज स्टिल देयर. तो अगर सिर्फ ग्रेविटी लग रही होगी तो व्हाट विल हैपन? It will keep on condensing, it will keep on condensing, and a time will come where it will become so small that its density has become infinite and its gravity has become very high. That point is black hole. ठीक. अब ब्लैक होल के कुछ related terms हैं which you should know. First of all, one very important term is इवेंट हॉरिजॉन. ये सरफेस की तरह जो आपको दिख रहा है ना, इवेंट हॉरिजॉन इज लिटरली द सरफेस ऑफ ब्लैक होल. देखो आप कह रहे हो दैट ब्लैक होल की ग्रेविटी इज सो हाई दैट नथिंग कैन एस्केप इट. सो ये जो रीजन वेयर द ग्रेविटी इज सो हाई, ये जो रीजन है इसकी बाउंड्री होती है इवेंट हॉरिजॉन. इट मींस इफ एनीथिंग इज इनसाइड इवेंट हॉरिजॉन, it cannot escape, it will be trapped forever. But if something is outside event horizon, it can still escape the black hole. ठीक, तो event horizon is that boundary. अगर आप इसे देखें, so event horizon is the boundary beyond which nothing can escape. मतलब अगर आप इस बाउंड्री के बियॉन्ड आ गए, इनसाइड आ गए, nothing can escape. बट अगर आप बाउंड्री से बाहर हो, then you can escape the trap of black hole. Second component that you should know is the center of black hole, which is singularity. Now imagine the gravity of black hole is so huge. अब ये gravity सारी सबसे ज्यादा कहां पे हो रही होगी? सेंटर पे एक्ट कर रही होगी. It means the center of black hole be that point where there is even infinite, I cannot say even infinite, the density is even higher, so much that everything is crushed together. That point is singularity. Now the third important term related to black hole is accretion disk. ये जो आप बाहर स्ट्रक्चर देख रहे हो, डिस्क जैसा स्ट्रक्चर, देखो ब्लैक होल को नॉर्मली वी कैन नॉट ऑब्जर्व. Why? Because light cannot escape the black hole, but still astronomers can observe black hole indirectly. How? With the help of accretion disk. जो ब्लैक होल के सराउंडिंग में है, ब्लैक होल का डायरेक्टली पार्ट नहीं है बट सराउंडिंग में है. What is this accretion disk? See, if this black hole is having very high gravity, what it does is it keeps on attracting the nearby dust and gas in the space. But some of these dust and gas will not be directly trapped inside the black hole. Before being trapped, it will start revolving around the black hole. तो ये swirl करने लग जाएगी. Ultimately इसका भी destination यही है, it will fall upon the black hole and it will be trapped forever. But before that phase, what it will do is it will swirl around the black hole. Now what happens is when it starts rotating, it takes the form of this disk, and because there are many dust and gas particles which are rotating very fast, there is a friction between them, and when there will be friction, you will get heat, and with that heat you will get light, so it becomes luminous. So when you see black hole and when you see some light, visible light coming from it, that light is actually coming from accretion disk. That is why your question said that accretion disk is the main light source from black hole. ठीक, तो आई होप आपको ये समझ आ गया. सिंगुलरिटी इज दैट रीजन एट द कोर वेयर मैटर इज क्रश्ड टू इनफाइनाइट डेंसिटी. इवेंट हॉरिजॉन दैट इज द बाउंड्री ऑफ द ब्लैक होल. चलिए, तो ये हो गया हमारा ब्लैक होल से रिलेटेड बातें. अब आ जाते हैं नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन पे, विच इज नॉट विथ रिस्पेक्ट टू एनी पर्टिकुलर करंट अफेयर्स बट इट इज ऑलवेज इन द न्यूज कि हम कैंसर के अराउंड, कैंसर के लिए बहुत सी वैक्सीन डेवलप करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, बट इट्स अ चैलेंजिंग टास्क. सो उसके कॉन्सेप्ट पे असर्शन रीजन क्वेश्चन बेस्ड है. पहला स्टेटमेंट कह रहा है दैट डेवलपिंग इफेक्टिव वैक्सीन अगेंस्ट कैंसर इज साइंटिफिकली चैलेंजिंग. ठीक है बात, ये तो. Second statement says cancer cells originate from the body's own cells and often do not present strong for foreign antigens. Often do not present strong foreign antigen. ये भी ठीक है, and actually this is one of the reasons why we are not able to develop vaccine against the cancer. Statement 3 says some cancers are associated with viral infections such as hepatitis D. ये statement तो ठीक है, but this is not the reason why vaccines for cancer are challenging. In fact, this is one of the reasons why we have vaccines for certain cancers. For example, आप देखते होंगे जो HPV वैक्सीन गवर्नमेंट ने स्टार्ट की है फॉर सर्वाइकल कैंसर, that is possible only because that cancer is associated with a virus. तो actually it makes the task easier, not difficult. तो आपका आंसर हो जाएगा that both statements 2 and 3 are correct, but only one of them explains the statement 1. चलिए कॉन्सेप्ट समझते हैं क्या हो रहा है. फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल, वैक्सीन का बेसिक प्रिंसिपल रिवाइज करना है बिकॉज दैट इज द कोर ऑफ द क्वेश्चन. उससे पहले कुछ टर्म्स आपको पता होने चाहिए. फर्स्ट इज पैथोजन, सेकेंड इज एंटीजन एंड थर्ड इज एंटीबॉडी. Pathogen is that microorganism which is harmful for your body, that bacteria or that virus which is harmful for the body. Antigen is usually a part of pathogen which tells the body कि देखो फॉरेन कोई पार्टिकल आया है एंड यू हैव टू स्टार्ट योर इम्यून सिस्टम. सो एंटीजन, नॉट ऑलवेज बट अ लॉट ऑफ टाइम इट इज एक्चुअली अ पार्ट ऑफ पैथोजन इटसेल्फ. एंटीजन इज दैट इंडिकेटर which will tell the immune system of body that something harmful has come and you have to initiate your reaction. ठीक. एंटीबॉडी क्या है? एंटीबॉडी इज दैट टूल ऑफ इम्यून सिस्टम. बी सेल में भी हमने देखा था, बी सेल प्रोड्यूस कर रही है एंटीबॉडी विच आर फाइटिंग अगेंस्ट द पैथोजन. तो एंटीबॉडी वो टूल है इम्यून सिस्टम का विच विल हेल्प यू अगेंस्ट द पैथोजन, विच विल हेल्प यू अगेंस्ट दिस एंटीजन. ठीक. अब ये बेसिक टर्म हमने देख लिया. अब किसी भी वैक्सीन का काम ये होता है, सी नॉर्मली योर बॉडी कैन ऑटोमेटिकली स्टार्ट इट्स इम्यून सिस्टम एंड फाइट अगेंस्ट द पैथोजन. ठीक. बट अगर आप वैक्सीन नहीं दोगे तो लेट्स से बॉडी में कोई पैथोजन आया, कोई बैक्टीरिया वायरस आया, बॉडी टेक्स इट्स ओन टाइम टू अंडरस्टैंड द नेचर ऑफ पैथोजन एंड एंटीजन एंड देन ओनली इट कैन डेवलप द एंटीबॉडी. और ये जो भी टाइम लगेगा उस टाइम में यू विल गेट द डिसीज, यू विल गेट द सिकनेस. सो वैक्सीन का पर्पस ये है कि इस टाइम को रिड्यूस कर दिया जाए सो दैट बॉडीज इम्यून सिस्टम इज बीइंग ट्रेन्ड बिफोर हैंड दैट व्हेनेवर द रियल पैथोजन कम्स इट स्टार्ट्स अटैकिंग इट स्टार्ट्स प्रोड्यूसिंग एंटीबॉडी क्विकली सो दैट यू डू नॉट गेट द डिसीज. अब वैक्सीन ये कैसे करती है? तो वैक्सीन किसी फॉर्म में ये पैथोजन और एंटीजन इंट्रोड्यूस करती है एक वीक फॉर्म में आपकी बॉडी में. सो दैट वैक्सीन हैज अ वीक फॉर्म ऑफ पैथोजन एंड एंटीजन so that your body can recognize how does that enemy look like, so that body knows which type of antibody to create. अब because ये weak form है, आप sick तो हो गए नहीं, थोड़े बहुत fever, हल्के फुल्के symptom आते हैं, but you will not get sick much. And next time when this actual pathogen will come from the outside, your body will quickly know how to form the antibody and you will not get the sickness. That is the basic principle of any vaccine. अब प्रॉब्लम यह है कि कैंसर के लिए आपने बहुत सारे बैक्टीरियल इंफेक्शन, वायरल इंफेक्शन के लिए तो वैक्सीन देखी है, बट व्हाई डू यू नॉट गेट वैक्सीन इजीली फॉर द कैंसर? बिकॉज कैंसर आपको समझना पड़ेगा पहले है क्या. सो कैंसर इज योर नॉर्मल बॉडी सेल इटसेल्फ, बट बिकॉज ऑफ सम म्यूटेशन इट्स ग्रोथ हैज बिकम अनकंट्रोल्ड. तो ये आपकी बॉडी की ही सेल है, दिस इज नॉट सम एक्सटर्नल वायरस और बैक्टीरिया. It is your body cell, but its growth has become uncontrolled. And that is what creates tumor. That is what creates cancer. ठीक. अब एक बात सोचो, अगर आपको इस कैंसर की सेल के अगेंस्ट वैक्सीन बनानी है, will your body's immune system will it be trained easily to identify your body's own cell? बॉडी की ओन सेल के अगेंस्ट तो इम्यून टॉलरेंस सिस्टम होता है ना, राइट, सो दैट इट डज नॉट अटैक बॉडीज ओन सेल्स. सो आप कैंसर की सेल के अगेंस्ट, बिकॉज इट डज नॉट हैव अ फॉरेन एंटीजन, it is very tough to train your immune system to attack this cancer cell. But when it comes to viral or bacterial inflammation, they are foreign antigen. So it is very easy to train your immune system to attack them. अब इस स्टेटमेंट को देखो, स्टेटमेंट 2, the cancer cells originate from body's own cells and often do not present strong foreign antigen. यही तो रीजन है, that is why you are not able to train your immune system efficiently to kill these cancer cells. अच्छा, ये एक रीजन है. आई विल टॉक अबाउट सम अदर रीजंस व्हाई इट इज चैलेंजिंग टू मेक कैंसर वैक्सीन्स, बट पहले देख लेते हैं थर्ड स्टेटमेंट को. देखो, कुछ कैंसर ऐसे होते हैं ना दैट दे आर एसोसिएटेड विद सम वायरल इन्फेक्शंस. फॉर एग्जांपल हेपेटाइटिस डी, हेपेटाइटिस बी, हेपेटाइटिस सी, ऑल ऑफ देम आर कार्सिनोजेनिक, दे आर कैंसरस. आप जो सर्वाइकल कैंसर देखते हो वो भी एसोसिएटेड होता है एचपीवी वायरस से. ठीक, अब एक्चुअली अगर कोई कैंसर वायरल इंफेक्शन की वजह से हो रहा है, इट मेक्स योर टास्क इजियर because you cannot make vaccine directly against the cancer cell, but you can make vaccine against this virus which is causing the cancer. So agar aap virus, because virus will have a foreign antigen, so you can train your immune system to fight against that virus, and if you will train it to fight against the virus, the chances are that cancer itself will not start. So it is making actually your task easier, not the difficult. ठीक. अच्छा, what are other reasons because of which we are not able to make cancer vaccines effectively? देखो, जो ट्यूमर सेल्स होती है ना, they are very unique. In fact, if there are, let's say, multiple tumor cells inside a person, all the tumor cells are different. So even if you are able to train your immune system to fight against a particular tumor cell, how will it fight against all the tumor cells? Even if you train, let's say, to fight against an individual's tumor cell, दूसरे इंडिविजुअल की ट्यूमर सेल फिर से बहुत डिफरेंट होगी. So how can you make a standard vaccine? That is not the case with virus and bacteria, right? अच्छा, एक और reason ये है, which is the reason behind the challenging task of making cancer vaccine is this, that the cancer cells, those tumor cells are actually not passive. They are not sitting that they will let the immune system attack themselves. ये body की अपनी cells है, तो ये क्या करेंगी, एक इम्यूनोसप्रेसिव एनवायरनमेंट क्रिएट कर लेंगी, मल्टीपल वेज क्रिएट कर लेंगी अपने अराउंड, सो दैट बॉडीज इम्यून सिस्टम इज नॉट एबल टू अटैक देम. अब ये मल्टीपल टाइप के मैकेनिज्म यूज करेगी, इंक्लूडिंग रेगुलेटरी टी सेल, विच विल नॉट लेट द बॉडीज ओन सेल्स टू डिस्ट्रॉय देम, विच विल नॉट लेट द इम्यून सिस्टम ऑफ द बॉडी टू डिस्ट्रॉय देम. ठीक, तो ये भी वन ऑफ द रीजन है कि आप इम्यून सिस्टम को ट्रेन नहीं कर पाते हो टू अटैक द कैंसरस सेल. चलिए, तो आई होप ये क्वेश्चन आपको समझ आ गया. नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन पे आ जाते हैं, विच इज विथ रिस्पेक्ट टू बायोसिमिलर्स. आई टेल यू द कॉन्टेक्स्ट. पहले क्वेश्चन का स्टेटमेंट देख लेते हैं, दैट बायोसिमिलर्स आर बायोलॉजिकल प्रोडक्ट्स दैट आर हाईली सिमिलर टू एन ऑलरेडी अप्रूव्ड रेफरेंस बायोलॉजिकल मेडिसिन. ये ठीक है. अनलाइक जेनरिक ड्रग्स, बायोसिमिलर्स आर आइडेंटिकल कॉपीज ऑफ द रेफरेंस प्रोडक्ट. ये गलत है. इनफैक्ट जेनरिक ड्रग होते हैं वो आइडेंटिकल कॉपी होते हैं. Biosimilars are developed to improve affordability and access to biological therapy. ये ठीक है. 1 and 3 only. A. हो सकता है बायोसिमिलर का आपने नाम नहीं सुना हो, बट जस्ट गो इन गूगल, यू विल फाइंड मल्टीपल न्यूज रिलेटेड टू इट. ऐसा हेडलाइंस नहीं दिखेंगी, बट बहुत सारे न्यूज के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में यू विल फाइंड द टर्म बायोसिमिलर. फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल, बायोसिमिलर्स आर एक्चुअली हाईली सिमिलर प्रोडक्ट टू बायोलॉजिकल मेडिसिन्स, टू बायोलॉजिक्स. तो पहले हमें यह समझना पड़ेगा ये बायोलॉजिक्स टर्म क्या होता है या बायोलॉजिकल मेडिसिन क्या होता है. दोनों कहते हैं इसे. अब देखिए, आपका जो नॉर्मल केमिकल ड्रग है विच यू नॉर्मली यूज द मेडिसिन लाइक लेट्स से पैरासिटामोल एंड ऑल दैट, दे आर फॉर्म्ड बाय मिक्सचर ऑफ डिफरेंट केमिकल्स इनसाइड द लेबोरेटरी, whereas these biological medicines or biologics are actually biological products which have been derived from some living system like bacterial cell, like yeast, like animal cells, and in fact most of them grow inside the living system. मतलब हम उसे कल्चर करेंगे inside a living cell. सुनने में ऐसा लग रहा होगा ये बहुत weird है, but you have heard about it. Vaccine is a type of biological medicine. इनफैक्ट इंसुलिन जो आप देखते हो ना, जो डायबिटीज में ली जाती है, दैट इज अ टाइप ऑफ बायोलॉजिकल वैक्सीन, बायोलॉजिकल मेडिसिन। आप लोगों ने शायद मोनोक्लोनल एंटीबॉडी का भी नाम सुना होगा, लास्ट ईयर इट वाज आस्क्ड बाय यूपीएससी, दैट इज आल्सो अ टाइप ऑफ बायोलॉजिकल मेडिसिन और बायोलॉजिक्स। Now normally what happens is these biological medicines are developed by some company who has the patent. तो नॉर्मल जो ओरिजिनल बायोलॉजिकल मेडिसिन होगी जिसको अप्रूव किया था रेगुलेटरी बॉडी ने, दैट इज वेरी कॉस्टली, बट आफ्टर द पेटेंट हैज एक्सपायर्ड द अदर मैन्युफैक्चरर्स गेट द परमिशन टू मेक अ कॉपी ऑफ दिस बायोलॉजिकल मेडिसिन विच विल बी हाईली सिमिलर टू दिस बायोलॉजिकल मेडिसिन, और उसे ही कहते हैं बायोसिमिलर। सो बायोसिमिलर्स आर एक्चुअली ए कॉपी ऑफ द ओरिजिनल बायोलॉजिकल मेडिसिन विच वाज अप्रूव्ड बाय द रेगुलेटर, बट दिस इज नॉट एन आइडेंटिकल कॉपी। क्यों नहीं आइडेंटिकल कॉपी हो सकती है? बिकॉज दिस इज ग्रोइंग इनसाइड अ लिविंग सेल। आप नेचर में कभी एग्जैक्ट कॉपी नहीं बना सकते हो। आपको जब लैबोरेटरी में केमिकल सिंथेसिस करना है, यू कैन मेक एन एग्जैक्ट कॉपी, but if you are growing it inside a living system, you cannot avoid certain modifications. तो बायोसिमिलर कॉपी तो होंगे बायोलॉजिकल मेडिसिन की, but they will not be exact copy. But for the practical purpose, for the use of that medicine, its efficacy will be very similar. It will be identical also as per regulatory bodies. तो chemical structure will not be identical, but the efficacy will be exactly same as that of the original biological medicine. ठीक, इसको बनाया क्यों जाता है बायोसिमिलर को? जस्ट फॉर द एफोर्डेबिलिटी, क्योंकि जो ओरिजिनल ड्रग है, ओरिजिनल बायोलॉजिक है, दैट वाज पेटेंटेड, तो उसकी कॉस्ट हाई होगी। ठीक है। अच्छा, सिमिलर एक कॉन्सेप्ट होता है जेनेरिक ड्रग का, आप लोगों ने पढ़ा होगा। एक्चुअली जेनेरिक ड्रग इज अ कॉपी ऑफ केमिकल ड्रग। जैसे बायोसिमिलर कॉपी है बायोलॉजिकल मेडिसिन की, सिमिलरली दी जेनेरिक ड्रग्स आर कॉपी ऑफ केमिकल ड्रग, और उसको भी बनाया जाता है केमिकल ड्रग के पेटेंट खत्म होने के बाद। सो जेनेरिक ड्रग is a copy of chemical drug, biosimilar are copy of biologics और biological medicine। दोनों का पर्पस सेम है, affordability। ठीक, बट एक डिफरेंस है, generic drugs can be identical copy. Why? Because they are made by mixing the chemicals, whereas it will not be an identical copy, it will be highly similar to it। तो ये कुछ बातें हो गई आपकी बायोसिमिलर के बारे में। अब आप इस क्वेश्चन को देखेंगे तो स्टेटमेंट्स आर नाउ वेरी ऑब्वियस। बायोसिमिलर्स आर बायोलॉजिकल प्रोडक्ट दैट आर हाईली सिमिलर टू एन ऑलरेडी अप्रूव्ड रेफरेंस बायोलॉजिकल मेडिसिन। सही है, ये सेकंड स्टेटमेंट उल्टा कर दिया गया है। बायोसिमिलर्स आर डेवलप्ड टू इंप्रूव अफोर्डेबिलिटी, बिल्कुल ठीक है। चलिए नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन पे आ जाते हैं। दैट इज विथ रिस्पेक्ट टू डायरेक्टेड एनर्जी वेपन। Consider the following statement. They deliver energy at the speed of light or near the speed of light. They rely primarily on the kinetic energy of projectiles to neutralize target. पहला statement तो ठीक है, second statement गलत है। MK2A DEW मतलब direct energy weapon recently tested by the DRDO is a laser based weapon system. ये भी ठीक है, 1 and 3 only. What is the context of it? सो बेसिकली यही वेपन था डीआरडीओ का, जो एक लेजर वेपन आप सुन रहे होंगे डीआरडीओ ने टेस्ट किया है, वो यही वेपन था, एंड दैट इज अ टाइप ऑफ डायरेक्टेड एनर्जी वेपन। चलो तो अब कॉन्सेप्ट को समझ लेते हैं। फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल, डायरेक्टेड एनर्जी वेपन, आई डू नॉट नो इफ this year comes or not, that is very tough to predict, but some year UPSC is going to ask, because this is the future of modern warfare। आप जो ट्रेडिशनल वेपन्स देखते हो, मिसाइल्स, गन्स एंड ऑल दैट, they work in a very different way। You are hitting a physical object to the target and you are transferring its kinetic energy। kinetic energy मतलब energy of motion, उससे hit कर रहे हो target को and you are killing the target। But direct energy weapons actually send certain waves, electromagnetic waves, in a concentrated form। An electromagnetic wave will have its own energy। That energy, when it is focused towards the target, it will melt down that target, it will heat that target and it will melt that target। So directed energy weapon is not using the kinetic energy of any physical object, it is using the energy of the electromagnetic waves, which is in a very concentrated form, so that it can directly heat and melt the target। अब इसका फायदा क्या होता है? देखो, first of all, if it is a electromagnetic wave, it means it will travel at the speed of light। It means the moment you recognize the target, you can immediately hit it, so that the enemy does not have any reaction time। Also, if that electromagnetic wave is not in the visible light range, बहुत तरीके की electromagnetic wave है, radio waves, microwaves, infrared waves, visible light, right? So you can use any of them. So if the electromagnetic wave is not in the visible light, it will not be visible. तो आप जब नॉर्मल वेपन यूज करते हो, कन्वेंशनल वेपन यूज करते हो, ऑब्वियसली दैट इज विजिबल, राइट, बट हियर इट वोंट बी विजिबल बिकॉज इट्स जस्ट अ वेव. तो ये एक एडवांटेज होता है. सेकेंडली, इसका कॉस्ट पर शॉट इज वेरी लेस. Another advantage is this, that actually there are times in war where you want a reversible effect, कि मतलब जो इफेक्ट है, डैमेज है, that is temporary. ठीक, वो रिवर्सिबल डैमेज करने की कैपेबिलिटी रखते हैं डायरेक्टेड एनर्जी वेपन. मतलब आप उतनी ही वेव्स एमिट करो जिससे लेट्स से एनिमी का जो भी इलेक्ट्रॉनिक सिस्टम है दैट गेट्स सस्पेंडेड फॉर द सम टाइम, एंड व्हेन यू वांट टू रिवर्स दैट इफेक्ट यू विल रिमूव दैट वेव. ठीक, तो आप इस तरीके से कैलकुलेटेड एनर्जी भेजोगे दैट इफेक्ट इज टेम्पररी. तो भी ये भी एक एडवांटेज होता है इसका. ठीक, अच्छा, अनदर थिंग, there are certain energy directed energy weapons where you can have a very high precision. कैसे? देखो, एनर्जी वेपन्स के मल्टीपल टाइप्स होते हैं. एक टाइप होता है इसका हाई एनर्जी लेजर्स, जो कि अभी डीआरडीओ ने टेस्ट किया था. तो इसमें इस तरीके से एक लेजर बीम आती है विच इज वेरी शार्प, एंड इफ द वेपन इज इन द फॉर्म ऑफ लेजर बीम ऑब्वियसली योर प्रिसीजन विल बी वेरी हाई. ठीक, तो ये कुछ एडवांटेज हो गए DAW वेपन के, बट इसके कुछ चैलेंजेस भी होते हैं. एक, बिकॉज दे आर इलेक्ट्रोमैग्नेटिक वेव्स, सम ऑफ दीज इलेक्ट्रोमैग्नेटिक वेव्स विल बी अफेक्टेड बाय द वेदर, राइट. जो आपके वेदर में क्लाउड, स्मॉग, डस्ट, इस तरीके की चीजें होंगी, इट मे बी अफेक्टेड. सेकेंडली, बिकॉज दे आर इलेक्ट्रोमैग्नेटिक वेव्स, दे विल कीप ऑन लूजिंग सर्टेन एनर्जी एज दे मूव फर्दर. तो हाई डिस्टेंस पे एनर्जी लूज होने के चांसेस भी रहते हैं. ठीक है बात. तो ये कुछ चैलेंजेस है. बाय द वे, इंडिया के कुछ प्रोजेक्ट हैं डायरेक्ट एनर्जी वेपन्स के जो कि बहुत न्यूज में रहते हैं. एक है दुर्गा 2 प्रोजेक्ट और एक है काली. फुल फॉर्म्स आपको यहां लिखे हुए हैं. इफ यूपीएससी आस्क्स इट, दे विल डायरेक्टली आस्क अ सिंगल स्टेटमेंट क्वेश्चन कि ये किससे रिलेटेड है. तो ये इंडिया के डायरेक्ट एनर्जी वेपन है. अभी जो रिसेंट डीआरडीओ ने टेस्ट किया था जो वेपन, उसका नाम था MK2A डायरेक्ट एनर्जी वेपन. सो ये एक लेजर टाइप वेपन था. फर्स्ट टाइम हमने 30 किलोवाट पावर का एक हाई एनर्जी लेजर वेपन को टेस्ट किया था. इट वॉज जस्ट अ टेस्ट. ठीक, और यह भी एक टाइप ऑफ डायरेक्ट एनर्जी वेपन था. ठीक है, चलिए, तो ये हो गया हमारा इस क्वेश्चन. अब इसके स्टेटमेंट, ठीक है, ऑब्वियस सी बात है कि दे डिलीवर एनर्जी एट द स्पीड ऑफ लाइट और नियर द स्पीड ऑफ लाइट. प्राइमरली रिलाय ऑन द काइनेटिक एनर्जी, नहीं, ये तो कन्वेंशनल वेपन करते हैं. थर्ड सही है. अच्छा, बाय द वे, डिफरेंट टाइप्स ऑफ डायरेक्ट एनर्जी वेपन का नाम देख लीजिएगा. हाई एनर्जी लेजर, ये मिलीमीटर वेव वेपन, ये बेसिकली किस वेवलेंथ को यूज करता है उसके बेसिस पे बना हुआ है. हाई पावर माइक्रोवेव, ये भी उसकी वेवलेंथ के बेसिस पे नाम पड़ा हुआ है. पार्टिकल बीम वेपन क्या होते हैं? सीधा वेव ना यूज करके पार्टिकल ऑफ इलेक्ट्रॉन्स एंड प्रोटॉन्स यूज करते हैं. वेरी हाई वेलोसिटी पार्टिकल्स ऑफ इलेक्ट्रॉन एंड प्रोटॉन. वो नियर लाइट की स्पीड पे तो नहीं, सॉरी, लाइट की स्पीड पे तो एग्जैक्टली नहीं ट्रैवल करेंगे, बट नियर द स्पीड ऑफ लाइट होंगे. ठीक, चलिए, ये हो गया आपका डायरेक्ट एनर्जी वेपन. अब आ जाते हैं नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन पे, विच इज विथ रिस्पेक्ट टू फेंटानिल. बहुत आप नाम सुन रहे होगे बिकॉज ऑफ ट्रंप. So it is saying that which of the following statement is correct regarding fentanyl recently seen in the news in the context of US Venezuela conflict. Actually US Venezuela नहीं, US का multiple countries के साथ इसका नाम दिख रहा है fentanyl का, not just Venezuela. So first statement says that it is an opioid used for management of severe pain. यही statement सही है. Second statement says that it is declared a weapon of mass destruction under chemical weapon convention. नहीं, it is declared by US recently as a weapon of mass destruction, but chemical weapon convention ने accept नहीं किया. Third, fentanyl is derived from opium poppy plant like morphine. नहीं, it is a chemical product. Venezuela is the largest producer of fentanyl in the world. देखो, largest producer जैसा बहुत कुछ दिखता नहीं है because इसके multiple ingredients हैं. लिखता है कई बार कि रॉ मटेरियल का लार्जेस्ट प्रोड्यूसर ये है, सप्लायर यूएस में ये है. सो इस तरीके की इंफॉर्मेशन दिखती है. देयर इज नो एब्सोल्यूट स्टेटमेंट लाइक दिस पर्टिकुलर कंट्री इज द लार्जेस्ट प्रोड्यूसर ऑफ फेंटानिल. चलिए, अब देख लेते हैं फेंटानिल के बारे में क्विकली. सो फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल, फेंटानिल इज एन ओपियोइड. ठीक, ओपियोइड का मतलब क्या होता है? दो सब्सटेंसेस विच आर ईदर डिराइव फ्रॉम ओपियम पॉपी प्लांट और दे आर सिमिलर टू इट इन द केमिकल स्ट्रक्चर. ठीक, तो या तो वो डायरेक्टली ओपियम पॉपी प्लांट से नेचुरली डिराइव हो या उसकी केमिस्ट्री इस तरीके की हो दैट इट इज सिमिलर टू दैट. and opioids are used in the management of severe pain. But at the same time, there are certain opioids which have that high effect that usually the drugs provide. And that is why some of the opioids are used for drug abuse. In fact, USA में जो ड्रग अब्यूज की ड्रग ओवरडोज की वजह से जो डेथ हो रही है उसमें से मैक्सिमम डेथ हैव बीन बिकॉज ऑफ द फेंटानिल. फेंटानिल की जो एफिकेसी है दैट इज मल्टीपल टाइम्स हायर देन हीरोइन एंड मॉर्फिन. ठीक, जो भी दोनों एक पॉपुलर ओपियोइड्स हैं. बट फेंटानिल और इसमें मॉर्फिन में डिफरेंस ये है दैट फेंटानिल इज परफेक्टली सिंथेटिक कंपाउंड. ये नेचुरली डिराइव नहीं होता है, ये लेबोरेटरी में बनाया जाता है. ठीक, अब यूएस का केस बिकॉज दे आर गोइंग थ्रू दिस क्राइसिस ऑफ ड्रग ओवरडोज डेथ जिसमें फेंटानिल इज वन ऑफ द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट केस. तो दैट इज वाई ट्रंप administration is very active and it is imposing high tariffs on various countries which supply fentanyl to USA. ठीक, तो अब इट इज एन ओपियोइड यूज फॉर द मैनेजमेंट ऑफ सीवियर पेन, ये तो ठीक हो गया. अच्छा, इसी से परेशान होकर ट्रंप ने अभी बेसिकली इसको वेपन ऑफ मास डिस्ट्रक्शन यूज कर दिया है टर्म. बट रिमेंबर दैट इट इज नॉट डायरेक्टली अ वेपन ऑफ मास डिस्ट्रक्शन. केमिकल वेपन कन्वेंशन में इसको डिक्लेयर नहीं किया गया. ये भी हमने देख लिया कि ये ओपियम पॉपी प्लांट से डिराइव नहीं है बिकॉज ये परफेक्टली सिंथेटिक है. चलो नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन पे आ जाते हैं, विच इज विथ रिस्पेक्ट टू जियोथर्मल एनर्जी. फर्स्ट स्टेटमेंट कहता है अ मेजर सोर्स ऑफ जियोथर्मल हीट इज द रेडियो एक्टिव डिके ऑफ एलिमेंट इनसाइड द अर्थ. ये सही है. सेकेंड स्टेटमेंट कहता है द मोस्ट एक्टिव जियोथर्मल रिसोर्सेज आर जनरली फाउंड अलोंग मेजर टेक्टोनिक प्लेट बाउंड्री. ये भी ठीक है. द थर्ड स्टेटमेंट सेज अनलाइक solar and wind energy, geothermal power generation is largely independent of weather and seasonal variation. ये भी ठीक है. The last statement says geothermal energy is classified as non-renewable due to depletion of heat reservoir. ये गलत है. तो बेसिकली आपका स्टेटमेंट ओनली 3 जो है वो सही हो गया ऑप्शन. एक एक करके बात कर लेते हैं. फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल, जियोथर्मल एनर्जी का क्वेश्चन क्यों इंपॉर्टेंट है? बिकॉज इंडिया ने पहली बार अपनी जियोथर्मल एनर्जी की पॉलिसी डिक्लेयर की है. राइट, जियोथर्मल एनर्जी क्या होता है? दिस इज हीट फ्रॉम द अर्थ. नाउ दिस हीट कैन बी ट्रैप्ड एंड यूज्ड फॉर मल्टीपल पर्पसेस. बहुत बेसिक डायरेक्ट पर्पसेस लाइक डायरेक्ट वाटर यूज कर लिया, इस तरीके के पर्पस के लिए भी यूज कर सकते हो. बट इफ यू कॉन्सेंट्रेट दिस एनर्जी यू कैन इवन जनरेट इलेक्ट्रिसिटी. बट ये हीट आ कहां से रही है? सो देयर आर 2 प्राइमरी सोर्सेज ऑफ इट. वन, इट कैन बी द रिमेनिंग हीट फ्रॉम द ओरिजिन ऑफ अर्थ. जब अर्थ का ओरिजिनेशन हुआ था तो जिस समय हीटेड थी अर्थ, उसकी बची हुई रिमेनिंग हीट हो सकती है एक. सेकेंडली, inside the earth's core there are many radioactive particles which are continuously emitting radiations and those radiations are heating the rocks inside the earth. तो ये जो कह रहा है a major source can be decay of radioactive particles, ये सही है because this is one of the 2 sources. अच्छा, फिर देखो ये इनसाइड अर्थ को रॉक तो जो अर्थ के इनसाइड रॉक्स है उनको हीट तो कर ही रहा है. बट व्हाट हैपेंस इज इफ यू वांट टू कमर्शियली यूटिलाइज इट, द बेस्ट रीजन्स आर नियर द टेक्टोनिक प्लेट बाउंड्री बिकॉज at that region there is a higher chance of magma coming to the surface and that magma will be heated by the geothermal heat. So you can get a concentrated heat in the form of magma coming to the source, right? So that is why one of the best reservoirs of geothermal energy are near the boundaries of the tectonic plates. अच्छा, although आपको पता होना चाहिए कि इंडिया में we have enough potential of geothermal but we are not commercially utilizing it. But why do we want to explore it? Because it has advantage over other renewable sources. For example, अगर आप solar और wind को देखोगे, they are highly variable based on the season. जो sun की energy है, that is lesser in the winter, that is not available in the night. Wind is also something which is variable, but geothermal energy, that is something which is 24/7 available. ठीक, तो ये इसका एक एडवांटेज है. यहां पे कह रहा है जियोथर्मल एनर्जी इज नॉन रिन्यूएबल. ये तो बहुत बेसिक फैक्ट है, यू शुड नो. इट इज क्रिएटेड इनकरेक्टली सिर्फ ट्रैप के लिए. इट इज अ रिन्यूएबल सोर्स ऑफ एनर्जी. द अमाउंट ऑफ हीट दैट वी हैव, द अमाउंट ऑफ रेडिएशंस दैट आर इनसाइड द अर्थ, दे आर प्रैक्टिकली अनलिमिटेड फॉर द generations to come. So that is why it is considered to be renewable. ठीक है, so that is all. I think ये आपका last question है. Let me check once. Yes, so that brings us to the end of this discussion. Thank you very much. I hope that you learned something. Best of luck from the next for the next Anubhav as well as the CSE Prelims 2026.
Hello friends, I welcome you all to this particular Anubhav discussion. We are going to take a look at in miscellaneous IR questions, essentially some important questions from question number 85 to 91. Okay, so let's start. So question number 85, let's look at question number 85. Very easy question on the digipin. Okay, you must be knowing this particular concept of digipin. So let's look at the statements with reference to the digital postal index number, that is digipin. Consider the following statements. So the question is about digipin. So let's look at statement number 1 here. Digipin is a 10-character alphanumeric code that represents the geographic coordinates of a location. So this is statement number 1. I will first read the statements, then we can come to some sort of conclusion vis-a-vis answer. If you don't know the concept, okay, what sort of logic you can apply here, that also I will tell you. And obviously the students, those who have read something about say digipin, you will definitely get this particular question correctly. Statement number 2, digipin stores address related information of residents to facilitate last mile delivery of services. Statement number 3, digipin has been developed by the Department of Posts. Okay, so first and foremost, those students who haven't read anything about digipin, let's from their perspective how they can come to the right side, right sort of answer here. Okay, let's look at statement number 3. Okay, even if you want to say guess in this particular question, digipin has been developed by the Department of Post. This particular statement, and look at the digipin's long form, digital postal index number. So there is a postal, so obviously postal it will be definitely developed by the Department of Post. So from the logic you can deduct that statement 3 is correct. Okay, so you can eliminate option 1 here. Okay, let's look at statement 2. Digipin stores address related information of residents to facilitate last mile delivery of services. Now you must be knowing right to privacy is a fundamental right now in India. So essentially under Article 21 we have right to privacy, and address, the person's personal address essentially is a part of the privacy essentially. So you can deduct that statement 2 can be incorrect. Okay, even if you don't know anything about statement 1. Now let's look at the options again and see in which option you don't have statement 2. So essentially option B. So even if you don't know the answer, you can easily deduct it based on just on the logic. Okay, so now let's look at how the explanation part. Digipin, okay, essentially digital ID for every Indian address. So essentially it will supplement our traditional pin code. So it is indeed the digipin code has been developed by the Department of Post with ISRO and with the help of IIT Hyderabad. So these are the collaborating organizations. Through their collaboration, this particular 10 alphanumeric code has been designed in such a way that it actually maps India through 4 by 4 meter grid. 4 by 4 meter grid. So essentially it is more accurate. See, pin code gives us a larger picture. For a larger area we use pin codes, but now from the perspective of say digipin, whole of India has been divided into the 4 by 4 meter square. So it is more accurate information about say the location, and it is GPS enabled. So essentially to certain extent we will have more accuracy, and say it will boost governance and logistics in that regard. So it is some sort of initiative to promote e-governance as well. Okay, and it is a geo-coded. So it is geo-coded. So to certain extent it is more accurate. You can see one of the example here, digital ID for every Indian address. Definitely it will lead to last mile delivery in such a way that it will be more accurate address wise, okay, although the personal address of the individual will not be shared. So this is also true. So it will take care of your privacy aspect. So do not worry if the digipin, you know, is shared with say e-commerce companies. Essentially it is for say longer last mile delivery. So essentially it will be more, it will provide you more accuracy and more sort of, you know, digital last mile delivery. So from the perspective of say governance, good governance, this is very good application of say technology, okay. So you can clearly see statement 2 is incorrect here. Digipin is a 10 character alphanumeric code that represents the geographic coordinates. So 4 by 4 meter में जो coordinates है, essentially they indicate the longitude and latitude of that particular, you know, square itself. So to certain extent it is more accurate. So statement 1 is absolutely correct, okay. So for question number 85, option B is the correct answer. Statement 1 and 3 are correct, while statement 2 is absolutely incorrect. It doesn't store, the digipin doesn't store individual personal addresses, although it is true that it shares the address information in such a way that the 4 by 4 meter, you know, sort of the area 4 by 4 meter, the corresponding address will be shared, but the individual address is not shared, okay. So to certain extent, remember that. So essentially it will lead to, it will facilitate last mile delivery of services, but it doesn't stores address related information of an individual, remember that. So statement 2 is absolutely incorrect, and it is developed by Department of Posts with ISRO's and IIT Hyderabad's help, okay. So question number 85, option B is the correct answer. Let's move forward. Question number 86, which of the following best describes the term petrodollar? So many times you hear the term petrodollar and the question asks you the meaning, what exactly is the meaning of petrodollar? Let's look at the options. Option A, a reserve currency backed by petroleum reserves of oil exporting countries. This is not so. Essentially, you know, the oil prices being very volatile, if you sort of you know, if the petroleum backs such reserve currency, the reserve currency itself will fluctuate a lot, okay. So to certain extent option A you can eliminate. So that is not the meaning of the petrodollar here. See, in petrodollar you have the term dollar. Let's focus on this particular term dollar, and obviously dollar is associated with essentially the reserve currency of the whole world, that is US dollar, okay. So let's look at option B, C, D, and where you can see US dollars. In option C, let's look at option C. It directly mentions US dollars, by the way. US dollars held by the oil exporting countries that arise from the sale of crude oil. So essentially this is the correct answer here. Why this option C denotes the correct meaning of petrodollar. Essentially what do you mean by petrodollar is to maintain the hegemony of United States over say the overall energy security of the globe, means, you know, the dollar supremacy has been maintained in such a way that many oil exporting countries only accept, you know, the currency that is dollar in exchange for the oil. So essentially that maintains the dollar supremacy over the whole world, and that is what is the concept of petrodollar is all about. Option B and D doesn't denote the right meaning here, okay. So petrodollar denotes the US dollar globally exchanged for crude oil exports. So this essentially is, and it is sort of, you know, the US government also tries to maintain this system. Why? Because it maintains their hegemony over the whole, you know, world's energy security. Oil exporting nations deliver oil to oil importing nation, and the oil importing nation pays the oil exporting nation in dollars. So essentially, you know, dollar is well accepted in essentially this particular exchange. That's why it is called petrodollar, okay. So to certain extent, you know, many countries are trying to actually, you know, circumvent this particular dollar supremacy by having some sort of swaps arrangements in that regard, okay. So that the over reliance on US dollar gets reduced. Many times, you know, US imposes sanctions on the other countries. For example, US sanctions on Russia for that matter, and many times, you know, US also froze the assets as a part of sanctions, for example, against Iranian regime nowadays. So to certain extent, to circumvent the sanctions, many countries will try to use their own currencies in exchange for oil. Okay, so to certain extent, the supremacy of petrodollar is getting reduced, but still the dollar dominates the oil exports, the currency associated with oil exports. So that is the option C is the correct answer there, question number 86. Let's look at question number 87. By the way, the Biological Weapons Convention BWC consider the following statements. Statement 1, states parties are required not to develop, produce or retain biological and toxin weapons under any circumstances. Very straightforward question here on the Biological Weapons Convention. By the way, Biological Weapons Convention came into force in 1975. So essentially very important convention. Statement 1 here is absolutely correct. That's the the first provision, the first article itself under Biological Weapon Convention is this only, that states parties are required not to develop, produce or retain biological and toxin weapons under any circumstances, not under any circumstances. So that is statement 1 is correct statement. Let's look at number 2. The convention allows transfer of biological weapons, biological agents for military purposes, provided such transfer is reported to the United Nations. Okay, from say the general understanding, this particular statement 2 seems wrong, and it is wrong by the way. According to the different articles under the Biological Weapons Convention, the transfer is not allowed at all, whether for military or any other purposes. Okay, so statement 2 is incorrect. So statement 3, states parties may seek investigation of alleged violations through the United Nations Security Council. So UNSC intervention is mentioned in the Biological Weapons Convention. Absolutely it is mentioned. If any party suspected of violation of say BWC, Biological Weapons Convention, it can be the violation can be reported to UNSC and UNSC can seek the investigation. So statement 3 is correct. So option 1 and 3, option C is the correct answer here. So option C, which are correct. Obviously statement 2 is incorrect for question number 87. You can clearly see it came into force in 1975. Biological Weapons Convention, very important. It has completed say 50 years in 2025. By the way, it came into force on 26th March. Okay, so that's the case. That's the date, by the way. So on 26th March 2025, it completed almost 50 years. Question number 88. That's why that Biological Weapons Convention is also important. By the way, Chemical Weapons Convention is different. Just comment in the comment section. When does when exactly is the year, or what is the exact date of say coming into force of Chemical Weapons Convention? Okay, and whether India has signed both these treaties or not. Let me tell you, Biological Weapons Convention, India has signed Biological Weapons Convention treaty and signed and ratified, by the way. Also also from the perspective of say prelims, important is to know which are the countries who have not signed the Biological Weapons Convention at all, and which are the countries who have signed but not ratified. Okay, so both these countries and their names are important. Okay, just comment in the comment section which are these countries who have not signed nor ratified the Biological Weapons Convention. That is also very important from the perspective of prelims. Remember that. Let's look at question number 88 now. Recently, the World Health Organization declared that India has eliminated the trachoma as a public health problem. Trachoma is primarily associated with what? Very easy questions. You must have seen this particular development. It was in news all over. So essentially, option C is the correct. Trachoma is essentially a bacterial eye infection, a chronic bacterial infection of the eye that can lead to blindness. And WHO has certified India by saying that we have essentially officially eliminated trachoma from our population. So option C is the correct answer here. So you can clearly see the proud achievement here. The Ministry of Health officially actually put out a tweet in that regard as well. So you can see the Indian official taking the award from say WHO functionary. And India's journey to eradicate trachoma from 1950s to 2024, WHO validated India's elimination of trachoma as a public health problem. Trachoma in 1950s and 60s, used to make the life miserable for some of the Indians because it caused blindness, especially in North Indian states. In North Indian states, the trachoma problem was very prevalent. Particularly in 2017 itself, by the way, Union Minister declared that India free from active trachoma with only 0.7% prevalence. So, in 2017 itself, we have that achievement. Okay, let's look at question number 89, by the way. Match the initiatives under list 1 of the National Blockchain Framework with their objective under list 2 given below. Okay, so we have matched the pair type question here. Again, the National Blockchain Framework, very easy question here as well. If you know National Blockchain Framework, it was in news sometimes back. Essentially, it is a framework actually given in 2024 that promotes the overall blockchain in the governance, and that will be for ease of doing business to certain extent. At the same time, it will improve our overall efficiency in the administration as well under by promoting the blockchain. Okay, and these are the initiatives, by the way, under the blockchain: Vishwasya, NBF Lite and Pramanik. Okay, so let's look at the list 2 here. Blockchain solution to verify the origin and authenticity of mobile applications, number 1. Number 2, a sandbox platform for rapid prototyping. Sandbox, you must be knowing the meaning of it. Number 3, the core modular blockchain technology stack for secure and scalable digital governance. So, Vishwasya is the core modular blockchain technology stack for secure and scalable digital governance. For e-governance, for digital governance, we have this framework, National Blockchain Framework, and Vishwasya, Vishwasta in it will come from, it is a core module of blockchain technology stack for secure and scalable digital governance. Pramanik, it is it is for mobile applications verification. So, blockchain solution to verify the origin and authentication of mobile applications under the blockchain framework. So, essentially C1 we can connect. Option means B, NVF Lite, a sandbox. NVF Lite is a sandbox. Essentially, it gives opportunity for say technology platforms to actually experiment here. A sandbox for platform for rapid prototyping and experimentation in blockchain applications. So, this B2, by the way. So, option, let's look at option C, A3, B2, C1. So, this is the correct answer, by the way, for this particular question. You can clearly see the National Blockchain Framework. A National Blockchain Framework initiative is integrated and interoperable blockchain ecosystem that supports government to citizen and government to business service while driving innovation and Atmanirbharta in technology. So, that's our purpose. G2C to G2B services have been promoted under the GBF blockchain framework, and there are 4 important components. We have first and foremost Vishwasya blockchain stack. It is an essentially it promotes the stack. Pramanik, the app verification system. National blockchain portal is there, and NBF Lite, and sort of a sandbox for experimentation that promotes entrepreneurship as well. By the way, Vishwasya BaaS feature, essentially blockchain as a service. So, Vishwasya essentially will promote blockchain all over the digital governance in India. So, that is important. This question is very important, by the way, just from the perspective of current affairs, very vital. Question number 90. Now, consider the following varieties of silk. See, this question is very interesting and important question, by the way. If you know about the silk, you will think that the answer is easy, but let's look at the options. Okay, first option is mulberry, second is eri, third is tropical tussar, fourth is temperate tussar, and fifth is muga. Now, the thing is, you must be knowing there are in general 4 types of tussar, 4 types of silk: mulberry, eri, tussar and muga. And in tussar you have 2, tropical and temperate. Many people don't know that there are 2 types of tussar, tropical and temperate. So, to certain extent you must be knowing that India produces 1, 2 and 5, absolutely. But whether India produces tropical or temperate tussar, or both of them is something very confusing. Although India does produce tussar, some states does produce tussar silk. Okay, so whether from the general understanding you will think that only tropical tussar is grown or produced in India, but that is not so. Temperate tussar is also actually produced in India. Okay, temperate tussar, obviously there needs to be a temperate sort of environment, temperature for it. So essentially on the foothills of the Himalayas, for example in the state of Assam, and in some North Indian states under at the foothills of the Himalayas, you will have the development of this temperate tussar as well. So all of the options here are correct. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Option B is the correct answer. All these types of silks are produced in India. Okay, India is one of the largest producer of silk in the whole world, by the way, and very beautiful varieties of silk India has, including the tussar varieties of both temperate and tropical tussar. Okay, so option B, all of the above options are correct here. So all the varieties are actually produced in India. Question number 91 now. With reference to the Online Gaming Act 2025, consider the following statements. Very easy question again on the Online Gaming Act from the current affairs. Number 1, the act imposes a ban on online money games and e-sports in India. Okay, so on the cursory reading you will feel that the statement 1 seems to be correct, but let's look at the half of the statement again. Means read the statement very carefully. That's what I am saying. The act imposes a ban on online money games and e-sports in India. And e-sports, many people are playing e-sports nowadays, and there are news that e-sports is being included in international games also. So essentially under Online Gaming Act, can we totally ban esports? Okay, that is emerging as huge industry in itself. So statement 1 is incorrect. It definitely does ban online money games. That is true. See, by the way, the act is under the consideration of the Supreme Court. Many gaming companies have petitioned the Supreme Court against this particular act. So statement 1 is absolutely incorrect statement. The act imposes a ban on online money games. Online money games have been banned, but esports have been regulated, not banned totally. Okay, let's look at statement 2. It empowers the central government to undertake measures for the promotion of online social games. So this is correct statement, by the way. Okay, so it does empower the central government to come up with some sort of promotion or regulation vis-a-vis say social games, online social games. Statement 3, it provides for the establishment of national level online gaming authority for the categorization and registration of the online games. This provision is also there. So for this particular question, option B is the correct answer. Statement 2 and 3 are correct. See, statement 1 is incorrect. Absolutely, esports are essentially regulated but not banned totally. See, there is active case going on in Supreme Court. That's why this particular act has been passed, but it hasn't been implemented as of now. Okay, so to certain extent we are going to see whether Supreme Court rules this act as constitutional or unconstitutional in the coming times. So very important from the perspective of prelims. So option B is the correct answer for question number 91. That's it, and all the best for upcoming prelims. Thank you.
So now let us move to the question number 36. So it says, consider the following statement regarding the population census in India. So very important, population census, since Union government have announced it. It says, Census of India enumerates both citizens and non-citizens. Very important. Residing in India. Statement number 2 says, the Office of the Registrar General and Census Commissioner responsible for conducting the census functions directly under the Prime Minister's office, that is the PMO. Third says, for the first time, very important, for the first time since independence, the 2027 census will include caste enumeration for all individuals. And it says that how many of the statements given above are correct. So let us try to understand, find how many of the statements are correct. Now let us go to the background of it. So basically it says the Census of India enumerate both citizens and non-citizens. Yes, if you go by the basically Citizenship Rules 2003, it says in the basically census, an ordinary resident will be counted and how ordinary residents are basically calculated. Anyone residing in India for the 6 month and wish to reside in India for the 6 month at any particular location will be enumerated in the census. It is clearly said in the citizenship rules 2003. So this statement is correct. You might be thinking, those who are guessing, that it is only for the citizens. No, it is for the ordinary residents of India as per the citizenship rule 2003. So ये statement सही है. Now let us try to understand what about the statement 2. The Office of Registrar General and Census Commission comes under PMO. No. So basically this comes under Ministry of Home Affairs, MHA. It is an associate office of the MHA. So this statement deems incorrect, that it comes under the PMO. Very incorrect statement. What 3 says, for the first time since independence, 2020 census will include caste enumeration for all individuals. Now let us try to understand. In pre-independence era, when officially census started in 1881 and till 1931, we have the basically enumeration of all caste in it, which was discontinued later on. And after 1947 and subsequent census, what happened? There is a basically a mention of only SCs and STs, scheduled tribes and scheduled caste in the census of India. This is for the first time in which all the caste will be recorded. So that is a very important statement. Hence statement number 3 is also correct, that for the first time it is conducted, means 2 statements are correct and statement number 2 is incorrect. So what will the answer? Only 2 will be the answer, correct answer of this statement. So hope it is clear to you. Now let us try to move towards the next question, that is the question number 37. It says the Lipule Pass, sometimes in news, is located at the tri-junction of. So it's a very interesting question, since it was in news that Nepal claimed that it falls under their own basically, and they changed their political map as well. Now if you are into the trekking and you have gone to the Pithoragarh of the Uttarakhand, Pithoragarh is very beautiful place. So you will see this Lipule Pass. So it is in the Uttarakhand of the India. Now what about the rest of the thing? So it is in the tri-junction of the China as well as Nepal. It is in the, what about the Himachal Pradesh? So not the Lipule. What about Jammu and Kashmir? Not the Lipule. Arunachal Pradesh, not the Lipule. If you consider this, Nathula is there and other things are there, but not in the basically, so it falls under to the B, that is the Uttarakhand, Nepal and China. It was in news because of the dispute. Also this area is basically having the Inland Port Authority, which deals with the basically the trade between the India and China or otherwise. It is also one of add-on information. It's a very simple question. I don't think must need to be deliberated upon. Question number 38. Which of the following countries are members of the Mercosur trading? So Mercosur is in news. It is also known as the basically, due to the kidnapping of the Venezuelan president by the USA Delta forces, it also become quite in news. Let us try to understand what is it. So basically it was established via Treaty 1991, which came into the force in 1994, and the members of Mercosur used to be the ABP. We used to call it ABP, Argentina, Brazil, Paraguay, and Uruguay is also there, because it is the basically in Uruguay the headquarters of the Mercosur is there. Chile was basically associate member of the Mercosur, and Venezuela, which was quite in news, was member till 2016, and now they are not a member of this Mercosur. So if you go by the options, so A, B, P is there, that is Argentina, Brazil and Paraguay is there. Uruguay headquarters lies. Since we can have the basic information, we can eliminate that Chile is not the member of it. So accordingly the answer will be 1, 2, 4 and 5 only. 3 is not the option. Answer will be B in this case. Hope it is clear to you. Question number 39. Consider the following regarding the civil aviation in India. So due to this one of the airlines, it was quite in news, the Civil Aviation Authority of India. Now let us try to understand the statement. Statement 1 says regulation of air transport services, licensing of aviation personnel, investigation of all civil aviation accident, enforcement of air safety and airworthiness standards, and certification of aerodromes. How many of above functions are carried by the Directorate General of Civil Aviation? So, Directorate General of the Civil Aviation is an body under the Ministry of Aviation, and it is a statutory body which does the regulation, licensing, enforcement, certification of aerodrome, not the investigation. Investigation is basically done by the independent body that we call basically Air Accident Bureau, AAIB, that we call. And DGCA doesn't do the investigation. It used to do in the past, but now a separate body has been constituted for it. Since option number 3 is not the function of the DGCA, only 3 statement appears to be the correct. Hence, the statement 1, 2, 4 and 5 will be correct. Answer will be 4. That is the only 4 is the answer, because function number 3 is vested with AIIB. Hope it is clear to you. Question number 40. The discovery of zero-site deposits, very important, zero-site deposits in the Kutch region of the Gujarat is considered significant primarily because it indicates the past presence of water-rich condition similar to those inferred on the mark. This is the correct statement. It is again fact-based question. You can go through it. Thank you.